Here's something fun, wildly politically incorrect. Ta-da! So as you measure people's political opinions, you scale them against proxies or direct measurements of their intelligence, there is a massive degree of consensus on political opinions as intelligence scales in either way.
He's going to say the smarter you are, the more likely you are on the top to be a liberal, and the dumber you are on the bottom, the more likely you are to be a liberal, and that there's going to be a hump in the middle for conservatives. It's my guess.
People who are less intelligent on average, measured however you like, tend to be more authoritarian in both the regard of social and economic freedom.
Just kidding. He's using the libertarian graph.
So people that are less intelligent tend to not be for social liberties. They're not super big fans of gay rights, trans rights, women's rights, the whole thing. And they're not big fans of economic freedom in general. They seem to think that more government regulation is the way to do things. Like anytime they see something wrong, they go, there should be a law that against that. People on average, as they become more intelligent, seem to become more libertine in their attitudes. They favor a freer economy, substantially less and more intelligent regulation, and they favor a more libertine approach to social things, like live and let live kind of attitude.
Do they link all the studies? I'd be curious to see what he's referring to there. I don't think he would just make this up, but I'm curious what they're measuring there.
So people that are less intelligent tend to not be for social liberties. They're not super big fans of gay rights, trans rights, women's rights, the whole thing. And they're not big fans of economic freedom in general. They seem to think that more government regulation is the way to do things. Like anytime they see something wrong, they go, there should be a law that against. One
thing as well, I'm trying not to fall into this reductive trap, because I'm worried a little bit that I fall into reductive traps of saying that like nothing can be anything because everything can be reduced to something else. But when you say poorer people are less inclined to believe in economic freedom, I think that the words that you hear are poorer people are less inclined to believe that we should have more economic freedom insofar as how we engage with or participate in the economy. So they need more regulation. However, from a poorer person's perspective, there isn't very much economic freedom, and the regulation would actually enable more of that. I think you have to be careful when you read some of these things. I don't even think Mike would necessarily disagree with that. He might just say, well, yeah, sure, but I'm just saying like in a more precise way, or maybe even in a broader way, these things tend to be true, and there might be reasons why. So I'm not even sure if he would disagree with what I'm saying there, but when a poor person says, well, we need a regulation on this, or we need to do something here, regulations don't always mean less freedom. And more freedom doesn't always mean more freedom. The example that I give all the time is, let's say that I have a neighborhood of 10 houses and we're all free to do literally anything we want. That might be the most oppressive environment because I'm worried that I could get killed or robbed at any point in time. And when we start reducing our freedoms, when we start making rules, no stealing, no killing, you actually unlock way more freedoms because, oh, cool, I can leave my house. It's not going to be broken into. I can walk on the street and I'm not going to be murdered, right? So by restricting some freedoms, you enable a whole bunch more freedoms. So yeah, I would be careful not to be too, I don't think I'm being reductive. I think it's important to understand what people are saying when they say like, oh, I want a regulation or I want some freedom here or whatever, to just like, to reduce things to just say like, well, more freedom versus less freedom. Well, what does that freedom actually mean? You know, what does it actually mean? This is why positive rights are important as well as negative rights, right? What does it matter? Who the fuck cares if everybody is entitled to a trial if you don't have a defender that's granted to you by the state, right? You have the freedom to represent yourself in court. Well, me. Well, I don't know what the a motion is or what pre-trial is. What, do I just show up early? And then you show up in court. I don't know the process. Or what, do I have to read all this shit, right? That negative right, the right to defend yourself in front of a jury, means all if you don't have also some positive, some actual granting to you of a thing that allows you to take advantage of that right, you know?
Against that, people on average, as they become more intelligent, seem to become more libertine in their attitudes. They favor a freer economy.
And there's some I could go on and on. There could be a lot of other things that are aligning with this as well, right? Like a more intelligent person might be somebody with a higher proclivity towards higher education or more economic prosperity. So of course, they're in a position where they say, well, I think less regulation is actually way better. I actually think that there should be no regulation. Well, of course, because you have all the money in the world to take advantage of that environment, you know? Destiny, but what if positive rights can limit the negative rights of others to an extent? You have to, it's a balancing act. That's fine though. It's okay to limit the rights of some people because generally it affords all of society greater prosperity, right? You shouldn't have the right to murder somebody. You shouldn't have the right to steal from somebody. You shouldn't have the right to, you know, criticize me in my subreddit. Without getting permaban. Yeah, well, I f your mom.
Substantially less and more intelligent regulation, and they favor a more libertine approach to social things like live and let live kind of attitude. And so if you manage to increase the amount of intelligence in the system, it's going to cause a predictably better place for all of us to live, because when you have peoples that tend to be lower intelligence on average running an institution or country, wherever, they generally run it really poorly. And you have all of the social maladies that you can see in a variety of areas. Whereas as people become more intelligent, or as the aggregate of people plus machine intelligence becomes better, things get better overall. And so if you scale that out, at some point you're like, man, if our collective IQ, us plus machines, goes up another 10 points, a lot of places are going to be freer, more prosperous, and cleaner.
Also, I don't think anyone has a solid definition or concept of what intelligence really is. I think we do. I think we know a lot more about that than people give credit for, but that's a whole other, I think, subject matter.
And more stable and have less war. Because if you think about it for like a little bit, you know, basic economics, if you're basic economics, war almost never makes logical sense. Almost ever. Like, should we attack the Netherlands? Why? To get the resources. Like, well, we could just buy the resources. We can get them for free. Like, no, you still need to buy them, because then some of us live there and they sell us that stuff. Like the whole war for oil nonsense is just almost certainly just.
Oh man, is he a Trump supporter? People like him and Tom. I can't spell his name. I'm so sorry. Please don't ever show him that I typed his name right. Bill. The impact theory guy. This guy has such a good thought process. Oh my God, he has such a good thought. He's got a good brain. I've spoken to this guy a lot privately. I have a lot of personal respect and business respect, for this guy. God, he goes to some crazy places, and I'm worried it's going to happen with Mike. We'll see what happens. Oh boy, we'll see where we go. But this is good. He's thinking. I respect this, right? And I say this all the time. When we go to war, why would we go to war for resources? We just buy them. It's cheaper. It's better. It's more efficient. It just makes way more sense. It's so much better to do that. Like, why would I just not buy your shit, you know?
Some of us live there and they sell us that stuff. Like the whole war for oil nonsense is just almost certainly just pure nonsense. There's all the war for oil in the modern time has just not occurred.
Well, now you could argue, now there is an intelligent way to argue like war for oil such that we go to war with some countries, or we are involved in certain conflicts because we like to protect our ability to facilitate global petroleum markets, right? That's a more true statement. I think one that I would probably agree with, although I would carefully qualify because I'm not expertised in knowing all of that history and the geographics of all of that. But like, I think broadly speaking, we do have an interest in OPEC and petroleum markets, and we probably flex our military to ensure, you know, to facilitate that. But it's not like we don't go to war with Iraq to literally suck the oil out of the ground and steal it, you know? The only time that's ever happening is when your mom is sucking it out of me and stealing it. Yeah.
That's that emotional reasoning that we were talking about in humans.
And so like, as you scale up your intelligence, your emotional reasoning tends to capture less and less of your cognitive.
Am I misunderstanding, or is he agreeing with you? He said war for oil didn't happen. You're misunderstanding me. I said I agree with him. I think it's a good thought process. But also, I don't think I've agreed or disagreed with anything he's saying so far. I'm just expanding. You disagreed with him earlier about incentives during war times and strawmanned him. I don't get why you do this so often. I am the best faith internet commentator. Okay. So 1, suck my dick. Okay. After your mom gets off it. Okay. 2, I don't think I disagreed with him that there are incentives during wartime. I'm just saying, don't fall into the trap of thinking we need war for incentives. I don't think that's true.
cognitive bandwidth.
I don't know if I agree with that.
It's just demonstrably true empirically. Tends to capture less.
You have
and
to be
less
really careful. Oh, I don't know how Mike has been for his whole life. I don't know like how old he is. He speaks in ways. I feel like I spoke like this in my 20s, or at least my attitude was like this. When somebody's like, I'm not sure about that, and you're like, empirically, it's true. You can say that sometimes, but you should be ready to cite a study or something, and you should reserve those types of statements for like when it's really, 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 really true. Okay, because Mike is making some very, very, very broad claims about like the organization and progress of all of human society. Destiny, I'm a bit behind. You said 30-year life expectancy in the past is a myth, but life expectancy in certain societies was very low. Not 30 years exactly, but e.g. in classical Greece, the life expectancy of a 15-year-old was 40 years. Sure, when I say life expectancy is a myth, what I'm not saying that it's a myth per se. I'm saying that people's understanding of like when you were 30, you would die, or like 40, you would die of old age and cancers or whatever. I'm saying that that's not really true. That's not what would happen. You would just have a much higher chance of like dying of a disease because there were no vaccines or microplastics in your balls, whichever one you prefer. There are certain diseases where you would just you get it and you die, or you would get things like you might be more likely to contract certain types of diseases just because of like lack of sanitation or stuff like that.
100%.
Humans,
And so like as you scale up your intelligence, your emotional reasoning tends to capture less and less of your cognitive bandwidth.
I don't know if I agree with that.
You should know that Mike has outdated opinions on exercise science and hasn't changed them due to audience capture. He's not really a good scientist. Oh, okay. Well, I have no idea. We haven't watched Dr. Mike for lifting shit for a while because fuck the gym. We go to the gym of the Library of Alexandria Wikipedia now.
It's just demonstrably true empirically.
Well,
on average, now there are absolutely exceptions of smart people who are really having a lot of feelings.
I'm not talking about the extremes. I just see that like as IQs and Nobel laureates have attested that they oftentimes are able to convince themselves of wildly inaccurate theories and the belief that whatever they're saying is true when it's absolutely not true. That's also been shown. And then also there's a chicken or the egg effect here, where it's when you're poorer and have less education, you need to have a little bit more of an authoritative mindset to succeed in order to be practically successful. And when you're wealthy and you have less to worry about, you think about being more free.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I think I'm being too loud. True. Huh, I did pre-watch. What can I say? Oh, I can't even say I was late today. I woke up early today to pre-watch this.
And you think about other things, whereas when you're poorer, you have to survive. So that it frees you up to think more liberally and peacefully, which is why there's always so much disagreement of people who live on the coasts that have money versus people who are struggling to be rising in society and they want their children to focus and live the most strict lifestyle because they think that's the only way to achieve it. And they could be right given their circumstances. Do you think that could be a reasonable thought?
Maybe. So to the first point of no aware than they are, and if we're self-aware of it, you have to ask, what about people of substantially lower intelligence? They're substantially less aware in general. And so they're apt to make mostly emotionally biased choices. As a matter of fact, many people, when you ask them what they think about politics, are answering a completely different question. They're answering, actually, I'm wearing my Thomas Sowell shirt to illustrate that exact thing. It's a former position of his.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't even realize.
Current position of his. Most people feel a certain way about politics. They don't think a certain way about politics, which is the wrong thing altogether because politics is asking the...
Wow, Tanif Hollow, thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
Things, former position of his, current position of his. Most people feel a certain way about politics. They don't think a certain way about politics, which is the wrong thing altogether because politics is asking the question of how do you run a society for the maximum benefit, however you define that. It's a technical question.
That is a loaded assumption to assume that that's what politics is, but unless we're being subjected by what like the most beneficial society is or whatever, but
politics, which is the wrong thing altogether because politics is asking the question of how do you run a society for the maximum benefit, however you define that. It's a technical question. It's a machine question. It's not maximum benefit, however you define that. It's a technical question. It's a machine question. It's not a question of how you feel about things. Most people feel rather than think about these kinds of topics, people who are more intelligent tend to think on the margins more than not, and people who are less intelligent tend to feel more than not. And so on average, if you think Nobel laureates are biased, you should talk to someone of profoundly lower intelligence, and you will see probably exclusively bias and almost nothing else. And
I wonder what the
wholehearted
research of that actually
confidence
shows
in
from an
one's
anthropology standpoint.
Give it a look.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
fuck, I
because-
didn't even finish my point on this. I'm sorry, because I got baited by a question. I feel like this whole conversation is going to be Dr. Mike on the left
Because-
is being way, way, way too charitable or wishy-washy with advantages of wealthier, more intelligent, or more conscientious people or whatever. And then Dr. Mike on the right is going to be way too narrow in how much better those people are versus people of lesser intelligence or whatever. I feel like that's going to be this whole conversation. This reminds me of the... actually, I don't care. Yeah, that's right. Shed the lefties, okay? This reminds me of when people say things like high skill versus low skill labor. And people will be like, low skill? There's no such thing as low skill worker. There will always be like a video of some guy doing some, like a menial task impressively. And then people will like, yeah, one is the guy with the water jugs. The suggestion that any job is low skill is a myth perpetuated by wealthy interests to justify inhumane working conditions, little to no healthcare, and low wages. Plus, being a waitress has made me and many others better at our jobs than those who have never known that life. Okay, these two statements are completely and totally unrelated to each other. Some jobs are easier to learn than other jobs. I'm sorry, but that's just like I'm not even sorry. That's just like a true statement. The idea that oh yeah, this. Unskilled labor is a capitalist myth. But. Oh. Wait, what? This tweet blew up. Okay. Like, yeah, this definitely takes skill for sure. Like you would have to learn to do this, but like, do you think it's easier to learn how to do this or to like learn to be a doctor or a lawyer? Or like when people say low skill versus high skill, usually they're talking about the percentage of people that can achieve a skill and the level of training required. It did not take this man 4 years to be able to put the jug in the tube like this, right? Not to take anything away from his work, but I feel that people are so disillusioned and want the world to be perfectly fair and capitalist bad because our society is so easy nowadays. Have we created soft-minded individuals? Or do you think these people have always been around? I mean, kind of, but I mean, it's better to have soft-minded individuals than a society full of people where everybody thinks everybody should be fucked. So it's not like necessarily a bad thing. We just have to like adjust our expectations and our understanding of reality appropriately so that we can maximize all the outcomes for people, basically, right?
That actually
Confidence
shows
in
from an
one's
anthropology
opinions.
standpoint.
Give it a look. It's
Yeah,
not pleasant.
because no, like even from a practical standpoint of what I've experienced in my life, I treat two very distinct populations of where I practice medicine, where I have people who live in the wealthy community where my hospital exists, and then I have people who are coming in for the community health aspect of it, charity care aspect, perhaps that are employed by the people who are very wealthy.
As someone who has been super low on the totem pole and incredibly high, the gap from unskilled to skilled is like 2 steps in sitting inside an office. If you think that, then you either work in a shitty office environment or you are a shitty office person, or maybe you were an incredibly competent lower totem pole worker. But also, I mean, it really depends on the type of job that you work, and it depends on, there's a lot of variables in there. The reality is there's a lot of shitty workers up and down the entire totem pole. I'm going to be honest, I want to fight with you intuitively on that because I think that like middle managers are some of the most important people in society in terms of facilitating work and projects and everything. But as a low skill worker, I also knew a lot of incompetent loser management people. So, I mean, I get it. Like there are people that suck at their job, but the reality is there's more people qualified to work at level 1 than there are at level 2, than there are at level 3, than there are at level 4. Like, wait, don't tell me Destiny actually advocated that physicians should make less money. 1, I never said that. 2, wait, even if I did say that, what would be the problem? What do you think an appropriate salary for a doctor is? Should they make infinite money? If let's say tomorrow a doctor said we should make $1 million a year, would you agree with that? Destiny, the only useless job is Agile Scrum Master. Just because you're too autistic to tell everybody what you're working on, okay, during your stand-up, doesn't mean you can disrespect the Scrum Master, and that's why you're banned.
And I see the problems that where I practice medicine,
sorry.
where
For the 15th time, we're going to replay this.
I have people who live in the wealthy community where my hospital exists. And then I have people who are coming in for the community health aspect of it, charity care aspect, perhaps that are employed by the people who are very wealthy. And I see the problems that they experience, their logic by how they approach the world, and the strategies that they each use to survive. And they're radically different in terms of looking at them on paper, but they're radically appropriate given their situation. I think if
you're being very charitable.
I think if you're a single mother who's working 2 jobs, have 2 children, one of which that's struggling academically, you don't have the capacity or time to think about what a better world looks like for certain subsets of individuals.
He's going to say, a 135 IQ Jewish mother with high conscientiousness would never have 2 children and be single.
You're trying to be as practical and create the guardrails for the success of your immediate family. I think looking down upon that as dumb or wrong, I think misses the point of how that person got there.
I see where these guys are going to butt heads the entire show, because Dr. Mike, good version, is trying to avoid the normative judgment that comes along with like calling a person dumb or saying a person can't navigate an environment a certain way or is prioritizing certain things. And Dr. Mike evil version is going to say that they're still dumb. I am shedding the lefties. My prediction is I'm going to watch this video and I'm going to probably agree with the Dr. Mike evil version more than the Dr. Mike good version, but only slightly. But I'm also going to understand completely where Dr. Mike good version is coming from. And I would even caveat and say we might have a better world if we have more of the Dr. Mike good version than the Dr. Mike evil version, even if the Dr. Mike evil version is somebody I would agree with more. But let's see.
And therefore, we're judging a whole group of people for making a decision that, had we been in that situation, we would have made the same exact decision.
So like that's, he's going to disagree.
You don't agree.
You don't agree.
So like, oh God, this is so awkward. Well, no, it's not really. I will use a personal example. Financially, I was in a really, really, really bad spot when I first got into streaming. On the verge of losing my house, behind on multiple bills. My life was pretty fucked. I never, ever, ever took a payday loan, and I never floated credit card debt. Because in my mind, I'm like, if I lose my house, lose my whatever. Like if I lose it, I lose it. Why the fuck would I also myself with payday loans? It's financially, it's retarded. There's no point. If I foreclose, I foreclose. Fuck it, right? But that's only because I had the intelligence, however biological, whatever, versus I went to a decent school and knew finance or whatever and wasn't math retarded, because I knew that. So even in similar or identical situations, somebody with more education, IQ, conscience, whatever the bullshit, whatever you want to measure, even in the exact same situation, people can make at least marginally better decisions. Now, maybe not like supremely better decisions, but at least marginally better decisions. Yeah, I'll say that.
Agree.
No.
Why is that?
Boy. So, a couple caveats. We're speaking in statistical generalities. So we're not trying to paint an entire group of people anyway. The group of people we're painting is also a statistical abstraction. It's not an actual group of people you can point to. One example of this is people talk about the poor, but like something like a third of the poor are just like people who just graduated high school. Most of them will end up quite wealthy. They're just at the wrong time of life. So you can't group them in with their...
I don't know what he means by that. Most of them will end up quite wealthy. They just graduated high school. As in like at the end of their life, they'll have like $1 million because they've saved for retirement, or I don't know what he means by that.
Various other demographic groups that are poor consistently throughout their lives.
And when you talk about the rich, it's about how much money they have,
right?
Or how much they earn this year, because as Thomas Sowell says,
that's not always
that changes every year,
all the time,
because the people that are extremely wealthy may not have earned a lot this year.
Sure. And they're also within any kind of category. Let's just say poor people. They're vastly different kinds of people in that, with vastly different kinds of behavioral patterns.
This is true.
But the behavioral patterns seem to be the number one correlate of what continues to keep you poorer than average or continues to push you on the trajectory of wealthier than average eventually.
Okay, that's true.
So when we say on average poor people do X, Y, Z, you can give me millions of counterexamples of poor people being very diligent, very organized, very conscientious, very thoughtful, and very coordinated in their action. And those people are much less likely to remain poor than the fraction of poor people that have the opposite of those characteristics. So when you look at wealthier people and poor people on average, you tend to find that wealthier people on average.
Ooh, there's like a very, 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 like there's a thing that you can say abstractly that's true, which is that, but it's like the most politically incorrect statement you could ever make, which is that 6 million was not enough. No, I'm just kidding. That wealthier people on average are probably better people than poor people on average. And there's a whole bunch of like correlative data that would probably show that on average, they're probably more empathetic, more compassionate, more intelligent, more whatever. But that gets into very uncomfortable areas. But
more conscientious, more goal-driven, more...
Oh, shit. Keep saying it. Okay.
That have the opposite of those characteristics. So when you look at wealthier people and poor people on average, you tend to find that wealthier people on average more conscientious, more goal-driven, more organized, clear thinkers about things. They have lots of feelings just like everyone else, but they don't let the feelings take over as much as people who on average who are poor. But the averages kind of belie...
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that their intuitions are just better because they've been shaped and hammered and trained to be better. Now, whether that training was a response of their biological response to certain environments, or whether the environments themselves crafted or whatever, a certain response, like, I just think it's, you have to be careful not to put the cart before the horse.
Take over as much as people about things. They have lots of feelings just like everyone else, but they don't let the feelings take over as much as people who on average will.
Like when you say they don't let their feelings take over as much on average, right? If me and a person from a much different background were in an area where something happened and the cops showed up, they might have an intuition to run immediately from the cops, and I might have an intuition to, hang back and talk as much as I can to the cops. That's not because I'm more deliberative and contemplative than the other person and want to see what's better for society. That's just because that's like my intuition, right? I came from at least growing up, until I was over 13, like upper middle class background, pretty trustworthy of cops in general. Even past that, I've never had problems with cops. Like I'll talk to cops, like, oh, it doesn't bother me that much. Yeah, but that's not like a contemplative, ethical, compassionate decision for society and rule of law. That's just like my intuition. So, and I think that you can probably extrapolate that or expand that to a lot of things. If I get into a car accident with somebody, I'm probably I can't even conceive of doing like a hit and run. We're probably gonna pull over and stop and trade insurance and yeah, we'll do whatever you have to do at a car accident. But that's not because I'm more contemplative or deliberative. Like the idea of doing a hit and run, that doesn't even like enter my mind. Like I wouldn't even consider that. That just seems insane to me. Like, am I going to be on the run?
The fact that it really goes, they are thinkers about things. They have lots of feelings just like everyone else, but they don't let the feelings take over as much as people who on average who are poor. But the averages kind of belie the fact that it really goes individual by individual. And whether or not you're rich or poor, you have no doubt, well, maybe no doubt, some people are not capable of having as many social interactions, but you've met at least 4 kinds of people, likely. Poor person who is like just a really conscientious, really organized, really thoughtful, calm person who's very intelligent, very motivated to improve their circumstance, even if they've been dealt a nasty hand, like they had married someone who was really good to them. That person died in an automobile accident, left them with 3 children, and now they work 2 jobs, and they're doing their goddamn best. That person and their children.
I don't know how that would apply here. Close enough.
That person and their children, through the genetic relatedness of having those features inherited from them and the very nice father that unfortunately was taken too early, their children and them will probably be, over time, on average, expectedly rising through the income strata because...
Oh, man. I don't know what Dr. Mike's background, or the evil Mike's bald Mike. I don't know what his background is in terms of like researching this stuff, but he's getting dangerously close to a lot of Nazi talking points. I shouldn't say Nazi talking points, alt-right talking points. that return to the mean.
They're just good at stuff. That's just who they are. They don't spend excessively. They don't make impulsive decisions as often, so on and so forth. So that's subtype number 1. Subtype number 2 of a poor person is when you like hang around them for long enough. You like, don't say this to them personally, but you could be like, motherfucker, I'll tell you why you're poor. God damn it. You spend all of your money. You're addicted to like 10 different things. You have an I don't give a attitude about basically everything. You've never invested a dime in improving yourself in any way whatsoever. You're rude to everyone around you. How are you possibly going to make money and hold on to it? In almost impossibility.
This is true, but this is why the goal should be to create better environments, right? Is to remove people's ability to make certain bad choices, if that makes sense, right? This is why you should outlaw or make highly regulated things like payday loans, because some people, given the proclivity to make a bad choice, will make a bad choice. There's nothing wrong with that.
2 subtypes of poor people.
So for that second subtype, is that caused by society, a societal situation, or is that a genetic situation?
It's a combination of the two, but genetics explains much more of the variance as far as literature I've consumed. Because both subtypes of poor people are exposed to roughly the same social influences, and it does not affect everyone the same way. There are some cultural elements there that have to be thrown in, because there's kind of like society writ large, there's genetics, but there's also an intermediary variable, culture. How do you process society and express society writ large? There's genetics, but there's also an intermediary variable, culture. How do you process society and express your genetics? There's probably something to say for culture, though based on the more recent behavioral genetic data that I've seen, people in some sense secrete their culture based on their genetics, at least to some great degree.
Okay. One of the most valuable things that I learned, oh my God, if you have the time, we watched this a long time ago. Robert Sapolsky has a whole lecture series on human behavioral evolution, behavioral biology. Such a good series, a lot of time. But don't stop viewing things as nature versus nurture, or like genes versus environment. The reality is that genes always express themselves in an environment, always. They need each other. And that to view them ever as a clean dichotomy is completely missing the point. There are traits that are going to be more genetically or biologically influenced than other traits. That is true, but the gene is required for that phenotype, for the trait expression, but the environment is also required for that phenotype expression. For instance, let's say I look up the heritability of alcoholism, okay? Alcoholism is moderately heritable with estimates of heritability ranging from 40 to 70%. Let me see if I can get this exactly correct. Heritability means how much of the change of a variable from one person to another is explained by genetics, I believe. Whether or not somebody is alcoholic maybe is, 55%? Explained maybe, or whether or not somebody will be or won't be is 55% explained by genetic factors, right? However, imagine you have a society that has no alcohol. This doesn't matter. This is irrelevant now. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter how likely it is that you'll be alcoholic or not. It doesn't matter. This phenotype can't express itself. Literally, you can't drink. There's nothing to drink. Same thing with, you can look at other factors as well. You can breed the most genetically superior, powerful NBA players, whatever the fuck ever. And if you don't feed them enough growing up, they're going to be short. And they're not going to be as physically powerful as they would be otherwise, because they just don't have enough food to develop. Doesn't matter what their genetic profile is. Again, not to say that genes don't matter. They obviously do. But the environment is incredibly important too, as are the genes, but both are always working in tandem with each other. You can never really like separate one from the other. They're always working in tandem with each other.
Like if you're the kind of person that's born into even a family of very highly unconscientious people, but you have a lot of trait conscientiousness, and they introduce you to a very low conscientiousness culture, like just f it, do whatever, YOLO, you probably, as you mature into teenagehood, will be like, this sucks. I need the f out of here. You know, like the small town, get me out of here. I'm not made for this kind of thing.
That exists.
We have 2 of those people so far, 2 archetypes of very rough, right?
And there's also, just to finish that point, I think there's a protective factor if you're in the correct social group.
Would you have a convo about this with Dr. Mike? If you wanted to, yeah. I'm not actually sure like how much we would actually disagree on though. I feel like most of our conversation would be just me telling him like, I feel like you're a little bit too strong with these statements. Maybe, I don't know. But actually this Dr. Mike might just say what I literally just said. So who knows?
Protective factor if you're in the correct social group. So how many kids that may, let's say genetically, have an issue with addiction, with lack of delayed gratification ability, all those factors that we label as potentially successful. Like they have low levels of that. But if they're in the right social class, they're born wealthy into a wealthy family in the United States, will they make mistakes and suffer consequences? Absolutely. But it's protective in the way that they're not going to become drastically poor.
Because they don't have the opportunities to make those choices, right? I was going to bring this up yesterday with Adam. When you talk about, like, for instance, selling drugs or getting involved in a lot of trouble as a child, if you come from a background like mine, it's really hard to do that. If you go to a preppy high school or even a good public high school, right? You've got to be to school early for band practice or for some, athletic training. After school, you might stay late because you also do, a sport or something, or maybe you've got like school aftercare programs, and then mom or dad comes by and they pick you up and then you go home. Like, when are you going to sell drugs? Or when are you going to do some shit? You don't even really have time to. It's not even in your schedule. There's a saying that is incredibly true, which is idle hands are the devil's plaything? People that sit around, especially children, and have nothing to do will fuck or do shit. That's always what will happen. You've got a dick, people have pussies, you fuck people, you make kids, that's just a natural human thing, or you get up into some shit because you're a kid. What the fuck else? You're not going to work a job. You're not going to go be an architect. You're going to go do some stupid shit. That's just what you do as kids. There's nothing else to do, right? So if kids don't have a bunch of shit to keep them busy, yeah, you get up to some shit. That's just what happens. So yeah, even taking a person with potentially negative proclivities and sticking them in a more positive environment could theoretically give them, be protective in that they don't have an opportunity to express those negative things.
You just made category 3 of the 4. So category 3 is people
who have genetics or conscientiousness, but are in good environments.
Who come from wealth, but exhibit very low conscientiousness.
Yeah.
And they tend to have that protective buffer. But he's going to say on the aggregate, these people over time are going to get with other people over time, and they're going to drift lower. Work your way through any protective buffer, and through multiple generations of low conscientious individuals, you can lose absolutely everything and just become absolutely destitute, no problem.
Which is probably true. Yeah.
Let's say gambling addiction can cancel out every single bit of generational wealth in a
that's true.
Matter of minutes, if you think about it.
Not really.
Definitely
minutes,
hours and days, for sure years. Profound drug addiction. I would like to believe in a world in which people who have a huge proneness to drug addiction, you simply give them the right access to care and they're better. Mike, you've seen the data on drug recovery rates. It's not pretty. A lot of wealthy people who have all the resources who are prone to drug addiction just continue to, I'm not going to name any celebrities, continue to struggle with it their entire lives. And so yes, the buffer is real, but we can't paint the buffer too strongly as like, you're never going to be poor. Oh, you can recess down.
Yeah,
no
what the
problem.
data...
Much easier to lose than to gain.
Yeah, what the data shows about specifically, let's say, substance abuse is quite interesting in that if you look at people who are struggling with substance abuse in decade 3 of their life, checking back in with them at decade 5, the odds that they still have a substance abuse issue.
I'm going to guess when he says issue, does he mean like not in remission or not being like managed, or does he mean like still full blown? Ooh, substance use disorder. Okay, so let's think. My inclination is to say very high, like 80%. However, there's going to be a bit of a bias in that if you still have a substance use disorder, you're more likely to die from the substance itself or complications than if you cure it. So that is going to mean that you're going to be selecting for more people to have survived. So that percentage would drop. And then you've also got the fact that people do get treatment because obviously there's a lot of bad outcomes and you're either forced into it, you get arrested or something else. I'm going to guess 50% is for pussies. That's a weak number. If you have I'm going to guess 65% still have it. Okay.
Is not as high as you think it would be. So
What is it?
really a lot of time
No, you're not going to give a number? Wait.
checking back in with them at decade 5, the odds that they still have a substance abuse issue is not as high as you think it would be. So really a lot of time.
Percentage of people who recover from substance use disorder. Based on research on CD, 3 out of 4 people, 75% recover from addiction. Of the 29 million adults with a substance use problem, 72.2% consider themselves to be in recovery, would have recovered from their drug or alcohol use problem. Huh, I wonder what that means. The CDC reports that the relapse rate is 40 to 60%. Well, that's closer to my 65%. Although this may seem high, these numbers are lower than the 50 to 70% relapse rate of asthma and hypertension. Well, that's quite the comparison. Okay. Destiny, if he said the number, would you blindly trust him? I mean, he's a doctor who's citing a thing. I would at least appreciate to hear the number. I mean, we can still look it up, but can you clarify your take on CEOs are not employees? I don't understand your rationalization for the CEOs are hired by the board of the company and can be fired at any time if they fail to execute on the board's plans. They are subject to employee protocols and procedures that receive the same benefits as other employees in the company. I'm curious as to why they wouldn't be considered employees. C-level executives, if they were an employee, I would just call them an executive. It's not the same type of thing as like just an ordinary like W-2 wage earner, although theoretically, can you compensate a CEO exclusively on W-2 earning? I actually don't know. I'm sure you could, but like a C-level executive is going to be different than like an ordinary worker, I would say. They're just a different, and also like generalizing that would be very, very, very hard across all industries. Like what is a CEO like? Like my guess is, if I had to guess, the average wage or median of a CEO might even be negative or zero, just because of how many businesses fail or are not profitable. The mean is probably absurdly high because I'm sure the average is weighted insanely highly by like the top performing C-level execs, like for people like the Bezoses and the Elons. That's just, it's like such a varied industry. I don't know if I would ever say like, oh, well, a CEO makes this much money. It just doesn't, it's too hard to generalize. And it's, yeah. Aren't you a CEO? On a strict level, I think no, I would just be an owner because I don't have a C-level structured corporation. I just have an LLC that's taxed as an S corp that I'm not even sure what the purpose is anymore. Figuring out addiction stats as complete AIDS, definition of terms is effing ridiculous. Yeah, I'm sure it could be difficult.
Checking back in with them at decade 5, the odds that they still have a substance abuse issue is not as high as you think it would be. So really a lot of times it's about buying time to get past this issue by a means of risk reduction. And that could be taking a pharmaceutical medication to get you off of that medicine, even though it has side effects. It could mean trading one unhealthy habit like substance abuse for a healthier one. How many people cope
Fitness?
Yeah, with issues in their lives through abusing themselves in fitness or maybe overusing testosterone because before they were addicted to heroin and they've gotten off heroin, but they still miss that rush or whatever it is,
Sure.
and they're getting it elsewhere in a slightly less negative way.
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting to see how if you look at humans in one point in their life, that doesn't always equate. Like we say people who have substance abuse. The same way that it's unfair to say people who are rich
Yeah.
this year or earn the most this year, the top 1% this year, it's not going to be next year.
Yeah.
The same holds true.
So Mike here is trying to avoid essentializing these characteristics to people. And he's giving like the more like tabula rasa. They're going to end before somebody uses that exact term. Tabula rasa or is it rasa? Approach. Like, well, every human could do anything at any point in time. And evil Mike, bald Mike, is going to come more probably from the, well, actually, you're probably far more likely to end up in a certain place, even if you're doing okay at a particular point in time.
Or earn the most this year, the top 1% this year, it's not going to be next year.
Yeah.
The same holds true for people with substance abuse.
Yeah, and every other factor as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an excellent point. But
I feel like his response is still going to be the same, right? But these are still going to be heavily determined by biological factors, regardless of which group you're in.
the other last category is people who are relatively wealthy already and also have high trade conscientiousness. And those individuals tend to have extreme amounts of continual success and aggregate high amounts of intergenerational wealth.
Why is, I actually don't know the answer to this. Is conscientiousness really the most highly correlated of the big five to success? Most important trait, 5-factor. Whenever somebody, I think Jordan Peterson, I think this is like one of the more common ones that's used now. When people want to do like a personality inventory, like the Myers-Briggs is bullshit. But I think this is the biggest one I think that's used right now. So openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. I think these are your big personality traits. And then I think there are subcategories to each. So openness to experience measures like how much curiosity do you have about the world and how much you're willing to explore that versus like being, I guess, like kind of like rigidly like stuck in a pattern or cautious. Conscientiousness is like, are you efficient and organized with your time versus like doing drugs and going out and being like wacky and crazy. Extroversion is, I think it's just extroversion, right? How outgoing you are for other people and talking to people versus kind of like staying at home all day like a fucking neat loser. Agreeableness, friendly and compassionate versus critical / judgmental. Agreeableness, I don't know if this is always a good trait or not. And neuroticism has to do with like how sensitive you are to things like criticism or just sensitivity or nervousness or anxiety in general versus like how resilient are you in the face of adversity and shit like that, I think. I don't know how accurate my summaries are there. That's my understanding of it, but I think this is the wait, I don't have to think about it. I'm going to just look it up. Most popular personality inventory. Yeah, like I think you can have, there's probably pros and cons to both sides. So like if you're a highly agreeable person, I think you're more manipulatable. If you're a highly disagreeable person, you might be more prickly. People don't want to talk to you because you're like super mean to everybody. Stuff like that, yeah. Somebody with ultra high conscientiousness might be a little bit autistic or schizoid. You're just like super trapped in like patterns or whatever it may be. But heroin profile. Why wouldn't they do ocean along the bottom? Why would they do neo AC? Cringe. So people that do heroin are highly neurotic compared to the baseline, which makes sense, I think, right? I don't know if that's generalizable, but heroin is a downer, so it alleviates anxiety and stress. I think in general, downers do, right? E is for extroversion, so they're slightly less extrovert, I guess. O is openness to experience. I imagine that's fairly high or higher than the baseline in most drug users, would be my guess, if you're open to using drugs. They tend to be more disagreeable and they tend to be less conscientious. Makes sense. You're abusing a drug. Agreeableness, I don't really know in terms of that, but.
I've met, so I have high trait conscientiousness. And those individuals tend to have extreme amounts of continual success and aggregate high amounts of intergenerational wealth. I've met a few folks who are from old money. And one of the things that stood out to me about them was how many of them were just mega degenerate losers, totally just riding it out. Mm-hmm. What also stuck out is how many of them were just unbelievably awesome, kind, conscientious people that you're like, I can tell you why your parents were successful because you're related to them and you got the same thing. Like I know at least one person who came from money, and he's on like his third $100 million business creation all by himself. No help from mom and dad in any capacity. Just like,
well, I can't believe that. No help from mom and dad. If you have a protective buffer behind you, the amount of risk you're willing to take on is going to be greatly different.
I have an exact counterpoint to that as an intellectual exercise. If you have no impetus to succeed because it doesn't matter because you're already rich, you have arguably much less drive to make it. People who came from very little, always recount the fact that it's because they came from very little that lit them up and made them drive. Whereas we're all familiar with the trope of the wealthy person that like goes to Dartmouth, but like they take whatever classes they feel like taking because who gives a shit? Dad did hedge funds and I don't have to do anything.
I feel like there are so many countervailing forces here. I don't know if I would ever, I don't even know how you would begin to stereotype where one is likely to fall, right? Because like, we can imagine, okay, a poor person, well, they have nothing in life. Their back's against the wall. They have the drive to succeed. It's the only way they're going to be. Like, you can romanticize that, you know? my parents came from nothing. I'm going to be the first one to get a degree. But then you can also be like, okay, well, my parents are poor, so I could be poor. Who the fuck cares? Everyone around me sucks, so life sucks. Who cares? Life's not fair. I don't care. Like, you could just as easily have that opinion. Same thing with rich people. You could say like, well, you know, I go to a rich school. My parents are rich anyway. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Fuck it. I'll do whatever. I'm going to be fine. Or, you know, like, fuck, my whole family are high achievers. I've got 2 siblings. Like, they're working on their masters and PhDs. Like, I have a lot of pressure to succeed. I feel like you could apply these pressures either way. My guess is going to be on the aggregate. Wealthy people are probably pressured to be more successful, and poor people are probably not pressured to be that successful, just because of how the numbers play out. I don't even think Evil Mike would disagree with this.
Because who gives a shit? Dad did hedge funds, and I don't have to do anything. So how do you traverse that?
The way that I think about it is they want to do better than whatever goalpost was set for them.
It's all narrativized stories from Evil Mike. Well, they're both narrativizing right now. I don't know if Mike said anything I disagree with. Sometimes I feel like he leans a little bit too hard into a point, but I don't think Evil Mike has said anything I disagree with at all.
You know,
why are you calling him Good and Evil Mike? I don't know. He looks like an evil Mike, and the other guy looks like a good Mike. So there's Good and Evil Mike.
We're speaking of tropes. Daddy didn't love me because he thought he was more successful than me, so I'm going to outdo him.
Oh yeah, sure, okay. Oh yeah, fuck. But this guy keeps bringing up all my counter arguments. I should just like play his arguments, I guess.
Or my dad started a $1 billion company. I want to make a $10 billion company.
Sure.
I think that motivation still exists for that individual.
Definitely, but it also I think works the other way, where people who have seen close to the bottom really don't like to be close to the bottom.
Like, I feel like he's arguing this, but he wouldn't believe this in the aggregate, right? Because if that was the case, then poverty or adverse childhood experiences would be the biggest motivator for people to succeed, and they're clearly not. They're clearly negative for you in the aggregate, right?
And they're maybe less likely to be lazy about things and just let it ride.
Sure, but how much do connections matter? Like coming to America for us.
Almost not at all.
Come on, that's complete nonsense.
Almost not at all.
Come on, that's complete nonsense. I'll even give you a practical, simple takeaway from it. Moving to America, not having a connection for a plumber, a car repair person, a dentist, versus someone who has all that, and then that frees them up to have the time to work.
I don't think when people talk about connections, I don't think they're usually talking about having a dentist and a oil change guy, but
more, to achieve more, to have the buddy-buddy relationship of a grant going their way is an inherent advantage.
Yeah.
So how can we say that it's not?
Yeah, it's short-term advantage. It definitely makes things easier in the short term for you.
I don't know if he's going to say this. I'm just pausing to say things that they end up saying anyway. I think what connections do for you is connections create opportunities. Now, whether or not you can seize the opportunity is up to you, but connections just create more opportunities. So it's possible that a person with no connections maybe was a person who could have succeeded, but they just never had the opportunity in life to do so, whereas a person with a lot of connections will have a lot of opportunities. So if they're poised to do well, they'll have the opportunity to do well, right?
But usually that stuff doesn't last. So if you have somebody who's been connected into business, like dad was in the industry, said, hey, hire my son, you know, that sort of thing.
Sure. Nepotism.
Business is ruthless. I don't give a fuck who you're related to. If you're related to dad and he said, hire you, I'll hire you. You don't perform and your stock trading isn't up to standard, I'm going to hire some dude from China that's a fucking merc. And he doesn't give a fuck. And I don't know him. I don't know his parents.
There's so much nepotism. There's so many people who are terrible at their jobs at the highest levels.
Yeah.
Probably not. Unfortunately, people don't like to hear this, and it sounds bad, but that's probably not true. There probably aren't a ton of people that are really bad at their jobs at the highest levels, because if that was true, those companies would be gone, and other more efficient companies with better performers would probably come in. The reality is, and this is the same answer that you give to people that obsess over fucking DEI and obsess over fucking affirmative action. People view qualified individuals like this, okay? To where, like, qualified are like, it moves like this. This guy's more qualified, and this guy's more qualified, and this guy's more qualified. And like, this is the most qualified dude right here. And we could go with this guy, but he's a little bit less qualified. We could go with this guy, and then they got people on here. But the reality is qualifications for jobs probably look something more more like this, like more like a step function, where it's like, okay, this guy can do that, and like these people, and like there's people that are like way more clustered around, you know, these types of levels, rather than, you know, this like continual linearly increasing function of like slightly more qualified people all along this scale, probably just like, so a lot of people that are nepotistic or they probably are good enough for the job and they fit in the bucket and that's it. And like, there's going to be like a decent amount of wiggle room where a much better performer is probably not going to do that much better of the job because there's not much room for it. Like it's probably on the aggregate, that's how it goes.
Many, but it's much rarer than you may think. And there are also so many people at the highest levels that are just good. And over time, especially the free market, now government's slightly different, but the free market, private institutions,
I always tell people that job interviews are just a measure of how annoying it would be to work with you. If you aren't good, it's annoying. If you're an asshole, it's annoying. Yeah, like at job interviews, like they're not, like even at places like Google or Amazon, they're not trying to figure out like, I think that in a high stress coding environment where Jeff Bezos has demanded a new product, we have to deliver this by Friday. I need the guy that can code this in 4.5 minutes instead of the guy that can code it in 4 minutes and 45 seconds. I need a guy who's memorized every single possible library and every single blah, blah. Like it's more just like, yeah, like these people, they have about equivalent skills. This guy seems autistic as fuck and doesn't seem like he showers. This other dude told a funny joke. I want the guy that told the funny joke in because he's going to be way better to work with. It's probably more like that, right? Like I don't know if there's any job on the aggregate of the US where people are like, this guy is like a 2% improvement in skill over this guy. Like probably not. It's probably buckets of qualified people for jobs.
People at the highest levels that are just good. And over time, especially the free market, now government's slightly different, but the free market, private institutions, private companies grotesquely over-reward capability versus anything else.
Grotesquely over-reward capability. Again, I feel like he's just a little, like, I don't believe that there are all of these totally incompetent nepotistic losers because I just think that they would be weeded out. It wouldn't make a lot of money. You would be fine. It'd be bad business. But grotesquely over-reward capability, I don't know if I would agree with that. I guess I don't really have like a factual foundation to fight it on. That just intuitively feels wrong, but I don't agree.
You ever been inside Google, and no offense to anyone, all jokes, all love and respect, Google, all the companies associated with that tech sphere, bro, it's like 1/2 of the nation of India. Is there some kind of thing where people just love Indians at tech companies? No, they're fucking mercs, dude. They're fucking good. They're just good. And like, I'm going to hire people that are good. And it's also, we like to hold two thoughts in our heads at the same time about, you know, the myth of the, maybe not myth, the exaggerated form of the greedy capitalist. It's both a nepotistic asshole and a greedy asshole.
But you can't be greedy and nepotistic at the same time because your business wouldn't make money if you were only doing favors for family members. You'd be losing money. So you're not, yeah.
Nepotism and greed don't work very well together because if I'm greedy enough, I don't need you, my son, working for my company because you're flubbing. I need Garaj Patel working for my company because he fucking comes in at 6 a.m. I don't think he ever leaves. His portfolio looks like someone make believe it into existence. I want to get this guy. Who is the current, was it CEO of Microsoft or is it Google?
The only difference though, that I would say is, so the thing I would be, fuck, am I being reductionist on everything? I don't think I am. The only thing I would say though is, so where I just said that employees probably don't work like this. It's probably more like a stepladder function. Nepotism can exist here because my guess is going to be that success for most businesses is also probably like a stepladder function. So let's say that you have a guy who's making $150,000 a year as a small business owner, doing pretty good. Small business owner, you net $150,000 a year from your business. Let's say that you could hire one of those mercs and he could make your business $180,000 a year instead of $150,000 a year. You might prefer to keep your son hired over hiring a guy that would be better at the job. Because nepotistically, you prefer to pay your son $50,000 a year than to pay some random Indian dude $60,000 a year who could make you even more money because it's your son, you know? So nepotism could exist in this way as well. And that, like, I don't know if a small business owner especially is looking to optimize every single part of his business to be the most optimal income earning generating machine ever. It's probably not true. At the highest levels, probably true, right? I don't know if Google and Amazon are hiring, you know, like Sun Google and Sun Amazon to work in these huge positions. They're probably a lot more cutthroat. But for the majority of businesses in America, they probably aren't like ultra optimizing that much, you know?
Who believes his portfolio looks like someone make believe it into existence? I want to get this guy. Who is the current, was it CEO of Microsoft or is it Google? One of the guys is like an Indian dude, right?
Yeah. I think,
where did he come from? Where was his advantage?
What I've seen, anecdotally speaking, the practical version of what you're saying is you're the greedy asshole that hires his son, who's inept, and benefits from the hard labor of the Indian dude without paying them fairly. I think that's the more reality
And
of
then
what
the
a
Indian
greedy
dude's
person
smarter
is.
than all of you, and the Indian dude gets a startup going, and he crushes you and buys out your company.
I don't think it always necessarily works that way, but
How often do we see that happening?
All the time.
I feel like the big companies that have been in power are still in power. The blue chip companies.
Google was founded by a Russian immigrant in the 90s.
Yeah, this is during a period of transition of new technology, of a new industry being.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how relevant do you think your experience working in a casino in Nebraska 20 plus years ago is to any modern workplace? I think there are probably a lot of things in a workplace that probably never change. There are probably always shitty bosses. There are probably always shitty coworkers. And I guarantee you there are always shitty customers. There are some rules of service work that have probably been the same fucking since the very first caveman opened a store and tried to sell a rock to an entitled fucking customer, okay?
During a period of transition of new technology, of a new industry being formed, as opposed to an old industry being taken over.
So which industries are the ones that are like the old boys still?
Disney.
Oh, Mike has, evil Mike has a killer argument if he wants to go full libertarian here. Will he see it? So Dr. Mike here, good Mike, brings up Disney as an example of an old boys company. If evil Mike wanted to fight from a libertarian perspective, you go, you know what, I agree, Disney is a problem. But why do you think Disney is able to protect their old money so much? Because of government regulation. In a libertarian free market world, Disney wouldn't exist. It's the government and their rent-seeking behavior that allows them to entrench themselves so much.
Over.
So which industries are the ones that are like the old boys still?
Disney.
Disney's not an industry. Disney's one company.
Well, Disney.
Well, is that true? I feel like Disney is the movie industry. What percentage of box office sales went to Disney 2023? In 2023, Disney alone accounted for over 1/4 of the box office revenue in the U.S. and Canada. Not as high as I thought. Still, it's a lot though. 25%. Jesus. In 2023, these people say 16.2%. Behind Universal. Oh, I wonder why it's different here.
Disney's industry is media, it's amusement parks, it's entertainment,
Sure.
sports. You don't see brilliant engineers taking over sports teams.
You think the profit margin on sports teams is
Huge.
is it?
For the ownership of sports teams, is it though? It wouldn't surprise me if it's actually not that big and people buy them as this is my passion project play money thing. But I'm curious, I don't know. How much do NBA team owners profit? I have no idea. I think the NBA is private, so I don't think you can find numbers on it. There's nothing publicly listed for any,
Is the margin huge or is the revenue?
The valuation is huge of change.
Sure.
That's the real value.
Sure.
And nowadays you can't buy a sports team. It is now firms that are run by the same 10 people that are buying sports teams.
10 people is not, so I'd say 10 people are probably ruthlessly competitive against each other.
Sure.
It's a very competitive landscape. Another thing is, to the point of behavioral genetics, one of the reasons that nepotism actually still can be tracked statistically is because nepotism on average works. Because if you're a real smart dad and you had a great company, yeah, your son might suck relative to everyone else at the company because they're all studs. But compared to the average person, your son's a killer. And so over time, I think you see this effect that can be labeled as purely nepotistic. But in reality, we're just tracing the effects of behavioral genetics. Like people related to really smart, really capable people are on average smarter and more capable than everybody else. And so a huge degree of nepotism can be accounted just sheerly based on that. And over long historical trends, nepotism has a way of not working out so well because private enterprise does not care about nepotism. So the Paul brothers, I don't know which one of them made the Prime drink. You know, the Prime
Logan.
drink, sugar water, Logan Paul.
This is probably broadly true, but maybe a little bit too strong of a statement, but I probably morally agree with this. Like, really intelligent people probably tend to have really intelligent kids, so it makes sense that they're probably going to work with you if they want to go into a similar line of work. Like, I wouldn't say that a hire is purely nepotistic just because it's like a family member. So like, cut the stream, August, don't show this. So like, for instance, like Hassan, we joke and we insult him as being a Nepo baby or whatever, but like Hassan is good at what he does. Did he have the opportunity to work for those companies because of nepotism? Yeah, sure. Nepotism presented the opportunity, but it's not like he's only there because of nepotism. He's more popular than anybody else, arguably, who came from the Young Turks. No, I wouldn't say that actually, right? Because Dave Rubin and a whole bunch of other crazy people came from there. But like, it's obvious that there's like a lot of work and everything as well. So maybe there's just a Turkish gene pool of politically entertaining people in that family. But
it's not sugar water, actually. It's artificial sugar water.
Sweet tasting water with electrolytes and stuff. So,
whose brother just attacked me 2 days ago, actually.
Attacked physically?
Social media.
Oh my God, even worse.
Yeah.
Well, good. You had it coming. And what was the attack about? Now I'm curious.
He called me a book thumping sheep doctor.
What does mean sheep doctor? Oh, like sheep.
He judged
like,
me for reading books, I guess.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, not big on the thinking, that man. Very well.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't think we would have like middle school level bullying in adulthood, but here we are.
I found it interesting. Like, if you were...
What did you say that made him upset? I'm sure he didn't reach out for no reason.
Politico posted that President Trump wrote that he wants to hire RFK for HHS, and he confirmed it. And I wrote, it's a sad day for us in healthcare.
I see.
And he took offense to that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Politics makes the mind go a little crazy at times. Book reading is good, makes you smarter.
Well, apparently not. Apparently makes
not.
you a sheep doctor.
Sure.
And he said I was indoctrinated.
Yeah.
But the doc was in quotes.
Lots of indoctrination going around. I assume he probably mislabeled you, but lots of indoctrination. So you got to take the good with the bad. But I digress.
Yeah. So you're saying the Paul brothers.
The prime drink. It just tastes really good, man.
You like it?
Without nepotism, anyone would be there instead of him and do a better job easily. Wait, versus who? What?
But lots of indoctrination, so you got to take the good with the bad. But I digress.
Yeah. So you're saying the Paul brothers.
The prime drink. It just tastes really good, man.
You like it?
I don't particularly like it. I think it's fine. It's not my
how
favorite.
are you saying it tastes good?
Everyone I've ever talked to around me says it's amazing.
Really?
And they like absolutely. And
okay.
like they're
I feel like
making
it's been split.
Yeah. Sure. It's like, so it tastes good enough for lots of people to buy it.
Right.
And there are no...
Talking about Hassan? Without nepotism, anyone would be there instead of him and do a better job easily. You're just wrong. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. You're just completely, totally incorrect in that. Like, what?
Pepsi Cola hardliners left to defend Pepsi's enterprise. If something's better, people just buy it. Tesla with Elon Musk.
What do you mean? RFK just tweeted that he's going to remove high fructose corn syrup in Coca-Cola and put cane sugar in it, and that's going to fix our problem.
Thank God. Finally, someone looking out for the people.
I mean, like, come on, like, if we're talking about science.
Yeah. So,
and hold on, the whole RFK situation, isn't that the prime example of terrible nepotism in success?
I don't think RFK is a nepotistic thing. I think RFK just really like connects with people in a really simple and plain way.
Mike, come on.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
like,
but how did he?
There's lots of other Kennedys which are really annoying and people
hate. There's a lot of RFKs walking around right now that are not in the level of where he is simply because of his family.
What do you think his family did for him to help him out specifically?
Gave him the last name Kennedy.
Look, what did he use the money for? How did he use the money to become famous?
How did he?
Graduated from Harvard University and the University of Virginia School of Law. Ouch. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not ouch. That was mean. I'm just kidding. I'm sure that helped. No?
He run his presidential campaign? How did he get media? How did he hire
think he used
PR?
private Kennedy money for that?
Of course.
I thought it was fundraising.
He lived. Well, yeah. How do you get fundraisers? How do you get attention? How do you create people to want to pay attention to
Sure,
you?
born famous. I guess just because you're a Kennedy, it's real tough.
Oh, never mind. Hold on. I had no fucking idea about this at all. I'm sorry. I just looked this up. University of Virginia is the 4th ranking law school in the country. What have I heard of for is it T6? Is that what they say? Columbia, I think New York University, I think Harvard and Yale. I don't remember what the other ones are. I didn't know that Virginia was so highly ranked. Never mind. That's good then. Okay. I was going to Harvard for your Harvard is a really, really good law school. Stanford is 1, Yale is 2, University of Chicago is 3, Duke is 4, Harvard is 5, University of Pennsylvania is 6, Virginia, Columbia, New York University, Northwest. Wait, is this? They change every year? Okay, whatever. Top 10 law school. Sorry. Anyway, when people say that they went to Harvard, I'm pretty sure, like 65% sure. When people say they went to Harvard or they brag about going to Harvard, they mean that like they went to Harvard for, or at least for a lawyer, that they went to Harvard for law. They went to Harvard Law School. Not that you got your undergrad at Harvard. I don't know if, I'm sure there are some disciplines where the undergrad at Harvard is like reputable. Maybe what, like poli-sci, or I don't know. What's like who went to Harvard? I'm sure there are, math, maybe math. Do you just do an undergrad in math? You don't do graduate level work in math? But if you were to go to Harvard for an undergrad and then you would go to like a rank 50 or whatever law school, you wouldn't say that like, oh, I went to Harvard. You probably would hide the fact you went to Harvard, would be my guess. But
to get a lot of things going behind you, I think he has some special qualities. I think he comes off as...
Oh my God. Fuck, I just had the worst nightmare in the world. If RFK were to push for cane sugar in Coke instead of high fructose corn syrup, I feel like we actually would see a reduction in things like obesity, and it would be better for America. And people would think it's because high fructose corn syrup is bad for you. But in actuality, it would just be because it's a sugar tax, because cane sugar is more expensive than high fructose corn syrup. So he would do like a retarded policy, but it would end up working because it would just make it more expensive, and then people would consume less of it. And people are like, oh my God.
Pay attention to.
Sure, born famous. I guess just because you're a Kennedy, it's real tough to get a lot of things going behind you. I think he has some special qualities. I think he comes off as incredibly genuine when he's conversing, which is super important. He doesn't have that Hillary Clinton, that Illuminati stare where you're like, there's no one in there, is there?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah, people seem to like it. And so I think that's probably mostly why. Now, obviously, the Kennedy name doesn't hurt. And nepotism in politics is...
Does Destiny not believe HFCS is bad for you? I've never seen anything that shows that high fructose corn syrup is any worse for you than any other type of sugared stuff and anything, but...
A much bigger deal than in economics.
Well, wait, go back to the Paul brothers of it all. I want to see where you're going with that.
The prime drink is good because it's good, and people don't care. They don't care who made it. They're not trying to honor anyone's memory. You don't? You don't think they're buying it because they want to support Logan, or they love Logan, or they think he's cool? No, there's not.
No. I'm pretty sure that prime product is really successful, isn't it? There's no way that anybody is that much of a fucking simp that they just buy this shit. Oh, I love it. Oh. Like it's probably a good drink. I think this is a really successful product, right? Isn't it? I feel like I've heard that. Are they making like a ton of money off of this? Am I wrong? I don't drink this shit. I'm a Red Bull stan.
Not enough people that like him to make the economics work for like regular stores and stuff. Hell no.
You
Most
think
of the people that
random
buy Prime
people
drinks,
that are going in to buy Prime that made it what it is don't know who Logan Paul is?
Oh my God, tons. Yeah, I barely know who Logan Paul is. I think was he a brother named Jake or something like that. I couldn't pick him. I couldn't tell him apart.
I mean, like almost 100 million people watch Jake fight Mike Tyson.
Yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of shows with lots of famous people. I don't go running to buy their drink all the damn time.
Yeah,
right. Because social media creates a parasocial relationship, which is much stronger.
If their drink sucked, and maybe it's not that great, and maybe time will tell. No one gives a shit. No one's buying your drink because it sucks. You can say you like a bunch of stuff. You're not going out of your way to drink a shitty drink. You might do it once or twice. Like, I really wanted to like Jake Paul's drink. Didn't work out. Mm-hmm. If it's good, it's good. And over the long term, people who are able to innovate and create great things rise to the top of the ability to have great wealth and influence. And it doesn't happen quickly in all places, but in a relatively more free economy like that of the United States, it happens at a substantial rate. So while nepotism is still a thing, over the long term, nepotism is really difficult to hold on to unless there's an aggregate effect of nepotism actually making better products and services for people, which is why when you run a Fortune 500 company, and your ass.
If you made a successful drink, you'd assume it wasn't because your audience of thousands of fans didn't influence that. No, you could probably sell like 1 or 2 drops of it, but you wouldn't have success in the long term. I don't think people would continue to consume shitty stuff just because you're trying to sell it to them.
Is on the line for how the stock does. Nepotism becomes a really faint whisper. If someone's like, Google had a bad year, and someone in Google's like, hey, you need to hire my son, the board is going to be like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, we need killers. We need people to turn this thing around. When everyone's ass is on the line, nepotism becomes a cruel joke. And what people really want is raw, ruthless, greedy capitalism, people that can make stuff happen. And over the long term, that means that most of the people that can make stuff happen end up being a real smorgasbord of individuals, most of whom don't have nepotism. You look at all the best people in industry around New York, San Francisco, LA, bro, it's a goddamn rainbow out here. Like I straight up have a policy of hiring as many Nigerians as possible. As I've yet to meet a Nigerian that's not amazing at everything. I don't know. They're very distantly genetically related to me. I don't care. They're just awesome.
What do you take away from the fact that most family businesses fail after 2 or 3 generations? I forgot what the exact
nepotism's not that.
Probably just most businesses in general fail, right?
That great then, huh?
Well, I
think most businesses in general fail within several years. So I'm not sure how to put that statistic in line with the family statistic. You know what I mean?
I think about nepotism and how it demotivates, but those people still have generational wealth that continues to earn them money. So I don't know. But let's move on off the nepotism topic, because I do want to discuss about the topic that you brought up, obesity,
yes,
and how it's impacted by perhaps genetics, social standing. And I've had tons of conversations about this with food industry experts, food political people. Just last week, it's not public yet, but we had an interview with a bariatric surgeon who's a director of the NYU bariatric program here, endocrinologists to talk about GLP-1 medications. And they all kind of have a slightly different take on all of it. So I'm curious what your take is.
Well, they're all wrong. I'm just the smartest.
Obviously, you're Dr. Mike.
And the most handsome.
There's bariatric? Is that like stomach stuff?
When you arrive at the Dr. Mike status, you're just, that's nepotism.
Yeah, that's that.
Right? Like, get on in here. Enjoy the wealth.
Bariatric.
This has been a passion of mine for a long time. Because I'm an astute, dilettante, delusional, recreational student of economics.
There's a lot of verbiage. I failed SAT.
Excellent.
Keep up with that.
Same. So I just made up a few words. And I have been...
I super don't believe that. I bet this motherfucker got a 1500 plus on the SAT. Seriously, though, why do none of those reasons apply to Trump? Does it make him actually good because the people voted for him? Or is it possible that a product can succeed or grifty manipulation? I think it's simply the letter. What are you talking about? A popularity contest is not the same as like market forces. I don't know what you're saying.
And poorer than almost every American because I'm from the Soviet Union. It's a level of poverty that is difficult to comprehend. I was high on edible marijuana one day, and I had this revelation that back when I was younger, and still to this day, I have like an odd nostalgia for the 50s in the United States. Yeah, see, like the good old days.
Mad Men.
That kind of shit. And
he's talking about his brands, like his steaks and NFTs and shit. I think most of the Trump brands are pretty shitty, no? The only thing he really succeeded in was, his most successful brand is probably entertainment, would be my guess, like his Apprentice show, right?
I was like, I think I figured out maybe why. It's because in the 1980s in the Soviet Union, we were kind of economically a similar...
You were saying that Prime isn't a popularity contest, or that popularity contests anyways aren't extremely relevant. I'm saying that I'm sure that you could use popularity to start a thing, but I doubt you could keep a thing going off of just popularity. Like if a thing is massively successful, then it's probably because there's something to it that people like. I don't think you can just force a thing like that.
Level as the 1950s in the United States.
Do you think the SAT is a strong G factor? I'm pretty sure. SAT and AC, I'm pretty sure most standardized testing is heavily G loaded. And I'm sure the MCAT is as well. That's why I don't believe that you got a low SAT score. I'm sure you got a very high SAT score.
It was like, I think I figured out maybe why. It's because in the 1980s in the Soviet Union, we were kind of economically a similar level as the 1950s in the United States.
Maybe so not even so.
Bro, exactly. I asked ChatGPT and it's usually really polite. And it was slightly less polite and more like, God, no. The Soviet Union in the 1980s was like America in the 1910s or something. I was like, oh my God. So that was thrown out entirely. So
do you really think Logan Paul had shit to do with any of Prime business side, scientific / ingredient side, etc.? What do you think my answer to that is? Think about it.
levels of poverty to where like people say like, there's people say like, I'm struggling to eat, and you look at them and they have a BMI of 35 and you're like, that can't possibly be true in a way that you're describing it that's linear. But back in the Soviet Union, like, yes, like getting food was by no means clear a thing that you were able to do every day. So then, I had all these experiences growing up, and then I was taught later in various schools.
I'm not interested in arguing against this, and I'm just not interested. With foods and drinks, I disagree. Literally just add sugar and you will cultivate an audience. Probably the hardest part is getting the brand on the shelves. Okay. If you think that, then okay.
School programs that poverty was a cause of obesity. And
Destiny, well, you're accepting his argument that the success of Prime is anything to do with Logan Paul. What? No, I'm saying that the success of the drink is probably because people relatively like the drink, assuming it continues to succeed, right? I don't even know. It's only existed for like 2 years, right? I don't know. Maybe it falls off in a year or two. I know that this year was worse than last year for him. So who knows? Maybe it won't succeed, but it can't succeed alone on just people liking the guy, right? There has to be some, like the actual product itself.
Programs that poverty was a cause of obesity. And, I had all these experiences growing up. And then I was taught later in various school programs that poverty was a cause of obesity.
Yes, which for people to like the drink is scientific, aka Logan Paul had zero impact on that. Okay.
And I found that to be baffling, and I've been trying to digest it ever since.
Okay.
And I have been perusing various fields of literature to try to align my ideas on the subject, and I've come away with some maybe take-home points.
You mean to prove yourself right?
Sense. And to prove not just to prove myself right, but to give me that feeling inside that, fuck, I just got it all figured out. Me.
A little cognitive reassurance.
Generally, I just stare at a picture of myself, and that's good enough. But sometimes ideas get in there. So I didn't like everything I found out. So the following is heavily caveated to say I mean it all in the best possible way. Don't kill the messenger sort of situation.
We're going to kill you. Don't worry.
Oh God. There's a few people in the studio. Which one is it coming from? So as long as I'm sacrificed for Big Pharma, all is well.
Deal.
And here's kind of how it looks to me. The typical argument or arguments for poverty causing obesity, if you ask a next level of questions about them, things start to fall apart.
This whole conversation is going to be, does poverty lead to obesity? And then Evil Mike is going to say, there's actually a trait that influences both of these things. Here we go.
Well, level one of questions is like, how do people with more resources with which to buy food end up buying less food?
Can I play devil's advocate on all those questions?
Absolutely, every single one, because I have many retorts to every single advocacy point you're going to bring up.
So say the first question. How do people with more resources? Sorry.
Okay. How do we go back and forth on this? This is a pretty easy one. How do people with more resources spend less on food? Because the type of food that they buy is, in general, probably healthier. And by healthier, we mean probably less ultra processed, probably more satiating, meaning that they're going to consume less calories at a higher cost and time investment because you probably have to prepare the food, et cetera. So that would be the explanatory thing for how people with more money buy less or consume less calories, would be my guess. I don't know what his retort to that would be. That should be what good Mike says. I don't know what Evil Mike will say here.
How do people who are wealthier seem to be consuming less of a thing that costs money than more? It is at least requires a more complicated logic. And as you know, with Occam's razor, the more complex your logic becomes, just on very carte blanche levels of thinking, it becomes less likely to be true. So if someone says, okay, you take someone from the 1600s and you go, when people get richer, they get fatter. They're like, facts. And they're like, just kidding. It's actually the reverse. They're going to be like, what? It is, at face value, seems to be very confusing.
Sure.
And so you have
There's
to
a lot of that in science, though.
Sure, of course. And then you have to start walking down of like, well, what are the intricacies here? And we can address all the intricacies in turn. And they start to paint a little bit of a different picture, a picture that is not super politically correct, but also can be, I think, more closely aligned with reality, because one of the big stumbling blocks in reasoning that people have on this subject is you don't want to be the person that is derisive to the poor as a social class. It's real fun to make fun of rich people. It's actively funny. It's within the Overton window.
It's safe.
It's safe.
Okay.
Not so with poor people. It's considered unbecoming.
This is true, and this is ultra fucking cringe. Like, if a poor person does some retarded shit and dies as a result of the retarded shit they do, it's like the saddest thing in the world, and we're all supposed to be infinitely compassionate and feel horrible about the event that led up to it. But like, if a rich person, through no harm or fault to literally any other person on the planet, is like, oh, I'm going to pay this guy because I want to go really deep into the ocean in a submersible, and the submersible instantaneously implodes and you and your entire family or whoever the fuck is in there dies. It's like the funniest thing in the world. I feel like that's ultra fucking cringe. But
in the same way, if you say, well, rich people exhibit XYZ qualities because it's their fault, people are like, that's right, fuck them. You say that about poor people, a lot of people don't like that because it gives them very sad feelings inside. We should not be bound by how we feel about things to be able to elucidate what is actually going on, so that in that third order, we can help everyone, including poor people, navigate difficulties better.
Sure.
While that is true, you have to be careful on the other side as well. You should be able to make fun of poor people that do retarded things and die because fuck it. And you should be able to make fun of rich people that do retarded things and die because fuck it. When you say we shouldn't make fun of only rich people and never poor people because that leads to weird things, that is true. But then you also have to acknowledge that there are people that make fun of poor people because they also normatively judge them as well. And they're like, oh, they actually are worse people, and that's why I'm going to make fun of them, which is also cringe. So, I mean, you have to be careful on both ends, right?
The idea that we're going to pretend that poor people are sort of like protected against any kind of moral reasoning on our behalf, I think just needs to be discarded right up front.
Well, let's get more specific with it than talking about abstract. Like, let's say the notion of access of healthy food and the preponderance of processed food.
Oh no, we're going to do food deserts
in someone's cabinet that is poor.
Sure.
Much higher likelihood to have cheaper food that is likely to be ultra processed, that is likely to create a habit of overconsumption, less satiating food,
and
as a result, potentially lead to their obesity.
What is his counter for this? He's going to say, wait, what did I say? I said there was no counter for that, right? Wealthier people are more likely to buy. Oh, I was saying as a term of like economic factor, right? You've got more money and you've got more time. You could make the same choice as a poor person as a rich person, but it would require a much higher drive to do so. You'd have to make more effort to do so than the wealthy person would. I wonder if he's going to tie back to traits again.
True or false?
True.
So then what's the retort for it?
Highly processed, convenient food is by no means the cheapest kind of food there is, not by a long shot.
It might not be cheapest in terms of raw cost, but in terms of like ease of access and time, I think it's going to be significantly ease of access, time, and like reward. I think it's going to be easily cheaper than like home cooking everything with spices and time to all that, I think. Yeah.
The cheapest kind of food there is by a long.
Oh no. It's going to be rice and beans, right? Right? Or rice and beans and chicken. It'll just be rice and beans.
Long shot is largely unprocessed basic food, like bulk bought rice, not even bulk bought, any kind of white rice, canned vegetables, reduced price, high fat meats, and other such products.
Yeah, but like nobody wants to just eat fucking rice, right? Nobody wants to eat rice all day.
Beans are almost free. Calorie per calorie and nutritional content per nutritional content, they're undefeated. There is a
how do you know that?
Through looking into it substantially.
Wait, how do you know what? That it's cheaper or that it is higher nutritional content?
Those people not doing.
Which people?
The poorer people.
Oh boy, so that's its own thing. But just to finish the thought really quick, the real cheapest way to get the best nutritional food is to buy those kinds of essential basics and not convenient snack foods. Personal story time. Not that this matters, because personal stories are mostly just like, oh, I'm an N of one. Just for the people that'll be like, this guy's rich, whatever. My parents were highly conscientious when we came to the United States. And the first time we had McDonald's was like 2 years into being here. Mm-hmm. And it was considered...
Rice has to be prepared too. It's kind of an ass pain. I don't think that's necessarily true.
An unbelievable treat.
Yeah, same here.
Same,
yeah.
Right? That is...
Like, I remember being with my dad and my friend, and I wanted a burger really badly. Mm-hmm. But same. I knew my dad would have to pay for a burger for my friend, and I was like, I'm not going to ask for it because I'm embarrassed. I don't want him to pay for it.
100%. Yeah. So, like, that clashes substantially with the conventional narrative of like, well, burgers are cheap, like compared to what? Mm-hmm. My parents and your parents were buying basics type of food, I suspect. Mm-hmm. Mine were for sure. I can't speak for you, but it seems like they were. Yeah. And so that already puts a little bit of a situation, because people like to envision that poor people are all relatively homogenous. That's absolutely not true. We can at least bifurcate them into two categories that we did earlier.
For people in chat that are spamming about rice cookers, we don't really do rice cookers in America. I don't know why. It's just not very common. I don't know if this is true of all Hispanic people, but even as somebody that grew up in a household where even my Hispanic grandma that had that made rice all the time, we just don't have like rice cookers. Some people have it, but there are retarded American young people that have rice cookers and they think it's common, but like in the United States, like it's not even like, I think when I was in South Korea, I think every single person had a rice cooker that was literally on 24/7. Like everybody has fucking rice cookers. In the United States, they're nowhere near as common. You can spam question marks, but that's fine. I don't care what your individual fucking experience is.
Earlier, poor people of higher conscientiousness, poor people of lower conscientiousness. If you say they're all the same,
that's not the only factor. It's hard to say that's the one dividing factor.
It is probably by far the biggest dividing factor into how life outcomes occur for almost everyone, short of intelligence.
So, social experiments like the marshmallow experiment, the delayed gratification of it all, do you believe that is a signal of conscientiousness? Jesus Christ.
That took a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why has the replication of it been a disaster?
Well, that was the one done on like 4-year-olds and shit, right?
Yeah, they had the kids come in and they tracked them for their lives to say like, those who exhibited delayed gratification were able to have higher SAT scores, decreased crime rates, like basically what you're saying, that they were able to exhibit this one factor at this age, and that on the whole projected a greater success in their life, what we deem success. And then when we try to replicate that, we A, don't see that same pattern occur, and B, when we re-look at the past data, we see that the poorer kids who didn't have marshmallows just grabbed at the first marshmallow and then had lives that were in a position where they had less access to education, to proper discipline, to those things that perhaps poor kids don't have access to, then have worse outcomes. Mm-hmm. So it was like, are we really looking at the delayed gratification, or are we looking at a more systemic issue here? And that's an interesting point.
Mm-hmm. The amount of evidence for trait conscientiousness impacting human lives throughout the lifespan is like 1,000,000 times stronger than the marshmallow experiment, of which I'm not familiar with any serious behavioral geneticist that cites research to that effect for how important conscientiousness is. Psychometricians.
Would you say the same about an air fryer as you would a rice cooker in terms of what, ease of use? No, I think rice cookers are just the easiest, best thing in the universe. I mean, you can air fry food and stuff, but it's rice cookers are just absurdly simple.
Behavioral geneticists, if you look up trait conscientiousness, how it expresses itself in life, the evidence for its enormous power in guiding people through their lives is overwhelming.
When do you measure it?
Say it again?
When do you measure it? And how do you measure it?
You can measure it at any point in a person's lifespan. The problem with measuring young children is that the correlation of whatever traits you have when you're very young to when you're old is actually quite low. And so, like, you know, when people have like a 4-year-old that's like, he's the genius for his age, like a lot of times that just ends up being quite regular later. He just got there earlier. But you can measure conscientiousness through a variety of behaviors in an ethnographic context. You just watch people do what they do and take very diligent notes.
Do you wash your rice before cooking, or are you a grandma? I haven't made rice in fucking forever. I think there are some types of rice you can buy that doesn't need washing, and some types of rice that does need washing. I don't know if it really matters if you wash your rice, though. Doesn't it just make it like a little bit more not crispy or chewy or something if you don't wash it? I don't know. I don't think it matters so much.
You can do it in an anthropological context. You can do it in a cultural context, studying different cultures. You can do it with a variety of validated tests, like the Big Five personality, the Ocean Scale. The Ocean Scale is probably the most common one, and you could administer various tests of that nature to people of very many age ranges and situations. And they all give you a hint as to what's going on. But on aggregate, they paint a very, very similar picture overall.
So it's not the fact that there's a correlation between that trait and something else societally in their lives that's going well.
It's both. But there's a causal effect as well, because conscientious people.
How is a rice cooker different from a steamer? Looks like the same, but I'm not familiar with a rice cooker. I don't know what is a steamer. I don't know what a steamer is.
Over time, make different choices. Highly conscientious people make different choices.
You wash rice when you want to make it less starchy. Don't you want? Hold on. What is the type of starch in a rice? Fuck, I mix up. Is fiber a starch? No, it's not a starch. Are starch and fiber both non-digestible? Wait, fiber is contained in a particular form of starch called Jesus. Oh, I read the AI answer. Fuck, my bad. Okay, no. Starch and fiber both become complex carbs. Your body processes very different ways. Can you digest starch, or is it like fiber and you can't really? Okay, it is. It does get broken down.
Lower conscientious people. We also know that conscientiousness is profoundly genetic. Maybe 50% of conscientious behavior is accounted for entirely by the genes.
Is 50%? Is 0.5 on the heritability thing? Is that considered profoundly genetic? 50% of the variation from one person or another could be explained due to genes. I don't know what's considered profound. That seems like there's a lot of wiggle room environmentally there, but
the rest of it is a little bit mysterious as to how it aggregates. We're not entirely sure how that happens. There seems to be no very dependable way to massively improve conscientiousness with any kind of top-down intervention that we have done before. Having peaceful communities that give you a decent degree of education probably has some effect on that, but seemingly not as big of an effect on how we want. We also know that what your common home environment was, like how you were raised by your parents, has almost no effect on your conscientiousness as an adult.
if conscientiousness is only 50% heritable, how can your environment have almost no effect? I don't understand what that means, or how he reads conscientiousness. I don't know what that means.
If any effect whatsoever. It's actually a little controversial to say almost no effect.
Well, what about the effect of emotional regulation? If you have higher levels of what we call adverse childhood experiences, your emotional regulation is...
Can you steelman Evil Mike's position on food affordability? Do you believe it is wrong, or is there merit to saying it is bad choices being made by low-income families? It's correct to say that it's bad choices. That is correct, but it's also a little bit simplistic. Like again, there are things like it's a good choice because of affordability and availability. Like if you made it more expensive, then they would probably buy something different, right?
Lower than that of someone who has less adverse
Are
childhood.
those studies controlling for genetics? Because almost none of
How
these
do you
studies
emotional regulation? If you have
on your conscientiousness as an adult, if any effect whatsoever. It's actually a little controversial to say almost no effect.
Well, what about the effect of emotional regulation?
I don't understand how. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. How can you say almost no effect if it's 0.5 heritable?
If you have higher levels of what we call adverse childhood experiences.
How is conscientiousness even heritable? I mean, you would do a survey of a ton of different people, and then you would try to control for some variables, as many as you reasonably can, or as many as reasonable to control for. Twin studies are usually the best, and then you try to see how much of the variation from this trait from one person to the next can be explained by inheritance from parents versus what can't be explained by, right, is your heritability, yeah.
your emotional regulation is lower than that of someone who has less adverse
Are
childhood.
those studies controlling for genetics? Because almost none of these
How
studies
do you control for genetics?
twin and adoption studies. Because when
I
you
don't
look at the
know
twin and
of
adoption
this,
literature,
yeah.
a lot of that stuff completely disappears.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it specifically within the twin world, but knowing
Man, are there a multitude of high sample size, like more than 10 adoption studies that go into the heritability of conscientiousness? There might be. I'm curious. That seems that seems very challenging that you have if somebody has a link to these, I'd be curious. Also keep in mind, unfortunately, twin studies are really nice because we can take identical, like twin adoption centers, because we can take an identical genetic foundation and separate them into different environments. But twins tend to exist in highly exceptional environments, which can make things challenging as well. Like if you're adopting a child, it's such an atypical family or relationship versus just a child born into an ordinary family, right? It's very challenging to do studies like this. It's just challenging, yeah.
that you just said, it's 50% genetic and 50%
Roughly.
something else that we don't know.
Sure.
What does that mean for the fact that those who are poor are more likely to be obese?
Yeah. So I can split it, I can simplify the matter. Two kind of different kinds of poor people. One kind of poor person has all of this kind of social burden foisted upon them, and they're doing their goddamn best. They're scrimping and saving. They're thinking long term. They're concerned about their health. They're concerned about their body weight. They're concerned about the choices of what kind of foods they're putting in their bodies, how it affects other things. They're trying to raise their children in a very diligent way. They don't spend excessively, and so on and so forth. Like I said earlier, those people don't tend to stay poor over the long term. Sometimes, through a variety of unfortunate circumstances, they stay poor. Like someone who's incredibly conscientious, but has an incredibly financially burdensome medical condition will continue to stay poor and conscientious, which is a tragedy, obviously. But there is another kind of poor person who is also poor, but exhibit very low trait conscientiousness, which means they just have a 1 day, 1 minute at a time, what I feel like doing, massive bias in their thinking and in their choice structure.
The emotional regulation of it.
Sure. The emotional regulation presupposes there is a desire to regulate emotion. There are two ways emotional dysregulation can present itself. One,
Yeah, I mean, the ability, whether or not they want to, is a
sure,
different
but
thing.
but conscientiousness speaks to wants. People who are conscientious but have, let's say, profound attention deficit disorder, know they need to be making better choices. Desperately pray to God they can make better choices, but just keep getting off track because they can't maintain their attention and have a high degree of impulsivity. People who have low trait conscientiousness don't care about making good choices nearly as much as they care about what's going to be fun and pleasurable for me to do now. And it's not even a value judgment. Fuck it, YOLO is a way of life, bro. And it's a decent way of life, but it's going to lead to different outcomes. So if I am a poor person in the United States, of a high degree of trait conscientiousness, I can easily make a variety of choices that will entirely prevent me from becoming obese in many circumstances. There's another component to this, which I'm excising for now, about food drive, which is also mostly genetic, which is critical to this discussion. I'll leave that for just a little later. If you're poor and someone tells you, well, I don't expect you to be fit because it's impossible for you, and you have high trait conscientiousness and you've thought this through for like 15 minutes, you're going to be like, Planet Fitness costs $10 a month. It's also irrelevant to go to a gym because you could do bodyweight exercises and have a high degree of physical activity for free anywhere. Any food you eat, you could just eat less of and become however much body weight you want. And if you're struggling with hunger, you can buy less palatable, actually more expensive foods and buy basic beans and rice like Abuela raised you to eat. And all of a sudden, like, you just don't overeat that because it's just not that good. We've seen that one of the sole explanatory factors for the rise in obesity is the ubiquity of high palatability foods everywhere, super cheap. Mm-hmm. If you don't access those, it saves you money and you become more fit. So the actual impediments to achieving fitness and health to poor people essentially almost don't exist. If you have trait conscientiousness very highly, if you have low trait conscientiousness, it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor because you're just going to YOLO the shit. Whatever you feel like eating, that's what goes in. And McDonald's just tastes better. Now, you're not getting spaghetti, steak, and shrimp because you're not a rich motherfucker. But you can afford very high palatability foods, you know, chips and soda and ice cream. That's all very affordable to you, and that's what you want. And if people
I feel like it's an example where the environmental factors could play heavily into it, though, right? Like if you're growing up and you're in a wealthier environment, like you're not even exposed to getting into the habit of buying all those like horrible things, right? Your parents are probably feeding you better food. You're probably more into the rhythm of eating and buying healthier, better food, or having people that can prepare it for you. I mean, I would agree in like broad strokes, but in the specifics here, I don't know.
Say, like, what about your fitness and health? Generally, your opinion is like, and that's a totally fine opinion, but it's going to lead to some kind of outcomes. If you're ultra wealthy, you're in low conscientiousness, there's a high probability you're going to end up exactly as fat as someone who is poor and low conscientious. There was a study that
I feel like you're less likely to. You might still have a higher likelihood of winding up fat as somebody who is in your same environment with higher conscientiousness, but I feel like you are. I feel like it's less likely. It must be, right? Unless they can cite particular research or something towards this. But
it came out about 10 years ago. Studied food deserts. I don't like that term. It highly insults people who've actually dealt with real food insecurity. You go to the Soviet Union in 1988, that's a fucking food desert, right? Mm-hmm. And they took a look at the data and they said that people who had access to vehicles to leave the food desert to go to mega conglomerate grocery stores became and were fatter than the people that didn't, because they had the same low conscientiousness, and not a distinct desire to be fit and healthy and lean. So when they went to the bigger mega grocery stores, they just got even better versions of the same fun snacks that they had slightly less access to inside the food deserts. So a person's individual proclivity of how they want to eat and what they want to put in their bodies, whether or not, or to what degree they care about it, is something that's not discussed much in the medical community. Because again, like, first of all, what are you going to do about it? Telling low conscientious people they have to care about their body weight and their health and think forward, it's usually very ineffective. It's insanely pedantic and paternalistic, and doctors usually have a very realistic approach. I'm going to try to help you in the way that I can. And if I tell you to eat healthy and you don't listen to me, we're going to medications.
Mm-hmm. So what's Evil Mike's prescription for the low conscientious people, as he said? He hasn't yet, but the answer is you make it less palatable, and you do that with taxes, right?
Is just the only thing I can do. So when you take a look at the two sort of very artificial groupings of poor people, if you have high conscientiousness and you're poor, all of the systemic factors keeping you obese seem to disappear almost entirely. And if you are of low conscientiousness, whether you're rich or poor, and you have a high food drive, you're going to be obese 99 times out of 100.
Eliminating highs and lows.
Really? 99 out of 100? There's no shot that's true. But I don't have any research right now. I don't agree or disagree with that, but
50th percentile people. They're the ones we're talking about when we're talking about generalizations. So why are we talking about high conscientiousness versus low?
Yeah, because...
Let's talk about middle.
Sure.
Where the majority of people live.
Yeah. Because poverty,
within one standard deviation.
Totally. That's a great question. On average...
Is that true? Are most people within one standard deviation on the middle of all of the big five traits, or do people tend to cluster on the sides? I don't know what the answer is. Average distribution of people across 5-factor traits. Okay, so conscientiousness tends to cluster around high conscientiousness. Most people tend to be. I wonder what the sample size is. Or not, I don't know if I said sample size. I wonder who they're sampling. Who's the cohort here?
On average, poor people tend to exhibit lower trait conscientiousness than richer people.
Which could be due to social factors,
maybe,
as you said.
Maybe. There's social factors are definitely a component of that. Mm-hmm. But we know that genetic factors are a massive component of that as well. And whether or not they're social or genetic, the conscientiousness is such a huge effector variable for everything else that's kind of where the rubber meets the road.
So are you saying we need to target the conscientiousness of people in order to actually make change, not actually the food deserts, not what they're eating? The trait is what we need to figure out ways to impact. Is that the takeaway of it?
No.
Wouldn't it be relative to deviation from the mean? So necessarily the average person will always be within one standard deviation regardless of the metric. I haven't taken a stats class yet. We'll do that after our macro class. But there are different types of distributions, right? So, because you can have I don't even know what they're called, but like this is like a normal distribution, right? But can't you have like a is this called a bimodal distribution? Or can't you have other types of distributions where I don't even know what like a standard deviation or whatever would look like here, what that would even mean, or if you can have standard deviations on not on abnormal distributions, or I have no idea. I don't know.
I think that's a fine idea. My contention is that if we target food deserts, if we target big evil food companies, we are not targeting the core onus of why obesity is higher in poor people. And the reason it's higher in poor people is a two-factor situation. This is really explains, I think, probably 80+% of the variance.
This
on
is
body
your
weight.
theory.
Hypothesis. Yeah, theory is a gravitation, evolution, et cetera. Much lower than theory.
Right.
I don't know if theory and all that shit is even used anymore. Like theory and law. I don't know if they do that anymore in science as much. I feel like we just research shit and keep iterating on things. But
I say theory in the non-scientific way.
Yes, stop doing that.
Yes.
So the biggest determinants of your body weight and proclivity to obesity in the modern world is going to be a two-factor system: your trait conscientiousness degree of that and your degree of food drive. How much do you like food? How much do you like to eat? How big of a deal is tasty food to you? You no doubt have some friends that like they'll eat like 3.5 chips and they're like, that's pretty good. Do they just sit there? You're like, the fuck? I get into some chips. I eat the whole bag.
Also, if you're designing a quiz to generate a Big Five score, why would you design the quiz to give a non-normal distribution of scores? I don't know. I'm not sure. Couldn't we imagine quizzes that generate non-normal distributions? Like, let's say I quiz chat on a scale from 1 to 10. How much do you enjoy like eating shit? I feel like that would be a bimodal distribution, right? With like a ton of answers around 0 and 1, or just as around 0, and then like the other answers would cluster around like 8, 9, and 10 or something, right? No? I feel like we could probably imagine or envision other things like that, maybe?
Food is amazing. Not everyone is like that, right?
Sure.
So if you have someone who's of relatively low trait conscientiousness and they have high
One standard deviation is by definition where 68% of data points cluster, no matter the distribution. Okay.
degree of food drive, even if they're poor, they can still afford to be grotesquely obese. No problem. In the modern context. Back in the day, that was not the case. If you have someone who's wealthy and has any given food drive, they definitely have more of an arsenal to shoot. They can buy foods that are more filling, but are still tasty, like very Trader Joe's, Whole Foods type of shit.
Yeah.
That definitely has an effect. But they have to have some impetus to go buy those
Also,
foods and give a shit.
pharmaceuticals. Because access to pharmaceuticals, especially these days, is a big
Just
difference.
recently, for sure. Just recently. Because like just 2 years ago, no one knew about Ozempic and no one even used it.
Well, bariatric surgery.
My retard wife keeps saying that Ozempic and Wegovy are bad because they're like cheat codes for fat people. Can you give me a killer argument to make her shut up? Yeah, tell her to stop wearing shoes anywhere because you should just develop huge calluses on your feet in order to not cut your feet up where you walk everywhere. Or, I mean, or don't wear clothes and just grow your body hair out more. Or, I mean, there's a million things that we have every day. Tell her to learn how to jog so she doesn't need a car. I mean,
Surgery existed.
Totally. Yeah, that's very extreme situations.
Yeah.
Again, most people of low conscientiousness usually are not interested in bariatric surgery because they're like, well, why the hell would I go do that? It doesn't make sense to them why you would do that because they don't seem to have...
Again, we're talking about low conscientiousness versus the average.
Correct. So again, on average, you have a larger fraction of low conscientiousness people that are poor than are rich.
But the reason of those diseases. Sure. So much in the same way, when we talk about food drive, and you're talking about someone as that being one of the two variables that decide whether or not someone is obese, food drive is so impacted by social situations. One, if you're depressed, which if you're poor, there's a chance that you're not getting help for your mental health situations because we don't have great access to that in America. If you're poor, you have worse likelihood of developing adverse childhood events that lead to mental health conditions. You are likely to have been targeted by big food companies in their advertising, which has been proven through research for addictive products like ultra-processed foods. Cigarette companies will specifically target their advertisements based on zip code, based on...
Yeah, that's
poor
curious.
areas.
I have a reason for why. Those
Is he going to say there's a reason why they target those people?
people like those things better.
Right.
They buy them more.
Correct. And that could be an education component. That could be a genetic component. It's probably a multifactorial component. But why I find that interesting is because once those people are hooked on the product in a way where, not that that food is addictive, and yes, it's true, it is addictive. And once you consume ultra-processed foods, you're constantly hungry, not satiated, you're craving all that stuff. But also, once you become obese, your epigenetics change of the fat cells. There was actually a recent study that came out, Eric Topol shared it on Twitter, where, again, in mice, so I have to give that prerequisite.
92% genetic similarity to humans. So you can extrapolate.
But still,
Genetic similarities doesn't mean anything. Like how you measure a genetically similar versus dissimilar thing is like it's like I think it's like an arbitrary roller coaster of like random shit. Like I think like depending on how you measure it, isn't it like a banana is like 80% genetically similar to a human? I read an article on this once. Or 60% of our genes have a recognizable counterpart in the banana genome. It's just that like genetic similarity, like we use animals because a lot of the biological systems in their body and a lot of the hormones and proteins and everything are shared between like humans and animals, and that like there's a lot of similar functionality, there's a lot of similar proteins, there's a lot of similar hormones. That's why we compare it. The idea that like, well, it's because of 82% genetic similarities doesn't really map onto anything meaningful, I don't think. But
I generally don't like jumping from mice to humans, but it is not illogical to see how the creation of fat cells for storage then...
Wait, being obese changes your genes, so if you're skinny become fat, does that pass on your... Epigenetic changes are changes that happen outside of your genetics. There are biological changes that happen in your body once you become fat that I think don't ever go away. I don't know how true the science is on this, but it's like the idea that I think that you actually create more fat cells that take less energy and are more easier filled. If you lose the weight, those fat cells are still there. They're just not holding on to as much mass. So that you have a higher proclivity to become overweight in the future. If you've been overweight, lost your weight, than a person who's never been overweight.
Can impact your behavior as years go on and the difficulty of escaping from those circumstances. So if you're a child that is born in an area that's poorer, these are the things that are likely to happen, and they're not going to happen in every circumstance. Worse education, more targeting by big food companies, worse social situation from a mental health component, high likelihood of being fed ultra-processed foods by parents, which then raise your risk of being obese, then sets you up as an adult to regain that weight, even if you try and lose it, in a much easier way than someone who never had that issue that grew up wealthy. And then you're saying here that the only reason is because of the trait conscientiousness?
Definitely not. I was explicit
But those
that it was
two,
not the only
the
reason.
food drive and the trait,
They probably account for, I think, something like 80% of the variance. Yeah.
over what we just said.
Yeah,
I
so-
wish he would source that, or what does he mean when he says that? I wish there was like a study that I could point to that he's talking about there, but...
All the other stuff you mentioned is insanely influenced by trait conscientiousness as the baseline variable. The reason that people have, let's say, a more crime-ridden environment is because more people around are low conscientiousness. The tie between conscientiousness and criminality is insanely high correlation. So some of those same people are more likely to be criminally prone. They're less likely to take care of their communities, leaving trash everywhere. They're more likely to make rapid choices based on desire and thus make you next to them the proxy target of big food advertisement. Big food didn't try to target poor people just because. You'd much
they have
rather
a higher
target rich
proclivity to
people
buy
with
it.
every product you sell because they have more money to spend. Curious why they would target the poor, because there are some large fraction of them that are low conscientiousness to begin with that want these sorts of things. They are attractors for them, and they are the progenitors of many of these bad circumstances. Trauma doesn't come from the ether. Trauma comes from people being nasty around you. Most nastiness in humans is because people have a high degree of impulsivity and just kind of do what they want. That is the same variable of low conscientiousness, basically in some large component, not totally, describing why things are the way they are with very poor communities, let's say in the United States.
I think the difference in our hypothesis is that I see how you've gotten to see such a strong correlation between low conscientiousness and outcomes in obesity.
Causation.
That's what I was going to get to. I see the very strong correlation that exists there. But at the same time, I see the very strong correlation as well as poor education, difficult circumstances, all those variables that are also very strongly correlated. And I want to know how you jump to the causation without having a trial that impacts the trait and then seeing a better outcome. When you said that that trait can't really be changed.
Yeah. Behavioral genetics, twin and adoption studies, genealogy, heritability studies that show that your genetics is profoundly important as to how your life lays out in front of you. Everything else becomes usually secondary unless it is extremely, extremely different from the norm, which definitely explains some of the variation with really nasty growing up circumstances.
I know that we'll never get there because humanity is going to destroy itself, or Trump and fucking Dr. Oz and RFK are going to kill all of us with some retarded shit, raw milk first. But I think it would be so interesting to see a conversation. And both of these guys are smart enough to do this. It would be so interesting for these guys to say, hey, let's have a conversation about this topic here. And let's bring the research. Let's like actually have the research, and let's be responsible for like reading the studies before we come, and then bring them and talk about them. There is a really common misconception that's said by every dipshit on the internet that's never read a single study in their entire life that you can find a study for anything. You can find support for any opinion you want in every fucking study. No, only retards who have never read research ever in their life say that. The reality is, in most heavily researched fields, if it's like some far out there topic where there's like 2 papers on it, sure, whatever, the literature generally points in a direction. Or when people say that like, oh, the literature is very unclear here, usually what they mean is like, we don't know if this variable is like 0.7 or 0.79 or whatever. Very rarely is there like diametrically opposed reasons on a particular thing that there's so much research you're writing about. So it would be nice to just like bring all the research, like let's just bring it in and chat about it. And these guys, they're both smart enough to do this. It's not beyond either of them. It would be so much more interesting to see that rather than evil Mike make a claim and then good Mike make a counterclaim, and we're using words like a lot, big, right? Because when I looked up what I'm pretty sure he's referencing, that study about conscientiousness and at least trying to measure its effect on household wealth, conscientiousness was the biggest factor. That was correct. But the value was 0.18, right? Which is big, but the way that he's talking, he makes it sound like, holy fuck, it's like 90% like explanatory for your, what the level of household wealth. You make it sound like way bigger than that study, at least the one that I found, unless there's other research he's referring to, but that would also be nice if they were discussing the research and then we'd just be like looking at it, Aren't people still unsure if creatine causes balding? No, I don't think anybody thinks that it does. I don't think there's ever been any research pointing in that direction. There was like one study like 20 years ago and some people freak out over it, but I don't believe that anybody believes that right now.
But not as much as many people would think. So if you ever dip into the behavioral genetics literature, and I encourage everyone listening to give it a shout, don't expect to be very cheery at the end of that dive. It's a real thing, man. It's a real thing.
I certainly believe it to be a real thing at the extremes, at the highs and lows. But I think when you look at 75% of the population, I can't imagine it being a causative factor to the degree that another random variable is.
I gotcha.
So, and it sucks because they don't have the research in front of them, but like good Mike, I would say intuitions in this kind of data are very scary because you can go very, very wrong very quickly. And I don't even want to say that good Mike's intuitions are correct, but I don't feel like I've seen anything that makes the correlations that evil Mike is talking about anywhere near as strong as he's saying there. And I'm even confused by his statements earlier, unless I am missing some foundational piece of knowledge where he says that like it's almost impossible for environment to change this trait that I just told you had a heritability of 0.5. Wait, what? If only 50% of the change from one person to the next is explained by genetics, it sounds like you could have a profound effect with environmental change here. No? Like, yeah.
So I'll cite a couple of offhand random studies just for illustrative purposes. There's at least one study which showed that past the age of about 12 or 13, your common home environment where you grew up has almost no effect on your eating habits. because they did it with twin and adoption research, and they found
Twin adoption research, home environment impact eating habits. I just want to know, I wish the effect size or the magnitude or whatever you would call it, they should give it in, if you're doing an academic talk like this, it's important. Like if I were to say a huge percentage of people will commit crime based on whether or not they were a fan of the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC. Like if I say something like that, and the percentage is like 15%, that is a huge percentage of people. That was way higher than I would expect, but that's a lot different than like 95%, right? So I don't like it when we're saying like a large percentage of people, a huge percentage, but like no numbers are being given. That drives me crazy because I don't know, because that would significantly impact how we should feel about what's being said, but it's never given. The magnitude or the effect size or whatever is never given, which drives me crazy. But
with twin and adoption research, and they found out that if you came from a genetic stock of people that were prone to obesity or prone to making food choices that were more snacky, junky kinds of foods, if you were adopted into a home that gave you healthy foods, as a child up until teenage years, you ate what mom and dad made you, healthy food, the whole thing. Then as soon as teenage years hit, you were able to make your own food choices, you veer so far into the average predictive of what your parents used to like that the degree of influence of your parents' adoptive parents' healthy eating instructions are almost undetectable.
so like when he says almost undetectable here, I would expect, I think, to see a chart that shows something like this, right? That's a huge claim, right? And it might be, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the stats or whatever, but like, so it sounds like if I'm looking at like the, let's say I'm looking at the heritability of BMI, okay? So how much of a change in BMI is explained by your genes or something, right? It sounds like, or genetic variants. It sounds like what he's saying is that if we were to graph this up to 1, so it's basically completely explained by your genes, to down here, it's not explained at all, and we look at the twin studies, it sounds like what he's saying is that if we say that this is when you're 18, and then this is like 18 plus, it sounds like what he's saying is like, well, if you put an adopted twin into a family, if their parents were fat, you know, there's not really like the kid eats healthy, the kid eats well, the kid does, you know, he's okay, he's eating what the parents tell him. But then as soon as he's out on his own, whoo, it's like coming up to here, right? Is there a chart like this, or is there a study that shows this? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it looked a little bit like, this or something, or a little bit like this or something. Sure, but he's saying almost is undetectable. Like, is this really happening? This is what I want to see. I want to see this chart or this study that he's referring to here.
In adoptive parents' healthy eating instructions are almost undetectable. Insanely rigorous research keeps coming up.
Like insanely rigorous research, like where? Like what? Like just
over and over again. Any parents who have had children listening to this show, if you've had one child, you can attest to the fact of how great of a parent you were and how your effects made them who they were. As soon as you have child number 2, you realize, holy shit, we're shooting in the dark. Kids kind of become sort of whatever the hell they were supposed to become, and we have barely any effect. And anyone who thinks they have a large degree of effect on a teenager is, I don't know, insert joke here, is large degree of delusion. The conventional wisdom on how education works and how upbringing works cannot possibly survive the rigorous data that shows that, for example, as I stated just now, food choice proclivity has almost nothing to do with a common home environment.
After age 12.
Correct. People
like that's I feel like that would be a really big study to have on hand. Like that would be a thing that you would like know, like a researcher or a journal or a date or something.
What about before it?
Before it has a ton to do because you don't make the choices that you have. Like they put stuff on your plate and you eat it.
And don't you believe that if you're set up before the age of 12 with bad habits that potentially created childhood obesity, that you're going to have worse outcomes as you get older?
Yeah, for sure.
So then how are you saying that those social and worse outcomes?
And you eat it.
And don't you believe that if you're set up before the age of 12 with bad habits that potentially created childhood obesity, that you're going to have worse outcomes as you get older?
Yeah, for sure.
No, the answer has to be no, unless I'm misunderstanding something. Because it sounds like you're saying that, because he said almost undetectable, your environment growing up. It sounds like it doesn't matter if you're fat or not before age 12. It just depends on what your parents feed you. You'll always return to whatever your genetic BMI mean is. That's what he said earlier. So I don't know how he reconciles both these answers here, but
So then how are you saying that those social impacts are not equally as causative as the trait?
Because when you look at the behavioral genetic data, the social outcomes at the extremes can absolutely have an effect. But most of what you think are the social outcomes is literally just the expression of people's genetic proclivities over and over.
Yeah, but we weren't. That wasn't hypothetical, right?
Mom and dad had the same ones. You have the same ones. And if you try to get kids...
What is this? Evidence for a strong genetic influence on childhood adiposity. Adiposity? Despite the force of the obesogenic environment. Adipose is just how smart people say fat fucks, I think. So this is saying there's a strong genetic influence on childhood obesity, despite there being, this study is saying literally the exact opposite, I believe, of what Mike was saying, but I don't know how relevant or large scale or what the, like, I don't know how good of a journal, the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition is. I'm not reading that like it says shit. I just don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know. We got our twin studies or twin analyses of BMI, waist circumference. UK sample of 5,092 twin pairs aged 8 to 11. So this isn't going to answer anything about like when they get older, right? Genetic influences on BMI and abdominal adiposity are high in children born since the onset of the pediatric obesity epidemic. Most of the genetic effect on abdominal adiposity is common to BMI, but 40% is attributable to independent genetic influences. What is interesting, genetic effect and independent genetic influences. Like shared versus unique genes from each person, or environmental effects are small and are divided approximately equally between shared and non-shared effects. Targeting the family may be vital for obesity prevention in the earliest years, but longer-term weight control will require a combination of individual engagement and society-wide efforts to modify the environment. Oh, genetic effect is independent genetic effect means the not heritable or not inherited genes. Is that what that means? I think. Maybe, possibly. We'll just read some of the intro, I guess. The dramatic rise in childhood obesity in the past 15 years is clearly due to changes in the environment because genes have not altered. However, not all children are obese. This difference could be due to inherited genetic differences between children or to differences in their rearing environments. Twin studies provide a unique method for disentangling nature and nurture by taking advantage of the fact that monozygotic twins share all of their genes, whereas dizygotic twins on average share half of their segregating genes. If genetic influence is important, monozygotic twins must be more similar than dizygotic twins. Twin studies can also estimate the extent to which the family environment makes family members more similar than would be expected from their genetic relatedness, the shared environment effect. This is important in the field of childhood obesity because there is considerable interest in the role of the family. Finally, twin studies can be on pitting nature against nurture to consider interaction between genes and environment. A novel type of gene-environment interaction is a change in the relative influences of genes and environment after major changes to the environment. A 1997 review of published adult twin and adoption studies found that variation in BMI was largely due to heritable genetic differences. Studies published since 1997 have reached the same conclusion, with heritability estimates in adults ranging from 55% to 85%. Twin studies also show that most of the non-genetic effect comes from environmental factors that are unique to each person, so non-shared environmental effects, and not from the shared family context. So I'm guessing unique environment is probably what takes over after you leave the household. I'm guessing. And shared environment is the family household. I'm guessing. This observation has been confirmed by results from adoption studies. Contrary to widespread assumptions of the influence of the family environment, living in the same home in childhood appears to confer little similarity in adult BMI beyond that expected from the degree of genetic resemblance. Widespread assumptions about the influence of the family environment living in the same home in childhood appears to confer little similarity in adult BMI beyond that expected from the degree of genetic resemblance. Okay, maybe this is kind of what he's talking about, maybe. One limitation of existing twin studies is that many were carried out in adults from the family home. It's not a contemporary environment. It shared abdominal obesity is increasing faster than BMI in pediatric populations. This increase has serious health implications because visceral fat appears to be the primary cause of obesity-related health risks. Twin studies make it possible to assess the heritability of abdominal fatness and also discover whether genetic influences Knowledge twin study examined the heritability of abdominal adiposity in children since the prevalence of that condition began to spring upward. We quantified the genetic environment. Okay, fuck me. Listen, I just need a smarter gene guy to do this, okay?
To eat hyper-palatable food all the time when they're younger, it definitely affects them when they're older, on the margins, 100%. But it doesn't affect their proclivity to make the same choices when they grow up.
Holy fuck, we're really only halfway through this? I've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh!
They're going to start eating healthy and thinking of the future as soon as they become teenagers, just like their actual mom and dad did. And then they're going to have extra adiposity and struggle with it. However, unless you become profoundly obese as a child, childhood overweightness generally resolves itself as teens mature into adults, because unless you continue on the path of egregious overeating, more or less you can grow out of considerable chubbiness as you get older.
I would like to see the data.
Yeah, sure.
How many kids that are obese and what their rates into adulthood are.
Sure.
I don't know what
I don't feel like that's true. How many obese children get to normal BMI? Around 55% of obese children go on to be obese in adolescence. Around 80% of obese adolescents will still be obese in adulthood, and around 70% will be obese over the age of 30. Damn. I wonder what childhood is as opposed to adolescence here, because I think you can I don't know how accurate BMI is for like little kids. How much it matters for little kids. Although, I mean, it still matters, I guess, yeah. Okay, whatever. All right.
Sure.
Do you know what they are?
Not offhand, no. But things that happen to you in childhood can affect you long term, but don't seem to affect you long term nearly as much as people would think, because your genetics become more and more an effector variable that's better and better detected as you get older.
In deciding,
Like that might be true, that as you get older, genetics become more detectable, but I don't think that that is at ends with the fact that things in your childhood can severely impact you. I just feel like what he's saying that's not true. I think they're called ACEs in psychology, right? Adverse childhood events that can have like deleterious negative impacts on you that are really easy to measure. Like if you've had a certain number of these, you have like, there's a pretty high correlation that you have like more heart disease even, or other things, but I don't know.
causation, right? We think about changing a variable, randomizing it, and seeing what happens. If I could wave a magic wand right now and stop food companies from advertising to children hyper-processed foods, especially in poorer areas, if I create access in food deserts, I know you don't like the term, but in areas where there's less fruits, vegetables for sale, and I sell more of those foods, less of the ultra-processed foods.
Mike addressed it earlier. He claimed that ACE studies don't control for genetics. So is the idea that childhood traumatic experiences are like genetically passed on, or?
Even through an authoritative method. If I greatly improve mental health support, maybe even medication in poorer areas.
What's the mental health thing have to do with it?
The mental health thing is that some people overeat as a way of coping through difficult moments.
It's because they have high food drive, and that's a very happy thing for them to do. that's profoundly genetic. Many people in their most stressful time cannot eat.
Sure, but it still doesn't change the fact
Sure.
that when they're sad, they eat. And if they're more likely to be sad in an area where they can get help for a mental health
I think these
condition.
people also eat when they're happy.
Probably
Celebratory eating is a cultural universal.
It is, but I'm talking about the poorer outcomes where there's worse social outcomes
Yeah.
and there's worse mental health support.
Yeah. What I'm saying is people with a high food drive don't need any stress to eat more. They don't need any less
Yeah,
stress to
I
eat
don't like
less.
doing the highs or lows because that's not representative of the average.
We're not talking about the average. We're talking distinctly about highs and lows because we're talking about poverty versus wealth and its effects on obesity. It is a conversation exclusively of highs and lows. Because
Yeah, but if it's a normal distribution, like are poor people just clustered in the bottom, like your third deviation away from like what? That's kind of weird. If conscientiousness is normally distributed. Fuck. This conversation would be so much better if they had actual like charts and models and papers and everything in front of them. Like, yeah.
in the average, actually, you can't disaggregate anything and who knows what's going on.
Yeah, I'm saying in the average human, not, let's say you don't know and you're blinded to what people's poverty level is. You have to create a graph of what the average is.
Sure. So you're saying a lower degree of mental health on average causes people to become more obese.
Yeah, I think it's a factor.
Is that
I think it's a
substantiated by the
correlative
literature?
factor.
Okay. Is there like a thing where like
Well,
with-
ACEs, that's like the emotional regulation of it all correlates very strongly with people who have issues of crime, issues of overeating, higher rates of blood pressure.
Do you think Good Mike is doing a good job of pushing back? I mean, kind of, but he doesn't have the exact research that Evil Mike is mentioning. So how do you even push back, right? Like it's
elevations. So those variables are there. I don't know about the twin studies because I've never looked at those. But my point was that if you wave a magic wand and you fix all those issues that I discussed, you don't think there will be a significant improvement in obesity in poorer areas?
I think the improvement in nearly all factors would be very impressive and hugely helpful. Locally, not systemically, because you have all sorts of really nasty side effects like drug dealers who deal in food and not actual drugs because now tasty food is illegal. And
Well, I didn't
millions
say
of
make
people
it
still
illegal.
want
I said reduce and improve education.
How do you reduce it if you don't make it illegal?
You limit targeted marketing.
Okay.
it needs to be just way more heavy. Targeted marketing, I don't think that. I think you need to like tax. You need to have economic incentives tied to these things. I think it's way more important.
Because that's so influential and that's outside of our control. There's ways that food companies change what we eat without ever us even realizing that they're doing it. It's the invisible hand.
Yeah. So I guess then
Changing government policy.
Sure. Food companies wouldn't be. People wouldn't know as much about tasty junk food because food companies don't advertise them. So you'll have people who take advantage of that, and let's say in the ghetto, and bring to young children for sale healthy.
Why? What did I even? What did I even tweet this for? I have so many banger tweets that I don't even remember. Do I have any fans with Parkinson's disease? Curious how many I need to get together for Twitch to change their website name. Did somebody change their name because of a... Was this like a team or somebody changing their name? Or what the fuck is this even in response to? I tweeted this in December of 2020. Oh, fuck, that scar just got opened. They were trying to say that you shouldn't use the term blind playthrough of video games because a blind playthrough is ableist. Ugh. Okay.
About tasty junk food because food companies don't advertise them. So you'll have people who take advantage of that, and let's say in the ghetto, and bring to young children for sale healthy treats unhealthy treats they've never seen, and those kids are like, well, what is that? Like Cheez-Its. You ever had Cheez-Its?
I'm sure that.
I mean, like, that's fine. If you want to do black market snack buying, go for it. But you're going to do way less. You're going to eat way less of that food than if it's available in a fucking store. And it's going to be way more expensive, right?
It'll happen.
It'll happen.
But the
because
question is,
people
what will
want the
happen
food.
to the number?
Yeah, I think it'll go down. I think these if they magic wand it, it'll be helpful for sure. Here's my contention. there are a huge fraction of people, usually on the political left,
Like, I don't like these huge fraction. Oh, now he's just talking politics, whatever. It's more acceptable here.
or just moderate, reasonable people who have been educated in the United States or the Western world, who believe that these variables of social effect, food companies, etc., are, if not only the only variables, that very close to the predominant variables. They expect the magic wand of external social factors to be waved and fix almost the whole problem, if not the whole problem entirely. What you're going to get is almost an inversion of that reality, where you'll get like a very serious improvement, 5, 10, 15, 20% of improvement in the problem. And you'll have like 80% of the problem still left over and be wondering why, since we have these amazing educational programs, these amazing programs of reducing food advertising, health, mental health enhancement, so on and so forth, that some people are still demographically much more likely to be obese than others. It is because we ignored the two most primary causative variables, which is conscientiousness.
I agree with this 100%. I think sometimes people think that I talk about this a lot when it comes to like crime. People are like, if we can get rid of all of the systemic racism in the criminal enforcement system, I think we'll fix like the disparity between, white and black incarcerators or whatever. And like, you could probably spend billions of dollars working on that, and you might like fix like 4% of it, maybe. It's probably just not that much of a factor. Same thing with like racial discrimination in, we need to fix racial discrimination in schools between teachers, or whatever, and maybe you'll fix like 5%. It's probably some absurdly low figure. This is why I'm always a huge advocate of like, if there are things, and there's also what's so frustrating, if there are things that you can throw money at and you can get like good results, like empirically, then these are the things that should be like the no-brainers. The two, I always cite these, I should have studies on here for these, but the two that I'm aware of, I believe, fuck it, we can do it now, we're not doing anything, is I think it's air conditioner and food for kids in school. Let's see. Let's see if I can find, okay, free food, school, children, educational outcome. See if I'm making it up or not. Destiny, why do you complain on the lack of stats on these kinds of videos? Why give attention to it instead of actual online lectures on these subjects? Would explaining stats not tank viewership? I don't care, then tank the viewership then. I don't like all these fucking retards that walk around, like Joe Rogan and Lex and all these guys are like, oh, actually, society's done with sound bites. They want good long-form discussions. No, they don't. They just want a 3-hour sound bite. If you want to have a good long-form discussion, then have some research, have some studies, like really dive into a thing. Don't just use like broad, brush strokes to make, 400 TikTok clips from a single video instead of 3, right? If you want to have a long discussion, then have a real long discussion, but it can't be like all broad and general bullshit, I think. Okay, universal free school meals. Ooh, August 9th, 2024. And school student outcomes, a systematic review. This systematic review of 6 studies comprising more than 11,000 schools. Implementation of UFSM was associated with increased lunch, 3 studies, and breakfast, 1 study participation. No change or modestly improved attendance, and decreased obesity prevalence and suspensions. The association with lunch participation had a moderate certainty of evidence, while the other associations had low or very low certainty of evidence. Okay, so this that they were measuring. Associated with increased lunch and breakfast participation. Okay. Okay, so it had to do, they measured attendance, obesity, and suspensions. In school and student outcomes in the U.S. An expert panel informed protocol was developed to evaluate intervention, cohort studies, comparing from August 2012. The outcomes included meal participation rates, attendance, dietary intake and quality, food waste, economic impact, food insecurity, anthropometrics, disciplinary actions, stigma, and shaming. Why not? Why not educational outcomes? Okay. Destiny, I had free food available in school, but I almost never ate. I went to the store and bought energy drinks and pastries. You're clearly not who we're talking about then. School-wide free meal programs for better classrooms, outcomes for students. What do we have here? Okay. Okay. First, school-wide free meals increase the number of school breakfasts and lunches served, obviously. Improve math performance in districts where relatively low or where relatively few students qualified under the income-based program. Okay. Within these districts, elementary and Hispanic students experience the largest academic improvements. Figure 1 summarizes how free meals through CEP affect math performance among different groups of students in these districts with low free meal participation before CEP. In this figure, the height of the bar shows the estimated impacts, and the vertical lines show the 90% confidence interval. I find that overall math performance improved about 0.016 standard deviation, so not too much. Let's see. Okay, overall elementary and just Hispanic children. Significantly reduced suspensions among white male elementary students. Damn, white people be beating each other up for food. Okay, there needs to be more research on this. This is the food thing I've heard, and then the air conditioner thing, I think. Let's see what this is. Oh, Nibur, my favorite thing. Paper publisher research. What would you call NBER? Like, you wouldn't call it a think tank, right? It's not a journal. What would you call it? PSAT scores are lower after hotter school days. Change in PSAT scores associated with one more school day in designated temperature range rather than baseline range. Why aren't the food programs universal? Seems way easier if there's set funding to feed all students for the year. I don't know, Republicans. Cumulative heat exposure over the course of a school year is with a lower level of student learning and the presence of classroom air conditioning. This really wipes out this negative effect. Baseline of temperature range. What is a PSAT graded out of? $1550? What is PSAT score graded? 1520? Wait, is the score change really just like at the worst negative, like it's 0.75 points lower? Or is this percentage points? Those are, oh, no. These are probably standard, maybe standard deviation changes, not point changes. Okay, maybe that's, okay. I was going to say, that's kind of, gotcha, all right. Okay. This is the air conditioning thing I'm familiar with, but all right.
And,
What? How much? 5 hours. Okay. We will. We're finishing this video. Oh boy.
and food drive. If you have, really quick, if you have low food drive, it doesn't matter how conscientious you are or not, you're probably not going to be overweight because like food's just not as big of a deal. If you have a very high food drive and you're very wealthy, you can deploy quite a bit of technologies and personal chefs and all that stuff. You'll almost certainly be significantly more overweight than otherwise, but maybe less so. If you have very high food drive and you have a low degree of conscientiousness, you're going to be very, very, very overweight. And all of the sociological variables in the world cannot help you to a huge extent. They can help you to a moderate extent. We're going to have so much left on the table.
I feel like your environment would dramatically alter this, no? Like, let's say you literally just didn't, let's say, like, if you lived in a starving society, it literally wouldn't matter what the genetic variables are. You would never be fat because you would literally just starve unless you eat your neighbors, I guess.
You'll be wondering why. So what I'm proposing, this is why I'm so passionate about the subject, is I like to take holistic approaches. I like to understand the landscape of the entire issue we're dealing with before going and rendering very, very confident conclusions. For example, if you look at the British public schooling system,
Yikes.
there's some public schools that are not so great, I guess, and some public schools that are just unbelievable. And the recent, this is quoting Robert Plomin's work, behavioral geneticist.
Okay, at least we have a name and something more specific. That's good.
Behavioral genetic analysis of childhood success in school and after, especially after school, has there's the quality of schooling, quote unquote, by ranked school systems in the United Kingdom that you received has almost no predictive effect on how successful you become. And when you see that, and this is insanely rigorous data, what do you have to shake off the page to make sense of that? Because when I read that for the first time, I was like, I almost stopped the car. It was an audiobook, and I was like, the fuck? How? Like, it was supposed to be a thing that you inject education into people, and they just get better. And all of a sudden, when gradations of public schools explain almost no variance for outcomes after, and there's programs where they rotated kids to different schools, lots of variation, it has almost no effect. If you knew behavioral genetics in its aggregate before that, you could have been like, I could have told you that. And then you would have been like, okay, we should have predicted this wasn't going to be a big deal. How do we really address these issues and understand what is the realism with which?
If Good Mike isn't familiar with any of these studies, I don't know how he could ever even push back against any of this, right?
Which we can approach the situation. If you didn't know about behavioral genetics, you would have been like, dude, we need tons of funding for all of these programs. And maybe that's a good thing, but then you would have expected it to work. And when it worked on the margins, but not in its entirety, you would have had to contend with the fact that I think we've severely misunderstood the problem. A quick analogy just for folks who are listening.
Okay.
If you are under the myth that genetics are not the biggest factor in athletic performance, you can take a scrawny little Jewish kid and try to get him into every single soccer camp in the world. I'm a billionaire. My kid's going to learn soccer from like the Brazilian national team themselves, day one. You poured millions of dollars into your kid, and he's like 16 years old. He's the worst person on his non-select soccer team, and he's like, I want to play the violin. And you're like, the fuck? I thought I could pour athletic talent into you. And any sports scientist, to paraphrase Jordan Peterson, worth their salt, it's a hilariously Canadian expression, would say like, that's not
Wait, is being worth your salt? Is that a Canadian expression? The fuck?
how that works. Sports science is about identifying talent and then improving it on the margins, sort of cultivating it. If you don't have the talent, you ain't doing a whole lot. Now you can.
I really don't like the sports analogy here because I feel like the sports is like a competitive thing. Like, this is how much better are you than other people at like winning a thing. Like, in society, we're not competing against each other for lowest body weight unless you're having like an eating disorder competition, with some teenage girls to see who can throw up the most at lunch or whatever. Like, it's like everybody could theoretically have a healthy BMI. Not everybody can be competitive in some athletic event in high school or college or beyond. Like, I don't know what I feel because the question shouldn't be like, is he competitive or is he the worst member on his team? It should be, is he significantly improved versus if he had no training whatsoever, right? But I don't know. One thing that I will say, and I want to stress this a million fucking times. So I saw somebody in chat say this, hard work is far more determinative than genetics. This is the reason why I don't like the nature versus nurture distinction, is because hard work might matter more than genetics, but how much you can work or are willing to work or how easy it is to do that work also has a heavy genetic determining factor. And then like how much you improve will be based off of like the work you do as well. So these things like they feed into each other, right? Like being able to do the work and then having the genetic drive to work and then putting in the work and then improving. Like it's very hard to just separate out like genes versus environment. Like all of it kind of feeds into itself, you know? Like a guy that is a natural, like you could probably take somebody that even has like a higher, I don't know what would be the most skill you would need to play StarCraft or whatever, or what skills you're looking at. But like you could have somebody who's like genetically more suitable to being a high level StarCraft 2 player, but like doesn't like video games. That person will probably never outperform somebody who's just like, who likes to play the game a lot and is decently genetically capable of it, right? Because that person's going to be willing to put in way more hours a lot easier. Whereas the other person, it just doesn't have the inclination for it, whether that's environmental, genetic, whatever. So like the hard work for him is going to look a lot different, you know?
Get better, but it's a similar thing to the poverty obesity thing. If we addressed all of the sort of endemic issues that you were talking about, the systemic ones, external social cultural ones, we would get some decent traction. Yeah, you coach a kid in soccer with the Brazilian national team his whole life, he's going to be pretty goddamn good at soccer, but he ain't going to the Olympics. No way, unless he has mega talent.
Sure.
The same is true about poverty and obesity and those relationships, where if we don't address the food noise, which luckily pharmaceutical companies are addressing now with Ozempic, which I think one of the best things we can do is make anorectic drugs like Ozempic and tirzepatide, et cetera, ubiquitously.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard is the meme quote. Agree/disagree. I mean, like I agree-ish, but there's like huge differences between different kinds of environments. I'm speaking a little bit out of, I think, what I'm super confident on, but like, here's what I think I would generalize. I feel like there are a lot of academic environments that are very heavily G-loaded, meaning that if you are naturally somebody that you just have a much higher IQ, that even with not that much work, you could outperform somebody that's willing to put in quite a bit of work, but is significantly lower IQ than you are. But once you escape these like academic environments where it's like standardized tests and other forms of like G-loaded material, and you get into working environments, things that didn't matter as much in school, I think now become way more important in a working environment. I feel like working environments are more work-loaded than just G-loaded. Like, if you, so I mean, I can give an example of this, right? Imagine a kid with a very, very, very high IQ who just skips class sometimes, but he's able to like look over the notes and he can do shit. He shows up and he does fine on the tests, as opposed to another kid who, you know, he's studying as best he can and, you know, he's a B student. He's just not an A student. If both of those guys graduate from school and then they go into a working environment, if you're skipping meetings, if you can't show up to work on time, if you can't deliver on a reliable timetable, it really doesn't matter how smart you are. Like, unless you're like a top 0.0001%, not top 1%, top 0.0001%. And even at that, it might not matter. The person that outworks you is just going to be a better employee. You would always rather work with that person who can respond to an email on time, who will show up to meetings, who will be there to do the work. It doesn't matter how naturally bright the other person is if they can't like show up and do the work. So I feel like you have to separate out sometimes expectations from like school environments that I think are more G-loaded, because you're not necessarily like doing a ton of work in like a work-related environment. Like you can't, like you could cram for stuff or whatever more. Although I mean, it depends on maybe the type of school stuff too. But as opposed to work environments that I feel like are going to be a little bit less G-loaded or more like work-loaded or something. I don't know, the work phenotype. Would be my guess.
Cheap and available to everyone that needs them. That's going to make a big hit. Why? Because it addresses directly the variable of food drive. Trait conscientiousness remains. There is no drug you can take that improves it, unfortunately. And it's going to remain this kind of sand grain inside that makes the pearl.
Isn't that why conscientiousness is a better trait than IQ to measure? I've just never seen anything. He's obsessed with this conscientiousness trait. I don't know if there's a new audiobook he read or something, but I just haven't heard of this correlation as much. I'm pretty sure if you could boost one thing in your life to be successful, I think IQ is like the one that you want to do. I think it's just correlated with so many other positive outcomes. I don't. He's really into this conscientiousness thing, but I don't know. I just haven't heard of it as much, I guess. I don't know.
It's a constant nuisance that will constantly be there, and we can have a lot of sociological, we're just not doing enough. Education didn't work that well. We need more education. To your point earlier, like vitamin D, once you get enough of it, 10 times the dose is technically toxic over the long term. Sure, shit doesn't help. So we have to understand the entire topography, the landscape of what we're dealing with, and have to accept straight up that many of the core, most explanatory reasons for why poverty and obesity correlate with each other are outside of our ability to have traction on them in the modern timeline and going.
Yeah, but you can affect the outcomes of people with like low conscientiousness. So you can affect the outcomes of people with these types of, I don't want to say genetic defects, but like these like personality traits, no? Or I'm curious if do they ever get to where they offer solutions?
And from there, we should make all of the changes that you recommend, which I'm absolutely 100% on board, depending on how they're executed, of course.
Yeah.
That all stuff matters, but it's going to matter a lot less than many people think. I can't speak for you and tell you how much you think it's going to matter, but because of what we know about behavioral genetics and how causality works in this case, it's going to matter substantially less than you think. And if anything else, it's disheartening. You did all this stuff, and then what happened? Almost nothing.
I think that's the only point we disagree on. I think the trait matter of it all, the food drive of it all, you created this 80-20 guesstimation.
He said Ozempic access would be good. Well, yeah, but like there's got to be a better, I mean, why does it have to be just Ozempic? Like, I don't understand why we can't like heavily modify environments as well, like in the form of like a heavy sugar taxation thing or other types of like access to, like, I feel like school lunch is that's like a good no-brainer, right? So let's say you're in environments where the school is giving you food, like you're guaranteed at least to have that be a relatively healthy meal.
Formula, I can't even argue against it because I don't have the evidence to argue against it.
Oof. Oh no.
And I don't think that you would even fight if someone said it's 70-30.
No, sure,
right?
no
because
problem.
it's almost an arbitrary number because
it
we
could
don't
be
have
30
South.
I wouldn't say it's an arbitrary number. Just because you don't know exactly what a thing is doesn't mean it's arbitrary. It can't be anything. We would have like a degree of probability of like where that answer would lie, right?
70.
Exactly, yeah. But I do believe that these traits matter. The way that I think about it as a practical clinician, because I'm not a researcher, is you hear that we can change the 20% with that magic wand that I was talking about, and you say, that's not the 80% that is really the issue. And I view it as 20% decrease in obesity rates gets us under the average person in America being obese.
Yeah, but if you could target that 80%, wouldn't you want to target the 80%? It'd probably be more cost effective. How was I so much funnier when I was younger? Did I steal this from somebody? Or maybe this isn't even that funny. Maybe I'm just warm to my old tweets. Based. Vyvanse turned me into a zombie. True.
That's a monster win for me. Because if we're, let's say, at 60% obesity in the United States, we'd get 20% drop off, where 40, we're less than the majority.
Yeah, the way I'm contextualizing it, it's going to be 20% of 60. So it's going to be whatever fraction that ends up being.
I don't know what the exact number is.
Yeah.
He did the percentage points versus reduction, but I don't even think that's how it would work. It would be a 20% reduction across everybody's BMI, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a 20% reduction off the number of people. It wouldn't be that like 20% of people are so heavily impacted that they become not obese. I imagine it would be like 20% of people, or everybody would have a 20% reduction of weight in the BMI overweight and obese range. Wouldn't that be the expectation? Also, it would be technically 20% from 60% would be 20% of 60%, or 20% minus 60%, and which would be 12 from 60 is 48% instead of 40% would be, but it's not relevant to any of this.
Sam, can you actually look up what percent of the United States is obese?
No. That's not my contention. I'm saying that if obesity is the problem and you solve 20% of it, you don't get an absolute 20%
Right, yeah, of
reduction.
course, yeah.
You get a relative 20% reduction.
What does this matter?
Right.
But so in any case, like, I love that point. I think I'm looking at it from a little bit of a Sowellian pessimistic take of, well, geez, like, we're not even addressing the two biggest factors in the room, and it's totally fine to address all these other
we are
factors.
now.
Well, I say, as a society or whatever.
And
with
also,
policy.
just to put into perspective from like the bariatric surgery side of things, which has been ongoing for 30 years plus more than the GLP-1s.
GLP-1 is also the more realistic solution to obesity than regulations. Even in regulation land, UK/EU, we still have increasing obesity rates. We are 15 to 20% lower than you guys in America, but it all lines up to the right. Severe obesity cases are going up, which is amazing for GLP-1 targeting. Yeah, but like, who's to say, let's say that you target everybody with GLP-1s. That's just expected? Like, that's what people claimed that Adderall would become, that like you just have to take Adderall to be competitive. Everybody's gonna be on it, it's gonna help everybody. Is it gonna be expected that every single person is gonna be on a GLP-1 agonist? And then also, who's to say that food can't become even more tasty and even more better? So now even people on the GLP-1 agonists are like, the food is just so good and tasty, even they are overeating still. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with mass prescription of the drug. I think it's fine, but I think you have to target the food as well. It can't be that the expectation is, okay, well, the girls turn 14, 15, put them on birth control. Everybody else turns 14, 15, put them on Ozempic or Wegovy or whatever the fuck the semaglutide. Well, I don't know what the fuck it's called, but like that can't be it. That can't be the answer, I don't think. I think it's good right now in the short term, for sure, but it can't be that it's just expected that every single person will be on Ozempic and hopefully foods don't get even tastier.
The reason bariatric surgery works is partially because how it impacts your food drive.
Oh, yes, almost entirely why it works that way. Yeah.
So this is not new. Medicine trying to impact food drive. This has been going on since before I started practicing medicine.
Yeah.
And that's number one. Number two, medicine usually practices on the fringes.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about vaccinating kids and we talk about saving hundreds of lives, someone might look at that and say, I don't find it worthwhile to vaccinate kids to save hundreds of lives.
Sure.
But we do, and science does. So yes, there's very little control that we have of ultimate advantages.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about vaccinating kids and we talk about saving hundreds of lives, someone might look at that and say, I don't find it worthwhile to vaccinate kids to save hundreds of lives.
I wouldn't. Wait, are there vaccines that we mandate for the entire country just to save a couple hundred lives? My understanding is that the savings in hospitalization rates and lives is usually way more significant than just like a couple hundred kids. No? That seems like a really, really low number, unless I'm missing something, but
Sure.
But we do. And
I felt like it was COVID loaded. Even more than hundreds of kids died of COVID, no? COVID deaths, children, USA. Well, I don't even know what the overall COVID death was for kids now. But you're also not just looking at saving lives too. You're also looking at like hospitalization rates as well, which for a lot of vaccines I think is like the main saver. Like I don't think you're necessarily mass flu vaccinating people as well to save lives, although that is like a help, but it's like to avoid like the big hospitalization shit, which is a huge drag in a ton of ways. Oh, wait. Hold on. I can open this. Oh, that wasn't very exciting. Sorry. Is this from the start of the pandemic to now. No, it can't be. More than 1 million people have died, right? Last updated mandated. Okay, what is this data set? Deaths involving coronavirus disease 2019 with a focus on 0 to 18 in the US. Issued 2020-08-05. Oh, was this just for the first couple months? I don't even remember when this shit started. Make the first, oh shit. Oh wait, you're right, hold on, wait. What's the thing to right click, format, no, I wanna make it, how do I make it the right size? I wanna make all of these like fit to the data size. Double click the line between the columns. Click on the upper left black box to highlight all, then double click line between columns. This? Oh. And then this. Okay. Date as of. Is this measuring all deaths then between January 1st, or I'm sorry, between January 4th and June 24th? I thought the overall COVID death, that was over 3 million. Am I crazy? Hold on. How many U.S. citizens have died COVID? Oh, no, it's not. It's 1.2 million. Wait, why did I think 3 million? What am I thinking of? Global? 3 million globally died? Okay. All right. Well, the I guess for this then, the over 3 years then, 3.5 years, it would have been an average of I guess about 400 deaths per year for children. But again, we don't vaccinate just to prevent death. I'm pretty sure we do it to prevent hospitalization as well, right?
In kids, and we talk about saving hundreds of lives, someone might look at that and say, I don't find it worthwhile to vaccinate kids to save hundreds of lives.
Sure.
But we do, and science does. So yes, there's very little control that we have of ultimate human outcomes, because controlling 1, 2, 3, 4 variables in the grand scheme of life is usually ridiculous in thinking you can control the ultimate outcome.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't like protocols that say like, oh, if you ice bath, you can create X, Y, and Z. I'm like, come on, man, one variable, especially such a small variable, is not going to have some meaningful, substantial change that we should give it this much air.
Sure.
But those issues, to me, that if we can change those issues, A, we get some benefit, even if it's not the majority of the benefit. B, the obesity change isn't the only benefit that we get when we change those things. If we change education, if we change their ability to...
What do you mean by education? I'm curious. That one I have a lot of
Okay,
interest
when
in.
someone walks in to one of my Men on the Street interviews, and I ask them a question of, like, what nutrient is most prevalent in your banana? And they say protein. The odds are that they are from a worse education background, from a health literacy standpoint, is higher. Fair to say? Mm-hmm. That happens very often in lower economic schools, education systems, because there's not as much motivation to learn about those things. So the sales of a 64-ounce Slurpee...
Where did Destiny get the idea about food intake correlation to food taste? If a food is tastier and less satiating, you're probably going to eat more of it, and you're probably going to be more prone to overeating.
...is much higher in that area than it is in Greenwich, Connecticut, some really wealthy area. Why? Partially because of education.
Nutritional education is a perfect example of a variable that is talked about as a preeminent variable. Here's one of my beefs with this. coming up through the educational system in all of these fields, you're not really taught that. We were never taught that food drive was a thing that was largely genetically correlated. It's just never talked about. We were never taught about conscientiousness. We were taught about things like nutritional education, empowerment to make better nutritional choices, monetary limits.
I think we
advertising,
weren't
so on
taught
and so
about those things because we didn't know how to impact them.
When I learned about these things, they were taught as a theoretical basis for why things happen. Whether or not you can impact something is very different than theoretically does it caused by something else. And so I think the reason that they theoretically were not taught is because most people in the field didn't ask the question, because most people in those fields are intellectually biased to the political left to begin with and do not to like to look to genetics and deep social forces outside of our control.
Why? Why do you think
because it makes them very sad about the state of affairs and it disempowers them. They believe in human malleability. They believe that no one can be blamed for anything, that it's social forces externally all the way up and down.
Is your motivation behind a sugar tax to cause consumers to buy fewer sugary products or to get producers to put less sugar in their products? Both would happen, I think. I think that probably producers, food producers would have less sugar in their products. They'd find ways to do that, basically.
And those are the, if not the only, the by far predominant reasons why people end up different is because of social forces. That is like...
but don't you think they always, like, barring the extremes, most people will say that it's a mix of nature and nurture?
I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about the educational establishment.
In the educational establishment. You don't think they would say that it's a mix?
No, it's you can lose your job for saying it's a mix.
Like for this, like now we're just on vibes. Like what's the point? Like how do we even quantify this? Is there no research done into behavioral genetics, or is there no research, like how are you citing anything? I don't know.
I was still working at the university. I would never give this interview. Because saying that poor people on average have lower conscientiousness, I'm still worried about this going out. Holy fuck, that's insulting. If you're nuanced and you're smart, you can understand how it's both real and not insulting. But if you're anything else, and if you're very politically motivated, it's going to be a nuclear bomb. You're blaming people for their problems. Even though they're in private life, everyone knows people.
I don't know if you're blaming. I think you're trying to establish a cause for...
Would there be a real difference between real sugar, or would there be a difference between real sugar and like corn syrup, or just flat tax across the board? Just tax it all. The idea that some sugars are better and that like some sugars are evil, or like high fructose corn syrup is uniquely bad, but like other types of simple sugars are much better, I think is bullshit.
Or why something is developed. I don't think you're necessarily putting blame on an individual.
I totally
Whether
agree.
that person is conscientious, especially as you put it genetically, you're almost not blaming them. You're almost dissolving of the blame.
That's a very interesting way to look at it.
But aren't you? Is that fair? Because you're saying genetically you have this predisposition to this trait, therefore it's not up to you.
I think the concept of blame is one that the longer you look at it, the more it falls apart anyway. I don't like to deal in blame. I don't even know what that means. I like to deal in causality instead of blame. Blame is like an emotion.
Why do you feel sugar should be taxed differently? Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure. I mean, you can also tax ultra-processed foods as well. I don't know how much sugar tax would just affect that. But whatever the things that are the worst for us, find ways to tax them more. Americans' calorie consumption hasn't increased over time. How do we not? How can our weight be increasing over time if caloric consumption isn't increasing over time?
Emotion you have inside from ancestral times when the police and court system were not there to enforce things, and by blaming someone, you could paint them in a negative light and interact with them.
As sad as it is, I don't think that there is much evidence that moving around more. I think that movement and exercise is a really good way to improve your health in a variety of ways. But I don't think it's not going to have the biggest impact on your weight. It's not going to have much of an impact. I don't think almost at all. I think on weight related stuff. I think for that you have to like target the diet on stuff like that.
We're going to get into this no matter what. Do you believe in free will?
No.
Oh, cool.
And I think that, yeah, sure. But I think the concept of free will is preposterous on its face because people say, well, what about quantum mechanics and randomness? Because that's random will. It's still not free will. So I don't think there is a space for free will as most people understand it in a modern intellectual landscape.
Is sugar inelastic good? I feel like people buying sugary products tend to buy it regardless of cost because it's a large portion of how they derive happiness, much like alcohol. I disagree. I think that sugar is probably highly elastic because as long as there's other food you can buy, I'm sure it's quite elastic.
But at the same time, in your brain, you have a machine that decides what you're going to think, which is out of your control entirely. And you have a part of that machine which reviews all the contents of your mind and decides on aggregate, am I going to make this decision that I just thought of or not? And so the combination of having self-awareness and an ability to take all the information you know and aggregate it to not just my recent proclivity, but also everything else I know, certainly makes a system that acts as if it has free will. But you really lens down into it. It's not free at all. It's entirely mechanistic.
So what would you say people watching this that you're afraid of that they'll say about you?
I don't give a fuck. That's
Well,
why I'm
no,
here.
but you're saying that you're worried about it going out. What are you worried about? Or why would you get fired?
Yeah. Mike's,
If you were still worried.
Mike's a Nazi.
Come on.
You don't think exercise like cardio or NEAT are major variables to weight loss? No, they're just not. I'm sorry. If you do like some great, if you're like a fucking Olympian level athlete, maybe. But my understanding is that right now the current research basically shows that whatever level of exercise you're at, your body like more or less burns similar-ish calories per day, maybe slightly more. When I say slightly, like less than 10 or 5% more per day, but you're not like significantly, not enough to like truly impact your weight. That like 95% or more of your weight loss is going to come through things like adjustments to diet.
Come on, for real.
No, I'm serious. Check your comments. Check them now.
But in reality, you think they would call you a Nazi?
Yes.
And why would they call you a Nazi?
Because the Nazis took the idea that people had genetic differences that impacted their behavior and decided the end run best way to deal with that was to kill millions. I think there's a really big problem with the
And
kill
are you
millions
that?
part. Do I have to answer directly?
But doesn't adding muscle increase your metabolism? Like barely, not that much. I don't think. No, not enough for it to be significantly impactful of anything. No.
That impacted their behavior and decided the end run best way to deal with that was to kill millions. I think there's a really
league
big problem with
players.
the
And are you
millions
that?
part.
The haze.
Do I have to answer directly?
Yes.
Israetel. That'd be a fun Nazi name. I am a politically very
Then why would I want to work out? You should work out because it has huge benefits to your physical health and huge benefits to your emotional health. And I think that having more muscle in general, I think is like a big protective factor down the line for other types of things. Like I think it can impact things like bone density. I think it can impact things like how likely you're to be injured in like an event, like if you fall over something as an old person. Obviously things like cardiovascular health and mental health and other things are improved. Like exercise dramatically improves all of these things, but you just exercising for weight loss is basically never, it's always a loser of a thing. There's a lot of people that are ask Pain in chat about it. I'm not even gonna argue this one. Go fucking read it. If you want to link a thing in chat, go for it. Or you can just be ask Pain in chat, or you can be ask Pain in chat, go look it up later. I don't really give a fuck. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong on this. The reason why nobody's like anything. Okay.
closely aligned with libertarians. I'm a secular humanist. And so I think anytime a complex human being dies, it is an unmitigated tragedy. I think that killing people and putting them into camps is abysmal. But you can reason yourself through sociological effects only to the same.
Diet is always better than exercise for everything, including health. For everything? No, there are things that you can do that you get from exercise that you can't get eating. You can't build muscle. You can't, there are types of ways that you improve like bone density and shit. Cardiovascular health, stuff like this. Like you can't get this by just eating. You have to like exercise and move your body into it, right?
Thing. Tragedy. I think that killing people and putting them into camps is abysmal. But you can reason yourself through sociological effects only to the same thing. Evidence, Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong. They didn't believe genetics had any effect on anything. They believed it was all sociological. What did they do? Put people into camps, toast them by the tens of millions.
You can weaponize any philosophy.
Oh, yeah, sure.
To any extreme.
But if you're on one extreme or the other, you tend to weaponize the
opposite. Yeah. But you're still extreme,
for
but
sure.
still weaponized.
It just so happens that most of the community, the intellectual community in the United States, the collegiate intellectual community, is wildly left-wing biased for a generation and for 3 generations now. The problem is getting, let's say, if it's a problem, it's getting worse. It's becoming more and more of a thing that the campuses are attracting more and more left-leaning people. And so when we're talking about looking at this from a grander landscape of what really is the cause and effect situation for why poor people tend to be obese more on average, you're getting a very, very biased view from most of the academic establishments. They neither teach the basic theoretics of it. If you bring it up in class, you're lambasted as like having borderline Nazi thoughts,
But
and
like,
the whole
if
thing.
you bring up food
One thing that I don't like when people say things like this is people always assume, I wonder if he'll bring this up. I hope he brings this up, and then it's a true pre-watch. People assume that if academics were perfectly politically neutral, that 50% would be conservative and 50% would be liberal. I feel like in these conversations, they never discuss, well, what are the chances that one side could just be more factually accurate on a given issue than the other side, right? Let's say, because if it was the case that Republicans were actually mostly correct about this, then you would want most people to be conservative, right? Or if Democrats are mostly correct about this, you'd want more of them to be like liberal, right? I feel like it's always assumed that 50% is the correct answer to this, but
drive, people will call you a Nazi? I don't understand how that happens.
If you say food drive is mostly genetic, the right-wingers will say you're excusing people's willpower thing,
Okay.
and the left-wingers will, in some situations, be like, see, but then when you tie genetics to other factors, let's say racial factors, they're like, holy shit, Hitler reborn. There are lots of people. The world has many beautiful things about it. There's many ugly things about it. And when you go, hey, this ugly stuff we should be looking at, there are lots of people that go, yeah. And there are lots of people that go, you son of a bitch. How dare you? And as intellectual, every college campus says they're for intellectual curiosity and freedom of speech and freedom of thought. And in the United States, almost none is or isn't. You and I could sit here and really make fools of ourselves and get canceled by going, what was Hitler right about? He was right about a lot of shit, right? He was a fucking murderous animal who was wrong about the core tenets of his philosophy. But he had all the stuff that was correct.
Okay.
Order, social responsibility, personal responsibility, pride in the greatness of your nation. It's fucking awesome stuff.
Yeah, okay, but like there's a lot of people that say that without getting there through like Nazism, right?
We don't need to jettison that, but people tend to feel so much more than they think in many regards that like as soon as you bring up, oh, I'm doing free thought, I'm doing cost-benefit analysis, let's look at Churchill, Hitler, and Stalin and see how their philosophies differ, cost-benefit, pluses and minuses. That intellectual exercise is damn near forbidden on college campuses today. So the idea that we have free thought is largely been jettisoned. Like I went to the University of Michigan as an undergrad, a phenomenal institution, but damn near a propaganda machine. When I went there, they are like trying to get you to believe a certain version of the world that felt really nice for people on the political left to believe. And so they jettisoned entire classes.
Yeah, like he's right conceptually here. I don't know if he's gone too far to the other side. People are very quick to have like their normative values. So whatever ethical statements they believe in, and then they work backwards from there, and they'll eject anything that doesn't comport with those. So if it is the case that some population of people just has a genetic proclivity towards something, that answer is unacceptable because it feels bad, and then they eject it. But it's also the same on the other end too. For like, there were a lot of like people on the left will never accept answers relating to population groups or whatever having genetic proclivity towards certain traits, right? Which is, it's probably true. Now, what is the impact, or I'm sorry, what is the magnitude? And then, what can you do to mitigate those in an environment is a totally different question. However, like everybody on the right for a long time also said that like men are just better than women at school because we're just like more equipped to learn, but they've switched a lot to well, actually it's an environmental argument. Schooling is an environmental thing. Men need to be outside to learn. We need to be more physical. We're not designed to sit in classrooms all day. That's why little boys are being ADHD diagnosed all the time. It's not fair, right? So when the data changed, the opinion didn't change, because the normative value is just that, well, no, hold on, that it has to be that men are more equipped than women. Now there has to be an environmental reason, and that's why they're scoring lower, whereas before it was genetic. Like when we were winning, it's just a biological reality that men are better than women at schools. But now that we're losing, well, now it must be an environmental thing. Like people will change because it's fucking retarded.
Of introspection and trying to figure out what's going on, such as behavioral genetics, such as true cultural differences and where they stem from. They had an idea that you could re-architect external society to make any change that you wanted. That idea is wrong. It's always...
You cannot run a bad diet. 1 large fry equals 500 calories equals 1 hour of intense exercise. I don't think an ordinary human being can exercise away 500 calories in an hour. That's like Michael Phelps level. That's a lot. You're doing a lot. You're like fucking scaling the Empire State Building.
Always been wrong, but it's not completely wrong. It's partially correct. There's, like to your point earlier, it has some traction. You can change society and make people's lives better, even if they're the same people. But what you should expect out of that is a much more mixed picture. There's a lot of situations where you think the core variable is social, you pour tons of social resources into it, it changes up to a point, then it doesn't change anymore, and your answer is like, well, we just need more social stuff, and that is the wrong answer. But if you're not willing to admit that this other thing even exists, what the hell do you do afterwards? That's a real curious situation.
Yeah, I guess the real research that I would like to see is what can we do to impact this trait?
Like food drive and conscientiousness, respectively?
Yeah, well, food drive, we kind of have some, at least beginnings of evidence for.
Correct, yeah.
But for conscientiousness, as an example.
And you can ask the same thing about intelligence. Probably the single most beneficial thing you can have. I always go back and forth in my head as to which one is more effectual, conscientiousness or intelligence. But together, they are the single biggest effective variables for everything else that happens in your life. If you are intelligent and conscientious, above average, you're going to be doing some really interesting shit. If you are significantly below average in conscientiousness and intelligence, there's a high probability you're going to be in jail or highly unaccomplished and poor and making...
Okay, hold on. Sorry, just real quick, because I'm perma-banning for just the most retarded shit that I see. Destiny, you can easily do 500 plus running a 10K, which most decent runners can do in less than an hour. So you're perma-ban? What percentage of Americans do you think can run a 5K? What an absolutely fucking retarded thing to put in chat. Holy shit. This guy, 1 hour of easy cardio is 600 calories. Bye. See you later. 600 calories, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Holy shit.
Terrible decisions all the time. If you ask the question of how do we increase people's conscientiousness and increase their intelligence Some of the answers are very straightforward. A cultural reinforcement of high conscientiousness, like, hey, save your money. It's better to think of the future, things like that. But now the political left in some extremes is so insane that even trying to say that to people is considered paternalistic. And
Yeah, but there's
outside.
the exact opposite happening on the right-wing side where it's weaponized in the other direction.
Totally. Equally as unhelpful.
What I probably should have asked very early on in this conversation that I didn't is when you say that there is a genetic tie to the trait of conscientiousness, what is that gene that you're looking at, that you're describing? Because to me, when we look at a trait, that is something that we've sort of elucidated on tests, but what actual gene are you looking at?
All of these traits, anything having to do with traits like personality stuff, are going to be super polygenetic. There's going to be like hundreds of genes that control for any of these things, which I'm sure this Dr. Good Mike will know, and Evil Mike will probably know.
Sort of elucidated on tests, but what actual gene are you looking at?
But and also, I don't know why this matters. Fuck, but now I'm reading chat too. Have they talked about changing environmental stuff yet?
So it's almost certainly polygenic, which means hundreds, if not thousands or more genes are responsible. This is true for intelligence. There's no intelligence gene. But there are lots of genes that have small fractional mini percentages effect on intelligence, and in the aggregate, they make you much smarter or much less intelligent. Conscientiousness is the same. You can track a lot of what conscientiousness is and how it acts by analogizing to child development. Every single 2-year-old is the least conscientious thing you'll ever meet in your life. They don't have the neural architecture to think of the future, mostly because they
Wait, who?
genes that have small fractional mini percentages effect on intelligence, and in the aggregate, they make you much smarter or much less intelligent. Conscientiousness is the same. You can track a lot of what conscientiousness is and how it acts by analogizing to child development. Every single 2-year-old is the least conscientious thing you'll ever meet in your life. They don't have the neural architecture to think of the future, mostly because they don't have a well-developed prefrontal cortex.
Sure.
So prefrontal cortical development is probably really, really tied causatively to conscientiousness. So if you had some wacky idea to genetically engineer people and you found a way through 150 genes to push the prefrontal cortex into more aggressive development, accounting for skull size, et cetera, then that would probably be something that would be a fruitful, it's like if someone's profoundly athletic and has an amazing sense of balance, they probably have a larger, more well-integrated cerebellum because that is the seat for that kind of action. So these are all just like the brain is a computer. These are all computer properties of the brain.
Thinking about traits like this historically has been problematic. You mentioned the Nazis.
Yeah. It's
How
not
they
what they did that
weaponized
was a
it.
problematic thing. What they did was just killed millions of people.
Right. Based off of that logic.
Sure.
Again, their action is the issue.
Yes.
Self-esteem era of the 1990s elucidated that having high self-esteem was a big contributing trait that led to success from childhood. So we instituted participation trophies, praising children even when they're failing, creating a higher level of narcissism that perhaps didn't exist before. And largely, we've seen it as a failure of modern psychology of trying to institute false
Very
self-esteem.
well-intentioned and very
Very.
from the political left.
Very well-intentioned. And frankly, I don't care which side it comes from.
Just to keep in mind the idea that this is not the first political left thing to come up to the surface to where there's an orthodoxy that you're supposed to accept.
Yeah, but there's
and
a
it's just
right-wing
wrong.
version of that in the past
The
that has
right-wing
happened.
people do not run the universities. There are two types
Okay,
of
they run the
people.
government now.
Do they? Well, they
Literally every part of the government. Supreme Court, Congress, Senate.
we won't get into so
legislative
something
branch.
like 90% of actual government workers, not accounting for police and military, politically on the left. Just to keep that in the discussion. So the deep state on the extreme is an insane right-wing conspiracy, but in a more reasonable take, like, yes, most people who actually work in government of all levels are Democrats. And so when Republicans are in charge, they're dealing with a largely antagonistic workforce.
Which is great because
Wait, is that true? That most people that work in government are Democrats? Is there a way to find that out? Or wait. It also depends on what level of government we're talking to. Like if we were talking top down from all levels of government, and you're including like are public school teachers included in that? Or I wish they were. He said other than the police, he carved out law enforcement.
checks and balances are awesome.
When Democrats are in charge, then it's bad, right? The corollary has to hold true.
I don't think that's necessarily true because I feel like the pendulum swings in both directions.
But it doesn't in the actual running of the day-to-day government.
Yeah, I don't know what is the actual predominance of government workers. Yeah,
It's 90%.
I'm curious.
Yeah. But just to say, like...
Yeah, well, we did the well-intentioned self-esteem thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Percentage of government workers who are Democrats 10 seconds. Oh boy. Okay, federal employees slightly prefer Democrats in upcoming midterms. Slightly. What is this? Voter preference. A strong minority, 46%, plan to vote for a Democrat for the House race, but federal employees are more torn on which party they will vote for in the Senate race. What's the Senate? Where does he get this thing that they like heavily lean Democrat? Or am I just missing? Or I don't know.
I read a book by Roy Baumeister about the power of willpower. Have you looked at any of his work? So there was a thought that it's not self-esteem, it's willpower. That's the thing. That if you have good willpower, you actually get better outcomes. And that's the one factor. We need to focus on boosting willpower. And there's little things that we can do to impact our willpower throughout the day, throughout our lives, et cetera, et cetera. And that's also fallen out of favor because we've seen that artificially trying to change this trait
He said 90%. Okay.
doesn't really help.
No, okay. So does it not help or does it not work? Like, is willpower enhancement actually not something we can gain traction on? Or is it the fact that people have substantially improved?
He doesn't mean registered Democrats. He just means they lean left. Just like it isn't a stretch to say the media leans left. Oh, so leans left is in what? They don't like support like authoritarian dictators or the complete and total destruction of the government or the mass proliferation of Russian propaganda. Like, what does that mean? Leans left. Like, doesn't worship Trump or give him a slide on every single thing. Okay.
Their willpower in a robust way that lasts, and that doesn't still improve their lives.
I think that
It's probably the former.
we don't know which of the two it is. We just know in a clinical, practical sense, it doesn't.
Yeah. So that comports back to the whole behavioral genetics thing. There's only so much you can change for a person's expressive psychology with external factors, even from childhood, definitely in adulthood. So the idea that you can change someone's general ability to yield willpower, which we express as discipline, is curious. And the behavioral genetics literature would be like, you probably can't make much of a difference. That's the thing is, both intelligence and conscientiousness seem to be deeply genetic. And if we have a robust plan to genetically engineer anyone who wants it, now we got a real solution going. Short of that, we should do our very best in every regard that you expressed on providing social services, so on and so forth. We cannot expect miracle resolutions to many of these societal issues because, and I'll say it very plainly, it's dope to talk about nutritional education. And it helps many people on the margins. But when you try to educate someone who doesn't give a shit about what goes into their bodies, who cares? It doesn't matter. And the reality is that many people like to engender ideas of who they're helping, having met very few or none of the people who they're actually trying to help. If you talk to a lot of people who are very substantially overweight, a humongous fraction of them, sometimes in words, depending on the context, almost always in action, don't really proximately give a fuck to do anything about it. Many of them do. And those are the people who you're going to be able to help a lot. But a lot of them don't. And the thing that revelation that you get from behavioral genetics and sort of multifactorial analysis that reveals like some people just kind of want to do this stuff and they like eating junk and they're not going to be bothered by it because there are hundreds of millions of them that exist in the world and tens of millions in the United States at the extremes even. The optimism you have to have for your ability to change the situation has to be brought down to reality, and your bandwidth for how to think about addressing the problem has to expand to think, okay, we got people nutritionally much more educated. It helped a few percentage points. We thought nutritional education, as we were taught in school, was maybe a third of the issue, but it had a 6% reductive effect, and we're at the saturation point for nutritional education, where people can tell you, and here's been my experience, almost everyone who walks through the door at McDonald's and out comes with a shaken burger, you think that's healthy? Almost everyone will go, no, hell no, what? You give people a bag of chips or a green apple. Which one's healthy? 90% of every American is going to be like, this is the son of the podcast. This is a trick question, right? Like, no, legitimate.
Speaking of healthy food, I got sidetracked. I ordered food like an hour ago. Fuck! It's going to be cold and I'm going to be grumpy. God damn it. Oh, there's going to be bans flying in chat. Oh, there's going to be bans flying in chat. cold tendies. Oh my fucking God.
A question. They're like, you're fucking with me. It's the apple. Duh.
Well, if you ask that to Dr. Gundry, he would disagree with you. He says grapes are basically the same thing as Hershey's.
So you know how like once it's like the monk on top of the mountain, the simpleton and the monk agree.
Yeah.
Gundry's that smart that he's come back around.
Wow. Okay. You're giving him a lot of credit.
Dr. Gundry, by the way. I'm so sorry I said Gundry. How insulting. Do you want to do a cigarette break really quick?
No. We can't do
enhance
that
our
right
health?
now. No, I want to live a shorter life.
I
so
almost broke my phone in half when I watched the cigarette clip, by the way. But I decided to smoke a cigarette instead because I care about my longevity and something nicotinamide, something other, the British health study, you know the rest.
Oh, man, that was painful. If we control food drive, does conscientiousness not matter for obesity?
Oh, man, I would like to agree with that. It won't matter nearly as much as it does now. So if you control completely food drive, so conscientiousness expresses itself in fun ways. You give people ubiquitous access to anorectic medications, let's say 7th gen in 2032. They're just ultra.
The better version of Ozempic for
the
those listening.
10x better version. You still got to take the pill. And there are people who, even if it's a one-time genetic enhancer shot, you get the shot, your genes change, you're just going to be skinny with your genes. Some people aren't going to take the shot. Some of those people are just like, hey, did you get to the treatment center to get your shot? They're like, nah. How many people, what is the correlation between conscientiousness and doctor's visits? Mike, it's real high. Some people just...
I feel like that's going to be significantly altered by the amount of effort you have to go. Okay, hold on. I feel like Evil Mike is dramatically over-exaggerating the impacts of conscientiousness now. Like, for instance, he like, if you want to say something like, oh, a low conscientious person is less likely to go to the gym to lose weight, so they're never going to lose weight. Okay, sure. But then if somebody says, well, what if you could just take a pill and lose weight? And he's like, nah, they're low conscientious, they won't do it. Really? What if it was just push a button? Nah, they don't care. Really? Like, I think that the level of effort you have to put in is going to heavily mediate the chances of you actually doing the thing.
just don't give a shit. You ever deal with people in a hospital setting who like haven't been to the doctor in living memory?
Of course.
Yeah. So when your conscientiousness is low, short of us violating your civil
Yeah,
liberties.
look, I have patients that are nihilistic that end up in my office for a variety of reasons,
100%.
and I can't really help them.
Right.
So-
right. So, but the food drive thing is for all the folks with low conscientiousness that take the food drive medication and or get the shot or whatever, they're going to see enormous changes. However, even if you have relatively low food drive, junk food is still fun to eat. And your ability to think of, is this good for me or bad for me? If we get you back down to like normal food drive, you can still be substantially overweight, though not obese, because you just really like to snack. And someone's like, are you hungry? And you're like, not really, just
Well,
eating.
look, bodily autonomy is
Huge deal.
everyone's right. So like I box and that's terrible for me and I know it is, and yet I do it.
Yes, exactly. I have taken grotesque amounts of anabolic steroids and all the bad things I talked about last time on the show. So it will have a huge effect. It won't have
100%.
It won't have 100%.
But who's looking for 100%? I feel like with one variable controlled, you're not going to get 100%.
No, for sure. But you're going to get a lot because food drive is absolutely the quintessential variable. Because if
So if you're going to get a lot, why even talk about conscientiousness? It's not, you can't really change it, as you said.
Yet.
If you control for the other variable that you talk about within the poor communities about food drive, it pretty much gets you almost all the way there. Not
Yeah,
a
a lot.
lot, a
It'll
lot
do
of
a
the
lot,
way there.
for sure.
A significant majority. Why talk about it?
Yeah, easy. So you're going to have a situation in our magical mystery pretend world here where the difference in obesity rates between poor people and richer people used to be, let's say, 10 imaginary units of obesity. And now they are 2 imaginary units of obesity, right? We made an 80% reduction in the difference between wealthier and poor people. We've addressed everything you suggested and everything I suggested, short of conscientiousness. Food drive, medication, access to everything. Everyone's no longer experiencing stress and trauma, relatively same rates, so on and so forth. Like, look at Japan, for example. It's actually just not true to say that poor people in Japan experience more crime, stress, and trauma than richer people, because there's just no statistical differentiation hardly between them. Like, there's just not really any crime and stress and drama anywhere in Japan relative to us, right?
I have no idea.
So yeah, well, you could look at the statistical data, but if you go to Japan, all of a sudden it seems like, okay, where are all the violent people? I'm going to Japan in a little bit, so I'm trying to bring violence to them. I'm kidding, Japanese people, please. All jokes. So if you look at that situation in the future that we could have, where we've reduced the problem an unbelievable amount, but differences still exist, you're going to have the temptation, especially with the ideological bias of most of these institutions that we have that actually make these changes, like institute the regulations for food advertising, so on and so forth, the people behind them, and the people politically who voted in those people, very well-meaning Americans who want the problem to be resolved. Because anything that's a difference between wealthier and poor people, including money itself, is kind of fucking gross, right? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Okay, I don't know if I want to watch the whole rest of this. Do they ever get to a part where they recommend, like, oh, well, here's what we should do? Like, here are the, like, if you could snap your finger, do 3 things Evil Mike, what would you do? Is there like a question like this that comes up, or?
Just because you have less money, you should have like shittier health? That's fucked up. Like, we all want the difference to be 0. When the difference used to be 10 units and now is 2, holy shit, to your point, like that's it. Problem more or less
it's
solved.
not problem solved.
No, but like we did it. Why do I still give a shit about conscientious? Here's
Yeah, I kind of disagreed a bit with some of Mike's take here. He was talking about how changing like food advertising laws and shit, it wouldn't really make any difference because fundamentally it has to do with genetics and just people's like temperament or personality traits. Like, we've had similar things happen with cigarette smoking, where there was no regulation whatsoever when it came to marketing cigarettes. And you can just look at the difference in rates of cigarette smoking from the early 21st century up into the 1960s, where it peaked. And well, if we're talking about specific food products, I wouldn't necessarily.
Oh fuck, I'm sorry. I'm sure that if you get rid of all of the, I'm sure if you get rid of all the advertising for bad food, it would decrease the consumption of that bad food a little bit, but I don't know if it would decrease it a ton.
It kind of depends on what we figure a little bit is.
My guess would be
I mean,
less than 10% would be my guess.
yeah, so if, like, let's say we had a target for 10%, from a public health perspective, that could be pretty substantive. 10% reduction in fast food intake could be correlated with maybe 2 or 3% reduction in obesity or diabetes or heart disease rates. So you're talking about like thousands of people per year.
Yeah, I agree.
who
It could be
would-
good for sure.
Yeah.
But if you're doing that and you're expecting it to be like an 80% reduction, that's where the problem is. I don't think there'd be anything wrong with changing how some of this stuff is advertised, maybe, sure. Yeah. But
Yeah, I think certain food products could easily be flat out banned, and that would make a substantive reduction. Like that, most people would consider meaningful. So like sugary sweetened beverages. The technology we have for artificial sweetening is pretty friggin' fantastic right now. Like, if you have Coke Zero, the taste is pretty much indistinguishable. And if there is a detectable taste difference, most people in a blind testing, they actually prefer the taste of the artificially sweetened Coke. That was actually discovered way back, I think, in like the late 90s, where Diet Coke actually scored better on the taste test compared to Classic Coke. So I don't know why at this point we even allow sugary sweetened beverages, like particularly soft drinks. You can maybe at this point make a case for fruit juices, but even now, I think Minute Maid has a very low sugar, like lemonade, where it's only 10 calories per serving, whereas the normal one I think is 120 calories per serving. So at least for soft drinks, I don't know why the hell we even allow, sugary sweetened soft drinks. Just eliminating that product from the market, I think that would make a pretty substantive difference.
okay. I don't think I necessarily disagree.
All right.
Okay.
Well, once again, take care, dude.
I love you. Be careful. Bye.
Here's why. Because when you have that smaller difference, people are going to be like, all right, we're not doing enough on the regulation side. We're not doing enough education.
Do you think they'll go
for
too far? What's your
They
concern?
have in almost every other regard. That's just what they do. And, as soon as the oppression Olympics situation that's happened recently in politics, as soon as you could no longer statistically detect different levels of oppression among different genders and races in the United States, which probably was mostly the case about the 1980s, depending on what literature you look, some really in the 1970s, definitely 1990s. In the 90s, you think overtly, insanely racist, homophobic, in the old Alabama way people. It's just they're teeny, teeny, tiny fraction, and they can't possibly explain all these systemic differences and stuff. People went way overboard for 30 years trying to address these issues, not coming back to being okay, what's the base reality here? So for the conscientiousness situation, if we kiboshed every other variable, but we still have this 20%, which absolutely is much lower, but relative to someone who comes of age during that time and sees big differences. You know what I mean? Imagine someone from the year 1600 coming to America, and you just give them a tour of New York City, and they're like, what's that person like? It's a poor person. He's overweight and he has a cell phone in his hand. Right. That's what poor people are like, but it's real bad. They're he has no place to sleep. He has a place to sleep. It's warm. He's a gigantic color television. He has access to the internet. He gets essentially functionally through the city, really, really good health care. What's that mean? Nobody really dies of infections anymore unless they really untreated. All the diseases you know about don't exist anymore. And they're I don't understand why we even care about rich and poor. Everyone's rich. But to us growing up today, even small differences can seem quite stark. Mm-hmm. And so what we'll do in the future then, if we don't account for conscientiousness being a relatively large variable, then we're going to have this thing where we got to do all this other stuff. And the reality is none of that other stuff is going to work because it's completely saturated. We're going to be attacking a problem from completely the wrong angle because we've never sort of taken to task the real crutch, kind of the crux of the issue. A quick offhand example. If you've had some relatives who you deal with, who you've had not so great relations with, you think it's the way I'm speaking to them. It's the way they understand me. We have to have a come to Jesus talk. We have to do the therapy. And it turns out years later, they have a psychological condition that's endemic and they have to be on drugs and therapy for it, but you never addressed that because you didn't want to be hey, Uncle Bill, I think you're fucking crazy, crazy. I think you need pills because you were well, that's not cool. I'm not telling him that. You would have been you know what? I'm just not kind enough to Bill. Next time I'm bringing an even bigger Christmas or Hanukkah present or whatever the fuck. And every year you bring a bigger present, he's just the same kind of dick. Now, it was better than when you didn't give him presents at all, but it hit a baseline. And you're what am I doing wrong? And the answer is nothing. That's just who Bill is. People with a very low conscientiousness can only be helped to a certain point. They just make different choices. It's trying to expect your toddler to be formal with greetings and go to school on time by himself. You're that's a kid. You can't expect him to do that. People with low trait conscientiousness are going to live their lives in different ways and face a cacophony of problems that don't occur to people of high conscientiousness, problems that even exist for an adult. And if we don't have an understanding that that's a real thing that we should expect, we're going to spend a lot of time and resources that could have alternatively better spent in 50 other different ways on that problem, and they're going to have no effect for generations. We've already done this with education in the United States. We've already done it with a ton of different factors. What I'm saying is let's get a full understanding compassionately of the problem at hand. Try to understand what fraction of what is accounted for by which variables, definitely address the variables we can. But then when people say how come there's still room left over, I would like future universities to say, look, you can help people a lot externally, but a lot of it depends on the person himself. And we haven't found a way to change that yet. And if you bright students of today have any great ideas about how to enhance trait conscientiousness of people, we need you to think that through. But so far we've kept away from it, but we know it's a factor versus saying, why would you even care about that, you fucking Nazi? And then all of a sudden we're back to square one where we're we've deployed all these strategies. We need more strategies. And that.
Does people might think being homeless is easy or something? Homeless people have no chores, okay?
We're to a point where trait conscientiousness isn't accounting for all the obesity differences, and you're we need more anorectic intervention through drugs. When you're going to drive people so high in the anorectic scale, regular people who don't have low conscientiousness, who you could just say, fuck snacks, I don't need any snacks, they're going to be the government's going to be here's the average dose of future Ozempic we need you to take. They're going to be getting very low in body weight. They're going to be getting osteopenic, and you're going to say well, more, they need more, and you're no, we're actually having real nasty side effects from this now. The thing you're trying to change is a thing that can't be changed because you're not even looking at the right variable. It's how much more basketball training do I need to give you for you to be able to dunk? You're dude, I'm 5'3". There is no amount of training that's getting you to dunk. You're no, it's got to be something with the calf tendons. You need to go to Bulgarian basketball camp 24/7. You've just pissed away a child's life changing an unachievable goal.
You are worried about the future, trying to create perfect scenarios that perhaps don't exist. Because of some inevitably
the least charitable
unchangeable
way to say that, yes.
No, because in the future, that's a concern. It's not an issue now. You're saying right now, think about the social things, but once you get the benefit of that, then don't think that you need to do more.
I don't know any people that I've ever talked to who are genuinely concerned to trying to make social changes that think they're working on a 10 to 20% factor. Almost all of them think they're working on an 80% factor, and they're not. So I think today
does that matter? Again, in the present.
Yeah.
In the present.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Because how the government has finite resources. Mm-hmm. And if you think you have a huge degree of traction on a really big problem, then you're going to pour a lot of resources in that problem. And it's going to take resources away from other problems. Whereas if you realize okay, we can pour some resources into this. And to be honest, we're doing pretty much as we can now. And the rest is kind of not up to us. Then you go, okay, we're doing decent here. Let's switch to an alternate way of affecting other variables. We don't have free money coming out of the ground. If we start getting free money coming out of the ground, fuck it, spend money on everything. We just have people eat money at that point. You know what I mean?
Why do you think that when the self-esteem movement came about and people labeled that as the trait to focus on, no one called them Nazis?
Well, it's the opposite of a Nazi ideology. A lot of conservative thinkers called them socialists and communists.
When they said the self-esteem.
No, yeah. You're gonna make up a bunch of entitled assholes and pussies. You're gonna pussify a whole generation. There was all sorts of nasty things said about that. But fundamentally, when you say, look, who's against people having more self-esteem? Kind of nobody. I mean, somehow, if you could really improve people's self-esteem, people generally think that's a good thing. But if you say, look, some people, the number one cause of the problems in their life is them and how they behave from a largely deeply cultural and genetic perspective. Like, there are entire subsets of American society with nothing racial, by the way. Every race has subsets of their culture that is like YOLO culture, like live for today, fuck everything else. Like, don't you think that matters? Whoa, no, we're not gonna go judging people's cultures. It seems nasty to judge people's activities. It seems nasty to blame the victim. And that's why you don't get as much pushback about it. And that's why I'm here embarrassing myself to push back on it for reasons of, again, trade-offs of what issues you attack. Because if you think something's really tractable and you have the money to spend and it's worthwhile, you fucking spend the money. If you think something's, not so tractable, we've already spent a lot of money, it's not seeming to have marginal effects at this point, you got to ask, because from a grander perspective, the kind of issues that affect the rest of the world make us look like spoiled fucking children. There are parts of Asia and Africa that are destitute. Mm-hmm. They need our help. And being a humanist,
like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm like, America hasn't had this obesity rate for 200 years, right? America hasn't been, what, 60%? Oh, no, it's not 60%. What is it? Probably 40% obesity. Like, this obesity rate has increased over time. It's not because of the changes in our genes, right? It's because of the changes of the food availability, which is 100% environmental. This is why you have to be really careful when you talk about heritability of genetic traits and everything. So like earlier, it might sound facetious when I say, wow, you could have the genetic predisposition of being the best athlete in the world, but if you starve a child, he's not going to grow up to be as tall as he could be, right? That might seem facetious, but it's equally facetious or stupid to be like, well, 40% of Americans generally, that's just they're obese because of genetic factors, and there's not much you can do to change that. Wait, hold on. What was the obesity in this country 150 years ago? Can I find? Is there like an obesity over time before it's always been the exact same? Find me something earlier than 2000. Jesus. Oh, actually, I wonder how long we've even measured it. In the 1960s, AI summary, sorry. This is from the CDC. So how is this increasing over time, right? So this is like heritability. I'm not even doing this justice because I don't have the fucking educational background to talk about this fucking topic. Heritability only measures the difference between two people, a single trait, the difference in that trait, and how much that difference can be explained by genetics is what heritability measures. It doesn't measure technically the total potential or the bottom potential of a thing. You can't use it to measure groups versus groups. You can't measure it, and that groups could be geographically and genetically, or it could be through time, right? Because we wouldn't say that, have we really, have we changed genetically that much in 60 years that we've tripled our obesity rates? We changed that much genetically? No. The change here between these different groups of people, maybe on the aggregate, maybe there has been some genetic change broadly speaking, but almost all of this is going to be environmental, right? Because of the availability of super crazy foods, right? So if you could take the exact same genetic stock, the same conscientiousness and the same whatever bullshit, and you would have put them in a 1960s food environment, you would expect to see their obesity probably change to the 1960s obesity, right? I'm not taking away anything he's saying about genetic influence on traits, but I think he's dramatically downplaying how environment can influence how your genes express themselves in society.
I don't give a fuck about borders or nations or any of that shit. It has huge value in other regards, but we got to help real people. And when you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, into nutritional education, where you now know that the returns on investment are teeny tiny, and you could be sending hundreds of millions of dollars in development aid properly administered in Africa and South Asia. Oh my God, like you have 100-to-1 life-saving potential that you're
You
like,
wouldn't do well in politics with that message. I'll tell
there's
you
a
that.
reason I'm not in politics.
You wanted to talk about muscle. Can I tell you my take on it? And then
Yes, I
hear
would
yours?
love that.
Because I don't want your thing to influence what I'm going to say.
Oh, of course.
My thought about muscle is that right now, muscle is talked about as a longevity organ because, like, for example, someone will get an invite to a podcast and they'll say, what's the most important organ? And they'll say your thighs. Because if you have good thigh muscle, you could stay independent, you can go see your friends, you can exercise, increase in muscle tissue, decreases rates of hip fractures and balance, and they'll point to all these things.
Cringe.
And I think muscle is incredibly important. And there's even a protective factor in muscle from obesity and regaining weight after losing weight if you were once obese. But I think it's just another phase of excitement to talk about it, obesity in a new way. That's my thought.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Okay.
You said it all. All right, cool podcast. Wish all of them were this easy.
No, but what's your thought, or how does it differ from mine?
So I think there are two components that in the real world are enormously effectual for health, long-term longevity, and a massive reduction in morbidity, even more than an increase in longevity. And that is the balance of muscle and fat that you have. Fat's the more important one of them by a factor of like 8 or some shit like that. But muscle.
Destiny, heritability is about genetic variance within a particular environment, so yeah, it doesn't mean a trait is not environmentally influenced. Yes, true, correct. I think it's all, is it within one generation? I think it's within one generation, and I think it's if the offspring are functioning in the same environment as the parents, then heritability is supposed to predict how much of the difference in the traits of the offspring is due to the parents' genetic profile, genetics, genes, genome.
Is also important. And so at any given body weight, if you have more muscle and less fat, you are profoundly more healthy in every measurable way. And if your body weight is also relatively lower, you're also profoundly more healthy. So when we are seeing people who are, let's say, in their 50s or something, their blood work's good, health outcomes are good, no concern. A regular, and I don't want to ascribe any opinions to people, so this is all Fantasyland nonsense, which is really should be the title of the podcast. Mike's a delusional idiot.
Haven't we mapped the human genome? How is this stuff a mystery anymore? Because even when they've tried, because theoretically, in the early 90s, I think it was the mid 90s, we had the entire human genome mapped. Like we very quickly began designing like whole people based off of our understanding of genetics. But when they did the first like twin genetic creation project or whatever, where they were giving like powerful dominant traits to one twin and recessive traits to the other twin, that recessive traded twin was still superior to the dominant trait twin in every single way, which is why Snake defeats Liquid Ocelot, and he was the superior of the Les Enfants Terribles or whatever fucking project. Okay, it doesn't matter. Genes aren't important.
Comma, and a Nazi, in parentheses, Hitler himself reborn. So when people in a traditional medical establishment, which I don't ascribe you to be in.
I am.
Yeah, but you're one of these modern thinking doctors. You don't even smoke cigarettes when taking patients. What are you doing? You know, Dr. Gundry said.
I'm glad Good Mike said that. Like, you're not part of the establishment. No, I am. I am part of the establishment, right? Notice the, it's like a no true Scotsman fallacy. I'm not trying to say he's doing a thing, but it's like, you do this thing where when you talk to a guy that you agree with, oh, you're outside of the establishment. I can tell because you've got cool thoughts. And then other people are tempted to say, yeah, I am not part of the establishment because that's bad. But it's like, no, I am part of the establishment and I can have good thoughts too, right? I'm glad that he identified that way.
Medical establishment, which I don't ascribe you to be in.
I am.
Yeah, but you're one of these modern thinking doctors. You don't even smoke cigarettes when taking patients. What are you doing? You know, Dr. Gundry said. I'm becoming angry at various clips of Gundry in my head. So when people see 50, 55-year-olds in their office, regular health screening, and all the blood work is good, they're like, sweet, have at it. You're great. See you next time. If I'm a person who's got, a little periscope to the office and I see them, and I see that person has a relatively low amount of skeletal muscle mass and a high degree of relative adiposity, relative body fat is higher. People that are like normal weight but kind of made of mush, skinny fat or whatever.
Like me right now.
I've been looking at your body for quite some time. I haven't seen anything I've disliked yet. So,
Well, thank you.
No problem.
For your objective measure.
Okay, can we like stop the podcast and get it popping?
Yes.
The cameras can stay on, by the way.
That's a different show, Mike.
Oh, nice. I heard that's going well as well. Mine is also. Mostly feet. I digress. When I see that person, and if I'm that doctor, and I'm not a medical doctor, but if I'm like a consultant to the medical doctor, like, hey, sports scientist, what do you think? I'll be like, we got to try to talk to this person about resistance training consistently, eating a diet of enough protein to make a difference, and trying to get the balance of their fat and muscle through whatever ways. Decrease in fat, increase in muscle. Usually it's much more decrease in fat because muscle gain doesn't go as high as fat loss is capable of. I want to see them next time in the office just thinking of older folks, like a Willem Dafoe. Do you know who that is?
Of course.
I've heard
It
of
doesn't
him.
matter what age he is, he's fucking lean. And he's kind of jacked. Not jacked, but he's like, what?
Did Dr. Mike did Good Mike do Evil Mike dirty here? Are there more jacked pictures of William Dafoe? Because he's just lean here. I don't think anybody would consider this jacked in any sense of the word. I think he's just pretty lean, right?
Wiry. Mm-hmm. A person 55 years old of Willem Dafoe's body composition, to me, is a person who is, outside of crazy whatever drug habit or whoever the hell knows, for real people in the real world, at just the value of their body composition as a predictive variable for future morbidity and mortality. I would say, like, if you're in really good health, but you have a high degree of adiposity, a low degree of muscle mass, even if you're of a healthy weight, you need to get to work on making your muscle mass higher and your fat mass lower, because that is going to have a huge effect on how your health is later. And so if I'm a consultant to medical doctors, I don't rest until every patient I see over the long term eventually comes back to the office with visible muscularity.
You literally can't do this though, right? As a doctor, there's no, how do you make your patients work out? You can't do this. Like, every single doctor would prefer this if it was possible, but you can't. How are you going to make your patients? Like, people say this, like, what are you supposed to do?
And no grotesque aggregated adiposity, like massive spare tire, thighs, etc. Or if they flex their arm, there's some hard stuff in there versus just goop. Now, none of this is a personal judgment whatsoever. I actually don't value people more or less based on how jacked and lean they are to any extent. I don't.
You should. Jack people are better humans. We should all be embarrassed if you're fat or skinny fat. Okay, we are worse people. Okay, don't fool yourself.
Care at all. Most of the best people that I look up to in the world, I don't even know what their body comp is. I don't care. But as far as an individual perspective, the more muscular you can be and the leaner you can be, especially the latter, but definitely the former, the healthier you will be long term. And the strength of these variables as effector variables is so massive that I don't want that doctor letting people out of his office with good blood work in their 50s who have very little muscle mass, but a lot of adiposity relatively, and just be like, you're good to go. I want that.
I don't think I think every doctor will always tell you, like, diet and exercise, diet and exercise, diet and exercise, diet and exercise, diet. But I mean, what the fuck is patients are fucking retarded because people are retarded. What are you going to do? I mean,
that doctor, if it's in the scope of practice and polite conversation to them, to be like, hey, you're doing good. Now your DEXA scan has you doing just fine. The bones look strong, but you'll benefit really, really greatly if you do some resistance training. Here are the resources for that. Here are the resources for diet, to work with a registered dietitian to bring the body fat down and the muscularity up. And the person's going to be like, why? My blood work's good. And you're like, see, it's good now, but the thing that makes it good is largely how much fat and muscle you have over years and years and years. That's my big contention.
You're a walking, at this moment, sitting oxymoron.
How dare you? I've never been accused of, guys, what word does that, what did he say? I'm not a moron.
Do you know why I'm saying
OxyClean
it?
was a great product.
Do you know why I say that?
I have my suspicions.
We had this whole 2-hour conversation, and the takeaway on your end, it seemed, was that the social issues require so much work, but are not going to give you the majority of the benefit. Does that sum it up somewhat fairly from an obscure side? Mm-hmm. And then you want, in the limited time we have in our offices, to change human behavior by telling...
No! Oh my God! Did he just bring it all back? I'm sure Evil Mike. Should we call him Hitler Mike? No, I'm just kidding. Evil Mike will have a counter to this. I'm calling him Evil and Good Mike just because that's what they present as. Like, if this was a movie, this guy looks like he would be Good Mike, and that guy looks like he'd be Evil Mike. But I don't think one of them is good and one of them is evil, just to be clear.
Telling them, hey, lift more. And you think that's going to lead to actual human behavior change? When we look at recommendations...
Oh, no. How long... okay, so Dr. Mike, this guy looks young, right? I'm going to guess. I'm about to fire off a bullshit guess. And I'm going to say 40. How old is Dr. Mike? Damn! 35. How long was he actually practicing for before he became a YouTuber? Because it would be funny if these guys, like, Like, I feel like it's so funny because you've got like this guy who's almost like a genetic fucking determinist, Evil Mike. And then you've got this guy who's like, we need to socially engineer better environments. Yeah, good Mike. But I bet if you looked at the way they talked and treated individuals, it would almost 180. Where Evil Mike, you know, is like, help, Evil Mike, I am a small dude. What should I do? Bro, diet, go to the gym, compound lifts, PPL, whatever you want to do, man. Like every day you got to try your hardest. And then like Dr. Mike is like, I got this patient. Every time I see this motherfucker, he's 10 pounds heavier. This dude is going to be the whale from the fucking movie with the mummy guy, okay? I'm fucking drugging the fuck out of this guy. He won't stop eating. His blood pressure is getting higher and higher, all right? I just need him to not die while he's my patient, right? It's funny because I feel like the approach is going to, not to say that one of them is good or bad or that either is, it's just funny because of the type of people they see, right? Like a person going to Evil Mike's channel is like, I want to improve myself and get better. And a person going to, like the hospital already might have like medical problems or issues that are probably at least somewhat related to lifestyle choice and everything, right?
Of diet and exercise for weight loss. 98% failure over the long term.
Yeah.
Talk about getting little reward for the...
Damn, because see, he just like, for all of the social stuff he was talking about earlier, he just like fucking, I wonder if the Evil Mike will point that out. Did he just say, if you recommend diet and exercise, it's like a 98% fail rate? Is that what he's...
And then you want, in the limited time we have in our offices, to change human behavior by telling them, hey, lift more. And you think that's going to lead to actual human behavior change? When we look at recommendations of diet and exercise for weight loss, 98% failure over the long term.
Yeah.
Now they've like switched sides.
Talk about getting little reward for the time spent.
Sure.
The thing you're
See, this is where Evil Mike fucked up because he's low in conscience. I don't know what would make him more empathetic, actually. He should have just phrased this all from the perspective of, imagine a person walks into the clinic and then Dr. Mike would tell you, good Mike would tell you, I can tell you exactly when that motherfucker's going to die, plus or minus 2 years.
talking about, which I agree with, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Is the thing that actually yields the worst results.
Yeah, I didn't claim it was going to save humanity. The other thing is, if you deal with highly conscientious people, it is possible to have an effect.
It sounds like you have a bias for conscientious people.
I do.
Okay. Well, at least you said it.
Yeah.
Because you said you don't judge people based on their body mass, but you probably would judge them based on their conscientiousness.
We could have a long philosophical discussion on what judging people actually means. I appraise everyone I ever meet.
Okay,
like,
fair.
I've been on dates before where the girl's like, "Are you judging me?" I'm like, "Absolutely."
He's got to be like a hardcore. He is. I already know. He's a hardcore physical determinist or whatever the fuck you call it.
Are you the guy in the room that talks about what discrimination actually means?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the audience?
I'm not trying to cancel myself anytime soon. Discrimination is the ability to tell things apart. Yeah, Thomas Sowell on my t-shirt, man. I can't do that.
I read Discrimination Disparities, and he did a great job talking about if your discriminatory taste with wine
or with your sexual partners, yes.
You will be a fine describer of wines.
Yes, exactly. So basically, first, if you tell people of low conscientiousness to like, hey, lift weights and eat better, reduce your body fat, fucking who gives a shit? So people who are high conscientious, they'll have a better time of it and be able to do better. But this brings me to the next part of my talk where...
Oh, fuck. Oh, I just had the worst. It might be too edgy. I don't think I can actually make the comparison. I think it's actually too edgy. But it would be the ultimate Nazi. It would be the ultimate like far right defeater for Never mind. I can't. I'm so
this
sorry.
kind of social effect.
That was so bad. I'm sorry.
Going to hit some people, but it requires so much effort in a modern food environment to constrain your adiposity, to increase your muscularity, that a lot of people just don't find it something that manages to squeeze in their schedule. And I think that if you have a situation where you tell people, like really, doctors across America are really pushing resistance training, they're really pushing lowering adiposity, even relative adiposity, if BMI is not too high, you're going to have a substantial effect that's in that 10% of solving the problem. But that's like tens of millions of people whose lives have been extensive. It's wonderful. Exactly like I think that your sociological stuff is wonderful. It's great, right?
But you don't like it.
No, I love it. I just think it's just not super powerful. So I agree with total
Given that your career is about the non-super powerful thing.
Really, my career is about like sports science. It's a hobby. I work in the entertainment industry. Legitimately, sports is just entertainment. So that being the case, I think the next step, and this was described well in a review article recently written, we need to really seriously consider the development of a non-androgenic anabolic drug. So we've now have the modern anorectic drugs, the GLPs, GIPs, glucagon agonists, that have allowed us to kick down to any body weight reasonably as we tolerate the drugs. Any body weight you want, you just crank the dosage, eventually you get to that body weight, as long as you're just remotely interested in eating sort of the right things.
Not necessarily the case.
I'll debate you all day.
It's not my take. Again, the bariatric surgeon said that once you're in the BMIs of 50 and 60, the GLP-1s are not getting you where you need to be alone.
Okay, that's probably true, but how many people are in BMI of 50, 60? Wait, is that what extreme obesity is? What BMI is morbid obesity? Is 40 or higher. How many people are in 50 or 60? No offense if you're out there listening, I'm so sorry. Or take offense, that's pretty big, okay. I think at that point we can bully you a little bit. Percentage of people over 50 BMI. I'm gonna guess, fuck, wait, I didn't look. My guess is gonna be less than 1%. It has to be less than 1%. It has to be less than 1%. Okay, BMI over 50 is up to, in 2010, it was 0.55%. So, okay, sorry.
And that's why multimodal therapy is now the forefront of the research, where it's both.
Both what?
Bariatric surgery with a GLP-1 after.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, then you have also an insane number of fat cells at that point that are screaming really loud, and they just can't dial up the dose enough to, so that's why I mentioned side effects. If you could mute the side effects and dial up the
We are breeding 50 BMI kinetic bombs to drop on Japan.
dose, you could get people in the 500 or 600 pound range to weigh 100 pounds within a matter of years. But they're going to look like skin bags or whatever, which I will say, I have to say this as much as possible. The skin removal techniques as an industry, surgical and non-surgical, are the $1 trillion question for modern medicine in the late 2020s, early 2030s. So whoever the fuck is listening, hit me up. I'll invest in your company. JK, please, well, I don't know, feel free to give me a shout out. I don't know if I'll see the email, but it's a big deal, right? Because Ozempic and all those drugs are helping so many people lose weight. And a lot of people think, like, I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to look like whatever, like the celebrity I like. And they're like, oh shit, skin just doesn't go away. And so skin removal is a big, big deal in the future. But so
maybe as bariatric surgery drops off, because the latest study that came out showed 130% rise in GLP-1 prescriptions and a 30% drop off in bariatric surgeries.
Makes sense.
So maybe as they have more time,
skin
because
removal.
when I asked the bariatric surgeon about that, she said that they have spent their time where they're performing less bariatric surgery, performing general surgery.
Interesting.
But maybe they could do skin.
For sure. And also like as
Holy fuck. If you're super fat and you have skin removal surgery, can you save the extra skin? And then if you need to do skin grafts in the future, you could just use your extra skin instead of having to take it from other parts of your body? That's why I have 212 IQ and you have 95 IQ, bitch.
is a very different thing from like developing medical techniques that are effective. If you're in a very niche field of medicine, it's just not a huge environment with a lot of like total part of the economy going into it and total amount of thought going into how to resolve those problems. There's lots of people thinking about heart disease. Very few people thinking about like, austere monogenic conditions. Or like there's 3 guys in the world that study your condition. I'm really sorry. Hopefully we'll get more AI about it in the future. But thinking as literally tens of millions of people become candidates for skin removal surgery, that side of plastics is going to be like exploding because it's like, oh my God, like anyone who figures out 10x cheaper and more effective, easily recoverable and aesthetically more pleasing skin removal technique.
Now explain how to cook a chicken breast properly. Drop it in the rice cooker, bitch.
Out 10x cheaper and more effective, easily recoverable and aesthetically more pleasing skin removal technique. Bro, the medical companies that do the tech and the doctors that do best surgeries, huge. In any case, I digress.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the exact opposite of what the future looks like for food companies.
Oh boy, that's a whole other thing. We'll have to
I have a question because I love your philosophic answers on these. Name one industry that benefits from societal significant weight loss.
Name one industry that benefits from societal significant weight loss. Supercars, because now everybody can fit in a smaller, faster car. Airlines, because now people don't have to share seats with big people next to them. Elevator repair technicians will have less work because fat people won't be causing elevators to crash. Fuck, what else? Who benefits the most? Fuck. Porn? People saying porn. Well, what do you mean? There's plenty of porn stars. You're not running out of porn stars. Healthcare? Healthcare would suffer. What are you talking about? Now they're losing all their fat patients.
That benefits from significant societal weight loss.
Like if we
That's it. Oncologists, people that work in cancer treatment, because if everybody weighed less, they'd probably live longer so that they could develop more cancer. And the people that work in cancer research and cancer treatment would make way more money. True.
were to create like a better version of Ozempic 10.0 that is better, no side effects, no issues, and we can get everyone into a healthy weight, what industry benefits from
The
that?
junk food industry.
Benefits?
Yeah, hugely.
How does it benefit?
Because now you can eat junk food and it doesn't fucking matter.
No,
You're not
but
gonna get
No, the whole point of a GLP-1 agonist is it makes it so you don't want to eat that type of stuff. Wait, why would he say that? No, he's probably half trolling when he says that, right? He knows that he's like curb appetite, right? It doesn't make it so you can just eat infinite food and you just don't absorb the calories, right?
Industry benefits from
the
that.
junk food industry.
Benefits?
Yeah, hugely.
How does it benefit?
Because now you can eat junk food and it doesn't fucking matter.
No,
You're not
but
gonna
you
get to be a
consume
fat
less
piece of
junk
shit.
food.
Yeah, less. You're not going to eat zero. And now you
Well, you're going to eat less. What do you mean? He said what benefits?
can eat tons of junk food.
No, you can't. Wait, hold on. Am I being retarded here? These make it so like if you eat too much, you literally just like you feel sick, right? Isn't this?
And as long as you get your protein and all the healthy foods in, you're not going to be excessive on calories because you fill up so fast. So now junk food companies want you to believe that junk food can be part of a healthy, balanced diet. And they're completely correct for a small fraction of people that have very low food drive. In the future, with monoanorectic drugs being ubiquitous, everyone's going to have low food drive. And it's actually true to say, like, dude, get a bag of Cheetos. And people are like, well, I don't know. They're going to lead to, no, they're not. Have a bag of Cheetos. You're fucking good. No one ever got fat from a bag of Cheetos. Now, hundreds of thousands of bags of Cheetos over the lifetime. That's the thing. The junk food industry is going to adapt and make junk foods that are maybe some of the similar ones today. They'll also maybe make ones that are slightly healthier or higher in protein. So an industry that's going to, I think, absolutely blow up is the high protein, healthy food, but fun snacking industry. You got a lot of people now that are losing weight. They're empowered by these beautiful new drugs, but they're like, I still kind of want to eat some fun foods, but I know some of the shit's not good for me. And
I feel like I would rather have a 4,000 calorie per day consuming customer than a 2,000 calorie per day consuming customer who also likes junk food. Like
these medicines have put me on the right path. Because is there any way I can eat like potato chips that aren't going to fucking kill me? Healthy junk food?
Those already exist. They're called baked lays, which are better than traditional ones, by the way. I wonder if they are even less calories, actually. This is insane, dude. This is Biden's America. $72 for a fucking bag of chips. When I was a kid, these things cost like $20 max. That's fucking crazy, fam. That is crazy.
Food is just glazed with glory and profit, I think. With junk food in general, I don't
Do you
think
think
there's
more so than the current junk food that exists? Like there's higher profit margins in that than what
in healthy junk food? Yeah, hell yeah, because more people are going to be.
I just think right now,
You can make that now. You know they already have that, right? They already have like healthy, like you can buy like protein cookies or like what am I thinking of? What is it called? There's this, I actually super recommend this, by the way. What is it called? No, it's not Healthy Pop. Oh, this Skinny Pop popcorn shit. They already make a ton of junk food like this. How is he not aware of this? He must just be, he's trying to spitball an answer. A whole bag of this is 150 calories. This is good shit. I'm dead serious when I highly recommend this. If you're trying to weight loss and not be like fucking miserable in terms of eating shit, to be clear, this one Skinny Pop here is like the same amount of, like you could have 2 full bags of this and that's the same calories as a fucking like Hershey chocolate bar, okay? This is goated, all right? This is a goated snack food.
the foods are so hyper palatable and so addictive.
This must taste like nothing. That's where you're wrong, kiddo.
Hell yeah, because more people are going to be.
I just think right now
are,
the foods are so hyper palatable and so addictive that whatever healthy junk food you have, there's no way someone's going to buy 10 bags
right.
of it.
So I do have an interesting prediction. Is there any way I can eat like potato chips that aren't going to fucking kill me.
What the fuck?
Healthy junk food is
Did they change something? The Matrix? Hello?
just
Right now, the foods are so hyper palatable and so addictive that whatever healthy junk food you have, there's no way someone's going to buy 10 bags
right.
of it.
So I do have an interesting prediction. There's not a real war, not a hot war, no shots exchanged. There is a war between hyperpalatable foods and monoretroactive medications. The response for foods development now is going to be like, okay, people are eating less with Ozempic. How do we make our food so fucking tasty, even with Ozempic? That
I pre-watched this. I did. That's what I did today. I was so productive today. I was on time and I still managed to pre-watch this entire fucking YouTube video.
they continue to eat them in large quantities. It's a cool thing. Eventually, it's just going to make a lot of food really, really amazing and really, really cheap. And a lot more people who want to be just as lean as they like eating those amazing cheap foods. And
Have you ever had Terra chips? Yeah, but I don't know if those are necessarily healthier than ordinary chips. Actually, I would say that I would be careful with those. Those are really good. The problem with those is I feel like you can eat like an entire bag of these. Oh my God, all of them are so good. I even like the purple ones are good. Literally all of them. There's so many different colors. Ooh, these things are deadly. Careful. Oh my God, these are deadly. Be careful.
moderation. But if in like 10 years you're not on a monoretroactive drug and you're like the average food drive and you just eat sort of whatever shows up to your mouth, the probability that you're going to be obese is insanely high.
Well, look at what he's saying. Isn't that environmental, right? So you're saying that a person of like moderate or even high conscientiousness could get mind fucked by their food environment? I don't understand how this didn't come up earlier, changing the food environment. No, hold on. No, it didn't come up a ton and I just didn't hear it. I feel like they didn't talk about it much.
Same prediction it would have been in the 1950s. Like think about the 50s, right? Not a lot of hyperpalatable foods going around. Just regular people with normal appetites that
Oh, see, see, I did pre-watch all this. True.
today are 300 pounds were like 175 pounds back then. You'd be like, dude, in the 2020s, you're going to be fat. Like bullshit. No way. Like food is going to be so good and so cheap. You have no
Wait, how is good, Mike, not saying like, well, hold on. What about your whole thing earlier about trait conscientiousness and genetic populations and blah, 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 right?
idea. Fast forward to the 2020s, you're like, dude, you're right. I can't stop eating this shit. That trend is going to continue. So the Ozempic stuff haven't ended. They're just another salvo in that fight of corporations bringing you pleasure. But ideally, the best corporations bring you all the pleasure with none of the side effects, which is why I think healthy foods that are super tasty but are good for you and fill you up. My God, imagine a bag of chips you could buy.
Okay, hold on. You're talking about like ultra god foods. Yeah, if you could make a food that was super tasty and really good for you and highly satiating, yeah, no shit, this would be like the god food. Well, of course. What do you do? Yeah, no duh. I don't think you could just like super easily just make that though. Or like if you could, I imagine somebody would have made it by now, right? What is this? Oh, this is a Hershey's Cookies and Cream chocolate bar. Damn, that must be really bad for you. No, actually, this whole candy bar is actually 400 calories, but it leaves me feeling full for 12 hours, and it actually hits 200% of my required micronutrients and 100% of all the macros that I need for the day. It's oh, cool. Why didn't we think of that? Why not just make a candy bar that fills you up, that takes your whole appetite, takes care of it, and satiates you completely, and has all your micros and macros, and is low calories? What were we thinking? Why not just make that food?
That was very nutritious, unbelievably delicious, and was super, super affordable. You would just eat that regularly.
No shit.
And because that company continues to sell you chips and has nothing to apologize for and can advertise like, you can make this part of your diet.
Can you name one food like that right now?
No. Wait, did he say yes? No shot. What's he going to say? What is he going to say? Wait, he
Apologize
didn't say
for
sure.
and
Hold
can
on.
advertise like,
Hold on.
you can make this part of your diet.
Can you name one food like that right now?
Oh, I have a...
I want him to say, hold on. I pre-watched, so I know what he's going to say. I pre-watched it. I know what he's going to say. I pre-watched. Okay, hold on. Let's think. Okay. Rack our brains. There's no current candy bars. He's not going to name like a Quest cookie or like some, no, it's not going to be like a protein shake or anything like that. It has to be high in protein, probably whatever it is. It's going to be like fuck, what's he going to say? I have no idea what he's going to say. I hope he says wait. No. Yeah, okay. He has to say skinless chicken breast, unseasoned. And that's it. That's the answer. Unseasoned, grilled, skinless chicken breast.
A really good example, Fairlife shakes.
Okay, never mind. Just kidding. Are these like really good? Do I need to ditch the Soylent? I think I did like a sleeker, like a more minimalist design, if that makes sense. Like it didn't have all this design shit on it, but don't know, don't care. All right.
The dairy-based protein shakes.
Correct. They are unbelievably delicious and really, really nutritious as
All
well.
right. Are you sponsored by them?
No, God, no. Fairlife, please sponsor us. I love them. I love you. I'll sing your praises. Dude, Fairlife's amazing. Yeah. There's lots of like cool chicken sausages they have now that you can get at the store and grill up that are incredible macro, super high protein, low fat, and they're ultra delicious and super healthy. So
Heme iron.
Say that again?
Heme iron.
What's that?
Dangerous component of meat-based foods.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, let's make a sausage together. That's like the prime drink or the, what's that, lunchly of sausages? I'm kidding.
Lunchly.
It's terrible what you did on Twitter, by the way.
What did I do on Twitter?
I'm kidding. You had that one post about Twitter misrepresenting all of your
YouTube.
make-believe tweets of yours. Remember?
Yeah, isn't that wild?
That's so fun, yeah. All's fair in love and thumbnails and titles. So.
No, that's not right. I don't agree with that.
Well, that's my opinion, not yours. What the hell were we talking about earlier when you took me off track on the philosophical bullshit? Oh, yes.
Probably more
I'm
philosophical.
back. No, I got it. So it's all the same. So doctors' offices and telling people, hey, you should lift more weights and do this. Non-androgenic anabolics. We've already started to solve the problem of food drive and appetite with medication. But now we have an even bigger problem in the muscle mass side. It used to be low muscle mass was something that affected predominantly older individuals of certain ethnic groups more than others. People from Southeast Asia struggle with low muscle mass, and you've seen a lot of the metadata on their health stuff. People in their late 20s who are type 2 diabetic, and you're like, you're not even overweight. Like, muscle to fat ratio is all wacky, right? And so what we had, and this is going to be worse and worse of a problem over time, is the only thing keeping many, many overweight Americans non-sarcopenic, which is to say enough muscle mass to not cause activities of daily living or metabolic dysregulation. The only thing keeping them having high enough muscle mass was their enormous food intake. Because if you eat more food, you gain muscle and fat. Now they're going to be eating less food, but they're not getting into fitness and activity, not all of them. So you're going to see these new modern anorectic medications drive a new wave of sarcopenia. Junk food and overeating has just been covering up that wave of sarcopenia because like a lot of overweight older adults, they're not sarcopenic, but as soon as you get them down in body weight, oh my God, they're sarcopenic.
Oh, man. I'm going to make a big prediction here that I feel pretty strong about, even though I'm totally vibe basing this. My guess is going to be that having muscle actually doesn't really help that much in old age and isn't very meaningful. It's the process of building muscle that is probably the thing that is conferring all sorts of health benefits. So for instance, people that lift at the gym tend to be more flexible. Flexibility is a huge predictor of injury. I think even more so than muscle mass. Just being more flexible is really good for you. People that go to the gym are engaging in a lot of cardiovascular health. Your lungs are working, your heart is working, your heart rate variability decreases and all of that. I guess something that would be really interesting is to see if people that do like tren, or if people that for people that do steroids and get muscles that way without ever going to the gym, do they have similar health benefits conferred onto them as people that actually go to the gym and build muscle? Like, I know that people that do steroids will gain muscle and strength, but do they get like the increase in bone density, the increase in cardiovascular health, the increase in flexibility? I feel like they probably wouldn't. Age over increases. That'd be my guess, but... to Destiny, sports equal gym. What?
We desperately need the development of a non-androgenic anabolic, because anabolic steroids, they build muscle real well, but they come with like 18 trillion different side effects or just non-starter. If you have a non-androgenic anabolic potentially attacking the myostatin regulation system, which is ultra powerful, you ever see those like cows that have like 2 times the muscle of the regular cow, or the greyhound or the mouse or whatever? That is already a monogenic vector of attack we could be developing, and who knows,
How does this disagree with him, though? He's saying that... I'm sorry. The reason why I said that is because he's saying that at least if you're fat, you still have... I'm sorry. I didn't even explain where that disagreement came from. Sorry. He's saying that at least fat people have muscle because of how much muscle you need just to carry yourself around. But I don't know if that muscle is like beneficial or advantageous to have, as opposed to just being skinny with less muscle. Like, I think you'd probably rather be skinny fat than just fat. That'd be my guess. That like, just because you need a little bit of muscle to carry around all the extra fat you have doesn't mean that having a little bit of muscle offsets all of the negative health effects of being fat. That'd be my guess. But like, I feel like skinny fat is probably way better in terms of health outcomes, would be my guess.
I'm not in the pharmaceutical back end, but I guarantee you some companies are working.
All,
yeah. So these are all tractable problems. And as soon as we get a non-androgenic anabolic going, we can...
I don't know what he means, though, when he says non-androgenic anabolic. I don't know what that means. I don't know what he means when he says that. But
prescribe dual therapy. So instead of coming into the office and saying, you should lift weights and eat better, and they're like, okay, you're like, all right, see you next Monday.
It wouldn't be dual therapy, it would be single pill.
That would be dope. The thing with so I'm not
single
pushing back.
injection.
I'm just thinking out loud. Two Jews get together and talk like, oh, you're wrong.
Wait, are these guys both Jewish? Are either of them Jewish? Or is that just a Jewish joke? Never mind.
Single injection would be dope. The thing is, people have different genetics for muscularity and food drive, and so a single injection would kind of do a ton of good. But I think 2 pills can also make sense because like some
Oh, his last name is Israetel. True.
people don't need much more muscle, but they need much less food drive. The other way around is also the case. But in any case, let's just go with 1 pill, right, to make it super simple. People come in today, we're like, hey, go resistance train and eat better. They're like, dope, see you, never, and they fucking don't do it. Nowadays, now some of them do, and that's great. But now, maybe in the future, when we get a non-androgenic anabolic developed that's safe and effective and really very targeted, then we have the situation where people are taking a medication that not only lowers, let's say, God damn it, back to two medications just to keep this very clear. They're taking a medication that lowers their overall body weight and adiposity. They're brought the fat down. Now they're taking a medication. It does 2 things. 1, it brings their muscularity up. And if they want to engage in resistance training for mobility, for health, for strength, for enjoyment, for connective tissue stuff, it makes that a much more fruitful enterprise. I can't tell you how many people I've consulted and trained and seen over the years who people tell them resistance train, it's great. These are people with good genetics. They're often young. These are older people with not so great genetics for muscle. Bro, they're in the gym weeks and weeks and weeks. Something happens, but not much. If you look at the exercise science data directly, you'll notice there are a group of people, maybe like about 1/5 of everyone who's in an exercise science study. They don't lift weights, and all of a sudden for 16 weeks, they make them lift weights 3 times a week. Something like 1/5 of those people gain undetectable amounts of muscle. Like if in the first 16 weeks of a program you don't gain detectable muscle, people talk about noob gains, like you gain a wildly disproportionate totality of your muscle in the first few weeks. If that ain't happening for you, man. Can you imagine your doctor says lift weights? You do. You come back a year later. You're like 3 days a week. I've been doing RP hypertrophy app. I did it all. And then they measure, they do the DEXA. You're like, you lost a pound of muscle. That legitimately happens.
That's got to be not only does it have to be an obscenely small amount of the population, that has to be like some kind of disorder as well, right? Like your muscles have to rebuild, no? Otherwise, every time you engage in like strenuous activity, your muscles would just fucking atrophy like permanently, no? It was like 1 in 50 in the study he's referencing. Even that sounds high. I feel like there's got to be an attrition problem, like they lied about or something. I feel like something else has to be going on. That sounds...
So just to cut this off at the pass, I'm not saying we need to replace resistance training in gyms with modern non-androgenic anabolics. They're going to be empowering for everyone. And look, if you never go to the gym, hey, shit, they'll be empowering for you too. And then we can get to this world where people are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and they are lean, and they have lots of muscle mass. Not a ton, just a decent amount. And it's going to impact disease across the board in an unbelievably profound way. Because when I look at folks that are in their 50s, 60s, et cetera, and they're soft, they're not large, they're soft. I'm thinking, fuck, man, 5 or 10 years, you're going to break something, or your type 2 diabetes is going to go up, and what do I do about this one? Eat better and try to make better choices. They already eat pretty well. They just don't have enough muscle. There's no glucose sink. Yeah. You solve that problem. It's enormous. Now, the first wave of AI-powered drug discovery is already cresting. Most pharmaceutical companies are pretty open with what they're working on. It's not that, because they're working on, Alzheimer's, diabetes, crazy killer problems that millions have. This, I think, is hopefully going to be next gen. And when it happens, it'll be a big deal.
I think that's your most reasonable prediction that you made thus far.
It's more of a hope than a prediction, really.
But I think it's the most reasonable because when you look at a lot of the medications that exist in dual therapy in that way, they're almost counteractive. So, for example, there's some medications that have an NSAID and then a sucralfate to coat in a stomach to reduce the side effects, or an
I don't know what any of this means.
Opioid medication plus an anti-constipation medicine with it. So like they're always trying to pair 2 things that take one of the problems and solve the back end side effect.
Yes, and I think this is just insanely obvious. And usually you're very good at pushback. I haven't heard much from you in this regard because it's a real thing, right? I think so many people don't know that having higher muscularity within a given body is so health promoting. And if you have a non-androgenic anabolic in the mix via nutrient partitioning, most of what you eat now goes to feed the muscle because it's so hungry all the time. And so it actually is a second order effect, is to keep you leaner. So for any amount of food you eat, if you're on a decent dose of non-androgenic anabolic, you're actually going to be leaner because muscle simply occupies more of that space and takes more of your food. Like, when you're lifting a lot and you're jacked and lean and everything, you just eat tons of food. People are like, don't you get fat? You're like, I don't know, man. I lift weights so much and I have so much muscle. It's just hungry and eats all the time. And my fat's like, damn it, feed me. And there's nothing left. That is such a profound thing that I think I'm really excited about that future development. And I hope folks listening that maybe work at a pharmaceutical company can, talk to the CEO or something, tell them, hey, there's money to be made here.
I'm surprised you think that right now people don't think muscle is a big component of health.
I think they do, but I think they're like an order of magnitude away from how big of a component they how important it is. There's a thing about recognizing the importance of something nominally, and there's a thing about how important is it? Pretty important. No, very important. I think people need to shift more towards this is really important.
Okay, muscle is very important. You're a Nazi. There's great takeaways from this podcast.
Jesus,
I had fun too.
I thought I read there were like two of these like tests that are like very determinative of health for an individual. One is like a stand-up test, which I think you rate from like a scale from 1 to 10 or something, or 1 to 5, like from a laying down position or from a seated position or something. Can you stand up without using your hands or any kind of assistance, like relatively easily? And then I think the second one might just be grip strength, but like just these two like very basic tests, I think can be like super predictive of future health bullshit.
I actually wanted to talk about like 10 other subjects and we got none of them. So that sounds like part 3. Maybe we could do it on your show.
I'd love that.
Yeah, if I'm still waiting for the invitation. So
You're too important to invite. We've invited you 10 times, and your butlers keep saying that the mail's going to some other part of the compound, they call it.
okay, let's make it what do they call it? A SMART goal. So at least let's be specific. When I come on your show, what topics are we talking about?
Okay, good one. Fuck. Okay, Jesus. All right. I don't know how that took 6.5 hours to go through.